Chapter 17 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Lewis. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 17. Miss Carley's Admirers. There were times in which Marian Holbrook's life would have been utterly lonely but for the companionship of Ellen Carley. This warm-hearted, outspoken country girl had taken a fancy to Mr. Holbrook's beautiful wife from the hour of her arrival at the Grange one cheerless March evening, and had attached herself to Marian from that moment with unalterable affection and fidelity. The girl's own life at the Grange had been lonely enough, except during the brief summer months, when the roomy old house was now and then enlivened a little by the advent of a lodger, some stray angler in search of a secluded trout stream, or an invalid who wanted quiet and fresh air. But in none of these strangers had Ellen ever taken much interest. They had come and gone and made very little impression upon her mind, though she had helped to make their sojourn pleasant in her own brisk, cheery way. She was 21 years of age, very bright-looking, if not absolutely pretty, with dark, expressive eyes, a rosy brunette complexion, and very white teeth. The nose belonged to the inferior order of pug or snub. The forehead was low and broad, with dark brown hair rippling over it, hair which seemed always wanting to escape from its neat arrangement into a multitude of mutinous curls. She was altogether a young person whom the admirers of the soubrette style of beauty might have found very charming, and secluded as her life at the Grange had been, she had already more than one admirer. She used to relate her love affairs to Marian Holbrook in the quiet summer evenings, as the two sat under an old cedar in the meadow nearest the house, a meadow which had been a lawn in the days when the Grange was in the occupation of great folks, and was divided from a broad terrace walk at the back of the house by a dry grass-brown moat, with steep sloping banks, upon which there was a wealth of primroses and violets in the early spring. Ellen Carley told Mrs. Holbrook of her admirers, and received sage advice from that experienced young matron, who by and by confessed to her humble companion the era of her own girlhood, and how she had jilted the most devoted and generous lover that ever a woman could boast of. For some months, for the bright honeymoon period of her wedded life, Marian had been completely happy in that out-of-the-world region. It is not to be supposed that she had done so great a wrong to Gilbert Fenton except under the influence of a great love, or the dominion of a nature powerful enough to subjugate her own. Both of these influences had been at work. Too late she had discovered that she had never really loved Gilbert Fenton, that the calm, grateful liking, which she had told herself must needs be the sole version of the great passion whereof her nature was capable, had been only the tamest, most ordinary kind of friendship after all, and that in the depths of her soul there was a capacity for an utterly different attachment. A love which was founded on neither respect nor gratitude, but which sprang into life in a moment, fatal and all-absorbing from its birth. Heaven knows she had struggled bravely against this luckless passion, had resisted long and steadily the arduous pursuit, the passionate, half-despairing pleading of her lover, who would not be driven away, and who invented all kinds of expedients for seeing her, however difficult the business might be, or however resolutely she might endeavour to avoid him. It was only after her uncle's death, when her mind was weakened by excessive grief, that her strong determination to remain faithful to her absent betrothed had at last given way before the force of those tender passionate prayers, and she had consented to the hasty secret marriage which her lover had proposed. Her consent once given, not a moment had been lost. The business had been hurried on with the utmost eagerness by the impetuous lover, who would give her as little opportunity as possible of changing her mind, and who had obtained complete mastery of her will from the moment in which she promised to be his wife. She loved him with all the unselfish devotion of which her nature was capable, and no thought of the years to come, or of what her future life might be with this man, of whose character and circumstances she knew so very little, ever troubled her. Having sacrificed her fidelity to Gilbert Fenton, she held all other sacrifices light as air, never considering them at all, in fact. When did a generous romantic girl of 19 ever stop to calculate the chances of the future, or fear to encounter poverty and trouble with the man she loved? To Marian, this man was henceforth all the world. It was not that he was handsomer or better, or in any obvious way superior to Gilbert Fenton. It was only that he was just the one man able to win her heart. That mysterious attraction which reason can never reduce to rule, which knows no law of precedence or experience, reigned here in full force. It is just possible that the desperate circumstances of the attachment, the passionate pursuit of the lover, not to be checked by any obstacle, may have had an influence upon the girl's mind. There was a romance in such love as this that had not existed in Mr. Fenton's straightforward wooing, and Marian was too young to be quite proof against the subtle charm of a secret, romantic, despairing passion. For some time she was very happy, and the remote farmhouse, with its old-fashioned gardens and fair stretch of meadow land beyond them, where all shade and beauty had not yet been sacrificed to the interest of agriculture, seemed to her in those halcyon days a kind of earthly paradise. She endured her husband's occasional absences from this rural home with perfect patience. These absences were rare and brief at first, but afterwards grew longer and more frequent. Nor did she ever sigh for any brighter or gayer life than this which they led together at the Grange. In him were the beginning and end of her hopes and dreams, and so long as he was pleased and contented, she was completely happy. It was only when a change came in him, very slight at first, but still obvious to his wife's tender, watchful eyes, that her own happiness was clouded. That change told her that whatever he might be to her, she was no longer all the world to him. He loved her still, no doubt, but the bright holiday time of his love was over, and his wife's presence had no longer the power to charm away every dreary thought. He was a man in whose disposition there was a lurking vein of melancholy, a kind of chronic discontent, very common to men of whom it has been said that they might do great things in the world, and who have succeeded in doing nothing. It is not to be supposed that Mr. Holbrook intended to keep his wife shut away from the world in a lonely farmhouse all her life. The place suited him very well for the present. The apartments at the Grange, and the services of Mr. Carley and his dependents, had been put at his disposal by the owner of the estate, together with all farm and garden produce. Existence here, therefore, cost him very little. His chief expenses were in gifts to the bailiff and his underlings, which he bestowed with a liberal hand. His plans for the future were as yet altogether vague and unsettled. He had thoughts of emigration, of beginning life afresh in a new country, anything to escape from the perplexities that surrounded him here. And he had his reasons for keeping his wife secluded. Nor did his conscience disturb him much. he was a man who had his conscience in very good training, as to the unfairness of this proceeding. Marian was happy, he told himself, and when time came for some change in the manner of her existence, he doubted if the change would be for the better. So the days and weeks and months had passed away, bringing little variety with them, and none of what the world calls pleasure. Marian read and worked and rambled in the country lanes and meadows with Ellen Carley, and visited the poor people now and then, as she had been in the habit of doing at Lidford. She had not very much to give them, but gave all she could, and she had a gentle, sympathetic manner which made her welcome amongst them. Most of all where there were children, for whom she always had a special attraction. The little ones clung to her and trusted her, looking up at her lovely face with spontaneous affection. William Carley, the bailiff, was a big, broad-shouldered man, with a heavy, forbidding countenance, and a taciturn habit by no means calculated to secure him a large circle of friends. His daughter and only child was afraid of him. His wife had been afraid of him in her time, and had faded slowly out of a life that had been very joyless, unawares, hiding her illness from him to the last, as if it had been a sort of offence against him to be ill. It was only when she was dying that the bailiff knew he was going to lose her, and it must be confessed that he took the loss very calmly. Whatever natural grief he may have felt was carefully locked in his own breast. His underlings, the farm labourers, found him a little more grumpy than usual, and his daughter scarcely dared open her lips to him for a month after the funeral. But from that time forward, Miss Carley, who was rather a spirited damsel, took a very different tone with her father. She was not to be crushed and subdued into a mere submissive shadow as her mother had been. She had a way of speaking her mind on all occasions, which was by no means agreeable to the bailiff. If he drank too much overnight, she took care to tell him of it early next morning. If he went about slovenly and unshaven, her sharp tongue took notice of the fact. Yet with all this she waited upon him and provided for his comfort in a most dutiful manner. She saved his money by her dexterous management of the household, and was in all practical matters a very treasure among daughters. William Carey liked comfort, and liked money still better, and he was quite aware that his daughter was valuable to him, though he was careful not to commit himself by any expression of that opinion. He knew her value so well that he was jealously averse to the idea of her marrying and leaving him alone at the Grange. When young Frank Randall, the lawyer's son, took to calling at the old house very often upon summer evenings, and by various signs and tokens showed himself smitten with Ellen Carley, the bailiff treated the young man so rudely that he was fain to cease from coming altogether, and to content himself with an occasional chance meeting in the lane, when Ellen had business at Crosber, and walk there alone after tea. He would not have been a particularly good match for any one, being only an articled clerk to his father, whose business in the little market town of Malsham was no means extensive, and William Carley spoke of him scornfully as a pauper. He was a tall, good-looking young fellow, however, with a candid, pleasant face and an agreeable manner, so Ellen was not a little angry with her father for his rudeness, still more angry with him for his encouragement of her other admirer, a man called Stephen Whitelaw, who lived about a mile from the Grange and farmed his own land, an estate of some extent for that part of the country. "If you must marry," said the bailiff, "and it's what girls like you seem to be always thinking about, you can't do better than take up with Steph Whitelaw. He's a warm man, Nell, and a wife of his will never want a meal of victuals or a good gown to her back. You better not waste your smiles and your civil words on a beggar like young Randall, who won't have a house to take you to for these 10 years to come. Not then, perhaps, for there's not much to be made by law in Malsham nowadays. And when his father dies, supposing he's accommodating enough to die in a reasonable time, which it's 10 to 1 he won't be, the young man will have his mother and sisters to keep upon the business very likely. And there'd be a nice lookout for you. Now, if you marry my old friend Steph, he can make you a lady." This was a very long speech for Mr. Carley. It was grumbled out in short spasmodic sentences between the slow whiffs of his pipe as he sat by the fire in a little parlour off the hall, with his indefatigable daughter at work at a table near him. "Stephen Whitelaw had need be a gentleman before he could make me a lady," Nelly answered, laughing. "I don't think fine clothes can make gentlefolks, no, nor farming one's own land either, though that sounds well enough. I'm not in any hurry to leave you, father, and I'm not one of those girls who's always thinking of getting married. But come what may, depend on it, I shall never marry Mr. Whitelaw." "Why not, pray?" the bailiff asked savagely. Nelly shook out the shirt she had been repairing for her father, and then began to fold it, shaking her head resolutely at the same time. "Because I detest him," she said. "A mean, close, discontented creature, who can see no pleasure in life except money-making. I hate the very sight of his parched, pinched face, father, and the sound of his hard, shrill voice. If I had to choose between the workhouse and marrying Stephen Whitelaw, I'd choose the workhouse, yes, and scrub and wash and drudge, and toil there all my days, rather than be mistress at Wycombe Farm." "Well, upon my word," exclaimed the father, taking the pipe from his mouth and staring aghast at his daughter in a stupor of indignant surprise. "You're a pretty article. You're a nice piece of goods for a man to bring up and waste his substance upon. A piece of goods that will turn round upon one and refuse a man who farms his own land. Mind, he hasn't asked you yet, my lady, and never may, for aught I know." "I hope he never will, father," Nelly answered quietly, unsubdued by this outburst of the bailiff's. "If he does, and you don't snap at such a chance, you need never look for a sixpence from me, and you best make yourself scarce pretty soon in the bargain. I'll have no such trumpery round my house." "Very well, father. I dare say I can get my living somewhere else, without working much harder than I do here." This open opposition on the girl's part made William Carey only the more obstinately bent upon that marriage, which seemed to him such a brilliant alliance, which opened up to him the prospect of a comfortable home for his old age, where he might repose after his labours, and live upon the fat of the land without toil or care. He had a considerable contempt for the owner of Wycombe Farm, whom he thought a poor creature both as a man and a farmer, and he fancied that if his daughter married Stephen Whitelaw, he might become the actual master of that profitable estate. He could twist such a fellow as Stephen round his fingers, he told himself, when invested with the authority of a father-in-law. Mr. Whitelaw was a pale-faced little man of about 45 years of age, a man who had remained a bachelor to the surprise of his neighbours, who fancied perhaps that the owner of a good house and a comfortable income was in a manner bound by his obligation to society to take to himself a partner with whom to share these advantages. He had remained unmarried, giving no damsel ground for complaints by any delusive attentions, and was supposed to have saved a good deal of money, and to be about the richest man in these parts, with the exception of the landed gentry. He was by no means an attractive person. In this, the prime of his manhood, he had a narrow, mean-looking face, with sharp features, and a pale, sickly complexion, which looked as if he had spent his life in some close London office rather than in the free sweet air of his native fields. His hair was of a reddish tint, very sleek and straight, and always combed with extreme precision upon each side of his narrow forehead, and he had scanty whiskers of the same unpopular hue, which he was in the habit of smoothing with a meditative air upon his sallow cheeks with the knobby fingers of his bony hand. He was of a rather nervous temperament, inclined to silence, like his big burly friend William Carley, and had a depreciating, doubtful way of expressing his opinion at all times. In spite of this humility of manner, however, he cherished a secret pride in his superior wealth, and was apt to remind his associates upon occasion that he could buy up any one of them without feeling the investment. After having attained the discreet age of 45 without being a victim to the tender passion, Mr. Whitelaw might reasonably have supposed himself exempt from the weakness so common to mankind, but such self-gratulation, had he indulged in it, would have been premature. For after having been a visitor at the Grange and boon companion of the bailiffs for some 10 years, it slowly dawned upon him that Ellen Carley was a very pretty girl, and that he would have her for his wife and no other. Her brisk offhand manner had a kind of charm for his slow apathetic nature. Her rosy brunette face, with its bright black eyes and flashing teeth, seemed to him the perfection of beauty. But he was not an impetuous lover. He took his time about the business, coming 2 or 3 times a week to smoke his pipe with William Carley, and paying Nelly some awkward blundering compliment now and then in his deliberate hesitating way. He had supreme confidence in his own position and his money, and was troubled by no doubt as to the ultimate success of his suit. It was true that Nelly treated him in by no means an encouraging manner, was indeed positively uncivil to him at times, but this he supposed to be mere feminine coquetry, and it enhanced the attraction of the girl he designed to make his wife. As to her refusing him when the time came for his proposal, he could not for a moment imagine such a thing possible. It was not in the nature of any woman to refuse to be mistress of Wincombe, and to drive her own Whitechapel cart, a comfortable hooded vehicle of the wagonette species, which was popular in those parts. So Stephen Whitelaw took his time, contented to behold the object of his affection 2 or 3 evenings a week, and to gaze admiringly upon her beauty as he smoked his pipe in the snug little oak wainscoted parlour at the Grange, while his passions grew day by day, until it did really become a very absorbing feeling, second only to his love of money and Wincombe Farm. These dull sluggish natures are capable of deeper passions than the world gives them credit for, and are as slow to abandon an idea as they are to entertain it. It was Ellen Carley's delight to tell Marian of her troubles, and to protest to this kind confidant again and again that no persuasion or threat of her father's should ever induce her to marry Stephen Whitelaw, which resolution Mrs. Holbrook fully approved. There was a little gate opening from a broad green lane into one of the fields at the back of the Grange, and here, sometimes of a summer evening, they used to find Frank Randall, who had ridden his father's white pony all the way from Malsham for the sake of smoking his evening cigar on that particular spot. They used to find him seated there, smoking lazily, while the pony cropped the grass in the lane close at hand. He was always eager to do any little service for Mrs. Holbrook, to bring her books or anything else she wanted from Malsham, anything that might make an excuse for his coming again by appointment, and with the certainty of seeing Ellen Carley. It was only natural that Marian should be inclined to protect this simple love affair, which offered her favourite a way of escape from the odious marriage that her father pressed upon her. The girl might have to endure poverty as Frank Randall's wife, but that seemed a small thing in the eyes of Marian, compared with the horror of marrying that pale-faced, mean-looking little man whom she had seen once or twice sitting by the fire in the oak parlour, with his small light grey eyes fixed in a dull stare upon the bailiff's daughter. Chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Lewis. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 18. Jacob Nowell's Will. At his usual hour, upon the evening after his arrival in London, Gilbert Fenton called at the silversmith's shop in Queen Anne's Court. He found Jacob Nowell weaker than when he had seen him last, and with a strange old look, as if extreme age had come upon him suddenly. He had been compelled to call in a medical man, very much against his will, and this gentleman had told him that his condition was a critical one, and that it would be well for him to arrange his affairs quickly, and to hold himself prepared for the worst. He seemed to be slightly agitated when Gilbert told him that his granddaughter had been found. "Will she come to me, do you think?" he asked. "I have no doubt that she will do so, directly she hears how ill you have been. She was very much pleased at the idea of seeing you, and only waited for her husband's permission to come. But I don't suppose she will wait for that when she knows of your illness. I shall write to her immediately." "Do," Jacob Nowell said eagerly. "I want to see her before I die. You did not meet the husband then, I suppose?" No, Mr. Holbrook was not there. He told Jacob Nowell all that it was possible for him to tell about his interview with Marian, and the old man seemed warmly interested in the subject. Death was very near him, and the savings of the long dreary years during which his joyless life had been devoted to money-making must soon pass into other hands. He wanted to know something of the person who was to profit by his death. He wanted to be sure that when he was gone, some creature of his own flesh and blood would remember him kindly, not for the sake of his money alone, but for something more than that. "I shall make my will to-morrow," he said before Gilbert left him. "I don't mind owning to you that I have something considerable to bequeath, for I think I can trust you. And if I should die before my grandchild comes to me, you will see that she has her rights, won't you? You will take care that she is not cheated by her husband, or by any one else." "I shall hold it as a sacred charge to protect her interest, so far as it is possible for me to do so." "That's well. I shall make you one of the executors of my will, if you have no objection." "No, the executorship will bring me into collision with Mr. Holbrook, no doubt. But I have resolved upon my line of conduct with regard to him, and I am prepared for whatever may happen. My chief desire now is to be a real friend to your granddaughter, for I believe she has need of friends." The will was drawn up the next day by an attorney of by no means spotless reputation, who had often done business for Mr. Nowell in the past, and who may have known a good deal about the origin of some of the silver which found its way to the old silversmith's store. He was a gentleman frequently employed in the defence of those injured innocents who appear at the bar of the Old Bailey, and was not at all particular as to the merits of the cases he conducted. This gentleman embodied Mr. Nowell's desires with reference to the disposal of his worldly goods in a very simple and straightforward manner. All that Jacob Nowell had to leave was left to his granddaughter, Marian Holbrook, for her own separate use and maintenance, independent of her husband whatsoever. This was clear enough. It was only when there came the question, which a lawyer puts with such deadly calmness, as to what was to be done with the money in the event of Marian Holbrook's dying intestate, that any perplexity arose. "Of course, if she has children, you'd like the money to go to them," said Mr. Medler, the attorney. "That's clear enough, and had better be set out in your will. But suppose she should have no children? You'd scarcely like all you leave to go to her husband, who is quite a stranger to you, and who may be a scoundrel for aught you know." "No, I certainly shouldn't much care about enriching Miss Holbrook." "Of course not, to say nothing of the danger there would be in giving him so strong an interest in his wife's death. Not but what I dare say he'd contrive to squander the greater part of the money during her lifetime. Is it all in hard cash?" "No, there is some house property at Islington which pays a high interest, and there are other freeholds." "Then we might tie those up, giving Miss Holbrook only the income. It is essential to provide against possible villainy or extravagances on the part of the husband. Women are so weak and helpless in these matters, and in the event of your granddaughter's dying without children, wouldn't you rather let the estate go to your son?" "To him!" exclaimed Jacob Nowell. "I have sworn that I would not leave him sixpence." "That's a kind of oath which no man ever considers himself bound to keep," said the lawyer in his most insinuating tone. "Remember, it's only a remote contingency. The chances are that your granddaughter will have a family to inherit this property, and that she will survive her father. And then if we give her power to make a will, of course it's pretty certain that she'll leave everything to this husband of hers. But I don't think we ought to do that, Mr. Nowell. I think it would be far wiser arrangement to give this young lady only a life interest in the real estate. That makes the husband a loser by her death, instead of a possible gainer to a large amount. And I consider that your son's name has a right to come in here." "I cannot acknowledge that he has any such right. His extravagances almost ruined me when he was a young man, and his ingratitude would have broken my heart, if I had been weak enough to suffer myself to be crushed by it." "Time works changes amongst the worst of us, Mr. Nowell. I dare say your son has improved his habits in all these years, and is heartily sorry for the errors of his youth." "Have you seen him, Medler?" the old man asked quickly. "Seen your son lately? No, indeed, my dear sir. I had no notion that he was in England." The fact is that Percival Nowell had called upon Mr. Medler more than once since his arrival in London, and had discussed with that gentleman the chances of his father's having made or not made a will, and the possibility of the old man's being so far reconciled to him as to make a will in his favour. Percival Nowell had gone further than this, and had promised the attorney a handsome percentage upon anything that his father might be induced to leave him by Mr. Medler's influence. The discussion lasted for a long time, Mr. Medler pushing on stage by stage in the favour of his secret client, anxious to see whether Jacob Nowell might not be persuaded to allow his son's name to take the place of his granddaughter, whom he had never seen, and who was really no more than a stranger to him, the attorney took care to remind him. But on this point the old man was immovable. He would leave his money to Marian and to no one else. He had no desire that his son should ever profit by the labours and deprivations of all these joyless years in which his fortune had been scraped together. It was only as the choice of the lesser evils that he would consent to Percival's inheriting the property from his daughter, rather than it should fall into the hands of Mr. Holbrook. The lawyer had hard work before he could bring his client to this point, but he did at last succeed in doing so, and Percival Nowell's name was written in the will. "I don't suppose Nowell will thank me much for what I've done, though I've had difficulty enough doing it," Mr. Medler said to himself as he walked slowly homeward after this prolonged conference in Queen Anne's Court. for of course the chances are 10 to 1 against his surviving his daughter. Still, these young women sometimes go off the hooks in an unexpected way, and he may come into the reversion." There was only one satisfaction for the attorney, and that lay in the fact that this long laborious interview had been all in the way of business and could be charged off accordingly. "To attending at your own house with relation to drawing up the rough draft of your will, and consultation of 2 hours and a half thereupon," and so on. The will was to be executed next day, and Mr. Medler was to take his clerk with him to Queen Anne's Court to act as one of the witnesses. He had obtained one other triumph in the course of the discussion, which was the insertion of his own name as executor in place of Gilbert Fenton, against whom he raised so many specious arguments as to shake the old man's faith in Marian's jilted lover. Percival Nowell dropped in upon his father that night, and smoked his cigar in the dingy little parlour, which was so crowded with divers kinds of merchandise as to be scarcely habitable. The old man's son came here almost every evening, and behaved altogether in a very dutiful way. Jacob Nowell seemed to tolerate rather than to invite his visits, and the adventurer tried in vain to get at the real feelings underneath that emotionless manner. "I think I might work round the governor if I had time," this dutiful son said to himself as he reflected upon the aspects of affairs in Queen Anne's Court. "But I fancy the old chap has taken his ticket for the next world, booked through per express train, and the chances are that he'll keep his word and not leave me sixpence. Rather hard lines that, after my taking the trouble to come over here and hunt him up." There was one fact that Mr. Nowell the younger seemed inclined to ignore in the course of these reflections, and that was the fact that he had not left America until he had completely used up that country as a field for commercial enterprise, and had indeed made his name so far notorious in connection with numerous shady transactions as to leave no course open to him except a speedy departure. Since his coming to England he had lived entirely on credit, and beyond the fine clothes he wore and the contents of his 2 portmanteaus, he possessed nothing in the world. It was quite true that he had done very well in New York, but his well-being had been secured at the cost of other people, and after having started some half-dozen speculations, and living extravagantly upon the funds of his victims, he was now as poor as he had been when he left Belgium for America, the commission agent of a house in the iron trade. In this position he might have prospered in a moderate way, and might have profited by the expensive education which had given him nothing but showy agreeable manners, had he been capable of steadiness and industry. But of these virtues he was utterly deficient, possessing instead a genius for that kind of swindling which keeps just upon the safe side of felony. He had lived pleasantly enough for many years by the exercise of this agreeable talent, so pleasantly indeed that he had troubled himself very little about his chances of inheriting his father's savings. It was only when he had exhausted all expedients for making money on the other side that he turned his thoughts in the direction of Queen Anne's Court, and began to speculate upon the probability of Jacob Nowell's good graces being worth the trouble of cultivation. The prospectuses which he had shown his father were mere waste paper, the useless surplus stationery remaining from a scheme that had failed to enlist the sympathies of a transatlantic public. But he fancied that his only chances with the old man lay in an assumption of prosperity, so he carried matters with a high hand throughout the business, and swaggered in the little dusky parlour behind the shop, just as he had swaggered on New York Broadway or at Delmonico's in the heyday of his commercial success. He called at Mr. Medler's office the day after Jacob Nowell's will had been executed, having had no hint of the fact from his father. The solicitor told him what had been done, and how the most strenuous efforts on his part had only resulted in the insertion of Percival's name after that of his daughter. Whatever indignation Mr. Nowell may have felt at the fact that his daughter had been preferred before him, he contrived to keep hidden in his own mind. The lawyer was surprised at the quiet gravity with which he received the intelligence. He listened to Mr. Medler's statement of the case with the calmest air of deliberation, seemed indeed to be thinking so deeply that it was as if his thoughts had wandered away from the subject in hand to some theme which allowed of more profound speculation. "And if she should die childless, I should get all the freehold property?" he said at last, waking up suddenly from that state of abstraction, and turning his thoughtful face upon the lawyer. "Yes, all the real estate would be yours." "Have you any notion what the property is worth?" "Not an exact notion. Your father gave me a list of investments. Altogether, I should fancy the income will be something handsome, between $2,000 and $3,000 a year, perhaps. Strange, isn't it, for a man with all that money to have lived such a life as your father's?" "Strange indeed," Percival Nowell cried with a sneer. "And my daughter will step into $2,000 or $3,000 a year," he went on. "Very pleasant for her, and for her husband into the bargain. Of course, I'm not going to say that I wouldn't rather have had the income myself. You'd scarcely swallow that, as a man of the world, you see, Medler. But the girl is my only child, and though circumstances have divided us for the greater part of our lives, blood is thicker than water, and in short, since there was no getting the governor to do the right thing and leave the money to me, it's the next best thing that he should leave it to Marian. To say nothing of the possibility of her dying without children, and your coming into the property after all," said Mr. Medler, wondering a little at Mr. Nowell's philosophical manner of looking at the question. "Sir," exclaimed Percival indignantly, "do you imagine me capable of speculating upon the untimely death of my only child?" The lawyer shrugged his shoulders doubtfully. In the course of his varied experience, he had found men and women capable of very queer things when their pecuniary interests were at stake, and he had not a most exalted opinion of Mr. Nowell's virtue. He knew too many secrets connected with his early career. "Remember, if ever by any strange chance you should come into this property, you have me to thank for getting your name into the will, and for giving your daughter only a life interest. She would have had every penny left to her without reserve, if I hadn't fought for your interest as hard as ever I fought for anything in the whole course of my professional career." "You're a good fellow, Medler, and if ever fortune should favour me, which hardly seems on the cards, I shan't forget what I promised you the other day. I dare say you did the best you could for me, though it doesn't amount to much when it's done." Long after Percival Nowell had left him, Mr. Medler sat idle at his desk, meditating upon his interview with that gentleman. "I can't half understand his coolness," he said to himself. "I expect him to be as savage as a bear when he found that the old man had left him nothing. I thought I should hear nothing but execrations and blasphemies, for I think I know my gentleman pretty well of old, and that he's not a person to take a disappointment of this kind very sweetly. There must be something under that quiet manner of his. Perhaps he knows more about his daughter than he cares to let out, knows that she is sickly, and that he stands a good chance of surviving her." There was indeed a lurking desperation under Percival Nowell's airy manner, of which the people amongst whom he lived had no suspicion. Unless some sudden turn in the wheel of fortune should change the aspect of affairs for him very soon, ruin, most complete and utter, was inevitable. A man cannot go on very long without money, and in order to pay his hotel bill, Mr. Nowell had been obliged to raise the funds from an accommodating gentleman with whom he had done business in years gone by, and who was very familiar with his own and his father's autograph. The bill upon which this gentleman advanced the money in question bore the name of Jacob Nowell, and was drawn at 3 months. Percival had persuaded himself that before the 3 months were out his father would be in his grave, and his executors would scarcely be in a position to dispute the genuineness of the signature. In the meantime, the money thus obtained enabled him to float on. He paid his hotel bill, and removed to lodgings in one of the narrowest streets to the northeast of Tottenham Court Road, an obscure lodging enough, where he had a couple of comfortable rooms on the first floor, and where his going out and coming in attracted little notice. Here, as at the hotel, he chose to assume the name of Norton instead of his legitimate cognomen. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Lewis. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 19. Gilbert Asks a Question. Gilbert Fenton called at John Saltram's chambers within a day or two of his return from Hampshire. He had a strange, almost feverish eagerness to see his old friend again, a sense of having wronged him for that one brief moment of thought in which the possibility of his guilt had flashed across his mind, and with this feeling there was mingled a suspicion that John Saltram had not acted quite fairly to him, that he had kept back knowledge which must have come to him as an intimate ally of Sir David Forster. He found Mr. Saltram at home in the familiar untidy room, with the old chaos of books and papers about him. He looked tired and ill, and rose to greet his visitor with a weary air, as if nothing in the world possessed much interest for him nowadays. "Why, John, you are as pallid as a ghost," Gilbert explained, grasping the hand extended to him, and thinking of that one moment in which he had fancied he was never to touch that hand again. "You have been at the old work, I suppose, overdoing it as usual?" "No, I have been working very little for these last few days. The truth is, I have not been able to work. The divine afflatus would not come down upon me. There are times when a man's brain seems to be made of melted butter. Mine has been like that for the last week or so." "I thought you were going back to your fishing village near Oxford." "No, I was not in spirits for that. I have dined 2 or 3 times in Cavendish Square, and have been made much of, and have contrived to forget my troubles for a few hours." "You talk of your troubles as if you were very heavily burdened, and yet for the life of me I cannot see what you have to complain of," Gilbert said wonderingly. "Of course not. That is always the case with one's friends, even the best of them. It's only the man who wears the shoe that knows why it pinches and galls him. But what have you been doing since I saw you last?" "I have been in Hampshire." "Indeed," said John Saltram, looking him full in the face. "And what took you into that quarter of the world?" "I thought you took more interest in my affairs than to have to ask me that question. I went to look for Marian Holbrook, and I found her." "Poor old fellow," Mr. Saltram said gently. "And was there any satisfaction for you in the meeting?" "Yes and no. There was a kind of mournful pleasure in seeing the dear face once more." "She must have been surprised to see you." "She was, no doubt, surprised, unpleasantly perhaps, but she received me very kindly, and was perfectly frank upon every subject except her husband. She would tell me nothing about him, neither his position in the world nor his profession, if he has one, as I suppose he has. She owned he was not rich, and that is about all she said of him. Poor girl, I do not think she is happy." "What grounds have you for such an idea?" "Her face, which told me a great deal more than her words. Her beauty is very much faded since the summer evening when I first saw her in Lidford Church. She seems to lead a lonely life in the old farmhouse to which her husband brought her immediately after their marriage, a life which few women would care to lead. And now, John, I want to know how it is you have kept back the truth from me in this matter, that you have treated me with a reserve which I had no right to expect from a friend." "What have I kept from you?" "Your knowledge of this man Holbrook." "What makes you suppose that I have any knowledge of him?" "The fact that he is a friend of Sir David Forster's. The house in which I found Marian belongs to Sir David, and was lent by him to Mr. Holbrook." "I do not know every friend of Forster's. He is a man who picks up his acquaintances in the highways and byways, and drops them when he is tired of them." "Will you tell me on your honour that you know nothing of this Mr. Holbrook?" "Certainly." Gilbert Fenton gave a weary sigh, and then seated himself silently opposite Mr. Saltram. He could not afford to doubt this friend of his. The whole fabric of his life must have dropped to pieces if John Saltram had played him false. His single venture as a lover having ended in shipwreck, he seemed to have nothing left him but friendship, and that kind of hero worship which had made his friend always appear to him somewhat better than he really was, had grown stronger with him since Marian's desertion. "Oh, Jack," he said presently, "I could bear anything in this world better than the notion that you could betray me, that you could break faith with me for the sake of another man." "I am not likely to do that. There is no man upon this earth I care for very much except you. I am not a man prone to friendship. In fact, I am a selfish, worthless fellow at the best, Gilbert, and hardly merit your serious consideration. It would be wiser of you to think of me as I really am, and to think very little of me." "You did not show yourself remarkably selfish when you nursed me through that fever at the hazard of your own life." "Pshaw, that was nothing. I could not have done less in the position in which we two were. Such sacrifices as those count for very little. It is when a man's own happiness is in the scale that the black spot shows itself. I tell you, Gilbert, I am not worth your friendship. It would be better for you to go your own way and have nothing more to do with me." Mr. Saltram had said this kind of thing very often in the past, so that the words had no especial significance to Gilbert. He only thought that his friend was in one of those gloomy moods which were common to him at times. "I could not do without your friendship, Jack," he said. "Remember how barren the world is to me now. I have nothing left but that." "A poor substitute for better things, Gilbert. I am never likely to be much good to you or to myself. By the way, have you seen anything lately of that old man you told me about, Mrs. Nowell's grandfather?" "I saw him the other night. He is very ill, dying, I believe. I have written to Marian to tell her that if she does not come very quickly to see him, there is a chance of her not finding him alive." "And she will come, of course." "I suppose so. She talked of waiting for her husband's consent, but she will scarcely do that when she knows her grandfather's precarious state. I shall go to Queen Anne's Court after I leave you, to ascertain if there has been any letter from her to announce her coming. She is a complete stranger in London, and may be embarrassed if she arrives at the station alone. But I should imagine her husband would meet her there, supposing him to be in town." Mr. Fenton stayed with his friend about an hour after this, but John Saltram was not in a communicative mood to-night, and the talk lagged wearily. It was almost a relief to Gilbert when they had bidden each other good night, and he was out in the noisy street once more, making his way towards Queen Anne's Court. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Lewis. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 20. Drifting Away. Gilbert Fenton found Jacob Nowell worse. So much worse that he had been obliged to take to his bed, and was lying in a dull, shabby room upstairs, faintly lighted by one tallow candle on the mantelpiece. Marian was there when Gilbert went in. She had arrived a couple of hours before, and had taken her place at once by the sick-bed. Her bonnet and shawl were thrown carelessly upon a dilapidated couch by the window. Gilbert fancied she looked like a ministering angel as she sat by the bed, her soft brown hair falling loosely round the lovely face, her countenance almost divine in its expression of tenderness and pity. "You came to town alone, Marian?" he asked in a low tone. The old man was in a doze at the moment, lying with his pinched, withered face turned towards his granddaughter, his feeble hand in hers. "Yes, I came alone. My husband had not come back, and I would not delay any longer after receiving your letter. I am very glad I came. My poor grandfather seemed so pleased to see me. He was wandering a little when I first came in, but brightened wonderfully afterwards, and quite understood who I was." The old man awoke presently. He was in a semi-delirious state, but seemed to know his granddaughter, and clung to her, calling her by name with senile fondness. His mind wandered back to the past, and he talked to his son as if he had been in the room, reproaching him for his extravagances, his college debts, which had been the ruin of the careful, hard-working father. At another moment he fancied that his wife was still alive, and spoke to her, telling her that their grandchild had been christened after her, and that she was to love the girl. And then the delirium left him for a time. His mind grew clearer, and he talked quite rationally in his low, feeble way. "Is that Mr. Fenton?" he asked. "The room's so dark I can't see very well. She has come to me, you see. She is a good girl. Her eyes are like my wife's. Yes, she's a good girl. It seems a hard thing that I should have lived all these years without knowing her, lived alone, with no one about me but those that were on the watch for my money, and eager to cheat me at every turn. My life might have been happier if I'd had a grandchild to keep me company, and I might have left this place and lived like a gentleman for her sake. But that's all past and gone. You'll be rich when I'm dead, Marian. Yes, what most people would count rich. You won't squander the money, will you, my dear, as your father would if it were left to him?" "No, grandfather. But tell me about my father. Is he still living?" the girl asked eagerly. "Never mind him, child," answered Jacob Nowell. "He hasn't troubled himself about you, and you can't do better than keep clear of him. No good ever came of anything he did yet, and no good ever will come. Don't you have anything to do with him, Marian. He'll try to get all your money away from you if you give him a chance, depend upon that." "He is living, then? Oh, my dear grandfather, do tell me something more about him. Remember that whatever his errors may have been, he is my father, the only relation I have in the world except yourself." "His whole life has been one long error," answered Jacob Nowell. "I tell you, child, the less you know about him the better." He was not to be moved from this, and would say no more about his son, in spite of Marian's eager pleading. The doctor came in presently, for the second time that evening, and forbade the patient talking any more. He told Gilbert, as he left the house, that the old man's life was now only a question of so many days or so many hours. The old woman who did all the work of Jacob Nowell's establishment, a dilapidated-looking widow, whom nobody in that quarter ever remembered in any other condition than that of widowhood, had prepared a small bedroom at the back of the house for Marian, a room in which Percival had slept in his early boyhood, and where the daughter found faint traces of her father's life. Mr. Macready as Othello, in a spangled tunic, with vest of actual satin, led into the picture, after the pre-Raphaelite or realistic tendency commonly found in such juvenile works of art, hung over the narrow painted mantelpiece. The fond mother had had this masterpiece framed and glazed in the days when her son was still a little lad, unspoiled by university life and those splendid aspirations which afterward made his home hateful to him. There were some tattered books upon a shelf by the bed, school prizes, an old Virgil, a Robinson Crusoe shorn of its binding. The boy's name was written in them in scrawling schoolboy hand, not once, but many times, after the fashion of juvenile bibliopoles, with primitive rhymes in Latin and English, setting forth the proprietorship in the volumes. Caricatures were scribbled upon the flyleaf and margins of the book, the date whereof looked very old to Marian, long before her own birth. It was not till very late that she consented to leave the old man's side and go to the room which had been got ready for her, to lie down for an hour. She would not hear of any longer rest, though the humble widow was quite pathetic in her entreaties that the dear young lady would try to get a good night's sleep, and would leave the care of Mr. Nowell to her, who knew his ways, poor dear gentleman, and would watch over him as carefully as if he had been her own poor husband, who kept his bed for a 12-month before he died, and had to be waited on hand and foot. Marian told this woman that she did not want rest. She had come to town on purpose to be with her grandfather, and would stay with him as long as he needed her care. She did, however, consent to go to her room for a little in the early November dawn, when Jacob Nowell had fallen into a profound sleep, but when she did lie down, sleep would not come to her. She could not help listening to every sound in the opposite room, the falling of a cinder, the stealthy footfall of the watcher moving cautiously about now and then, listening still more intently when all was silent, expecting every moment to hear herself summoned suddenly. The sick room and the dark shadow of coming death brought back the thought of that bitter time when her uncle was lying unconscious and speechless in the pretty room at Lidford, with the winter light shining coldly upon his stony face, while she sat by his pillow, watching him in hopeless silent agony, waiting for that dread change which they had told her was the only change that could come to him on earth. The scene reenacted itself in her mind to-night, with all the old anguish. She shut it out at last with a great effort, and began to think of what her grandfather had said to her. She was to be rich. She, who had been a dependent upon others all her life, was to know the security and liberty that must needs go along with wealth. She was glad of this, much more for her husband's sake than her own. She knew that the cares which had clouded their life of late, which had made him seem to love her less than he had loved her at first, had their chief origins in want of money. What happiness it would be for her to lift this burden from his life, to give him peace and security for the years to come. Her thoughts wandered away into the bright region of daydreams after this, and she fancied what their lives might be without that dull sordid trouble of pecuniary embarrassments. She fancied her husband with all the fetters removed that had hampered his footsteps hitherto, winning a name and a place in the world. It is so natural for a romantic and experienced girl to believe that the man she loves was born to achieve greatness, and that if he misses distinction, it is from the perversity of his surroundings or from his own carelessness, never from the fact of his being only a very small creature after all. It was broad daylight when Marian arose after an hour of sleeplessness, and thought and refreshed herself with the contents of the cracked water jug upon the rickety little washstand. The old man was still asleep when she went back to his room, and his breathing was more troubled than it had been the night before, and the widow, who was experienced in sickness and death, told Marian that he would not last very long. The shopman, Luke Tulliver, had come upstairs to see his master, and was hovering over the bed with a ghoulish aspect. The young man looked very sharply at Marian as she came into the room, seemed indeed hardly able to take his eyes from her face, and there was not much favour in his look. He knew who she was, and had been told how kindly the old man had taken to her in those last moments of his life, and he hated her with all of his heart and soul, having devoted all the force of his mind for the last 10 years to the cultivation of his employer's good graces, hoping that Mr. Nowell, having no one else to whom to leave his money, would end by leaving it all to him. And here was a granddaughter, sprung from goodness knows where, to cheat him out of all of his chances. He had always suspected Gilbert Fenton of being a dangerous sort of person, and it was no doubt he who had brought about this introduction, to the annihilation of Mr. Tulliver's hopes. The young man took his place in a vacant chair by the fire, as if determined to stop, and Marian seated herself quietly by the sleeper's pillow, thinking only of that one occupant of the room, and supposing that Mr. Tulliver's presence was a mark of fidelity. The old man woke with a start presently, and looked about him in a slow, bewildered way for some moments. "Who's that?" he asked presently, pointing to the figure by the hearth. "It's only Mr. Tulliver, sir," the widow answered. "He's so anxious about you, poor young man." "I don't want him," said Jacob Nowell impatiently. "I don't want his anxiety. I want to be alone with my granddaughter." "Don't send me away, sir," Mr. Tulliver pleaded in a piteous tone. "I don't deserve to be sent away like a stranger, after serving you faithfully for the last 10 years. "And being well paid for your services," gasped the old man. "I tell you I don't want you. Go downstairs and mind the shop." "It's not open yet, sir," remonstrated Mr. Tulliver. "Then it ought to be. I'll have no idling and shirking because I'm ill. Go down and take down the shutters directly. Let the business go on, just as if I were there to watch it." "I'm going, sir," whimpered the young man. "But it does seem rather a poor return after having served you as I have, and loved you as if you'd been my own father." "Very much men love their fathers nowadays. I didn't ask you to love me, did I? Or hire you for that? Or pay you for it? Pshaw, man, I know you. You wanted my money like the rest of them, and I didn't mind your thinking there was a chance of your getting it. I've rather encouraged the notion at odd times. It made you a better servant and kept you honest. But now that I'm dying, I can afford to tell the truth. This young lady will have all my money, every sixpence of it, except £25 to Mrs. Mitchum yonder. And now you can go. You'd have got something perhaps in a small way if you'd been less of a sneak and a listener, but you've played your cards a trifle too well." The old man had raised himself up in his bed and rallied considerably while he made this speech. He seemed to take a malicious pleasure in his shopman's disappointment, but when Luke Tulliver had slowly withdrawn from the room, with a last venomous look at Marian, Jacob Nowell sank back upon his pillow, exhausted by his unwonted animation. "You don't know what a deep schemer that young man has been, Marian," he said, "and how I have laughed up my sleeve at his manoeuvres." The dull November day dragged itself slowly through, Marian never leaving her post by the sick bed. Jacob Nowell spent those slow hours in fitful sleep and frequent intervals of wakefulness, in which he would talk to Marian, however she might urge him to remember the doctor's injunctions that he should be kept perfectly quiet. It seemed indeed to matter very little whether he obeyed the doctor or not, since the end was inevitable. One of the curates of the parish came in the course of the day, and read and prayed beside the old man's bed, Jacob Nowell joining in the prayers in a half mechanical way. For many years of his life he had neglected all religious duties. It was years since he had been inside a church. Perhaps he had not been one since the death of his wife, who had persuaded him to go with her sometimes to the evening service, when he had generally scandalized her by falling asleep during the delivery of the sermon. All that the curate told him now about the necessity that he should make his peace with his God and prepare himself for a world to come had a far-off sound to him. He thought more about the silver downstairs and what it was likely to realize in the auction room. Even in this supreme hour his conscience did not trouble him much about the doubtful modes by which some of the plate he had dealt in had reached his hands. If he had not bought the things, some other dealer would have bought them. That is the easy-going way in which he would have argued the question, had he been called upon to argue it at all. Mr. Fenton came in the evening to see the old man, and stood for a little time by the bedside, watching him as he slept, and talking in a low voice to Marian. He asked her how long she was going to remain in Queen Anne's Court, and found her ideas very vague upon that subject. "If the end is so near as the doctor says, it would be cruel to leave my grandfather till all is over," she said. "I wonder that your husband has not come to you, if he is in London," Gilbert remarked to her presently. He found himself very often wondering about her husband's proceedings, in no indulgent mood. "He may not be in London," she answered, seeming a little vexed by the observation. "I am quite sure he will do whatever is best." "But if he should not come to you, and if your grandfather should die while you are alone here, I trust you will send for me and let me give you any help you may require. You can scarcely stay in this house after the poor old man's death." "I shall go back to Hampshire immediately if I am not wanted here for anything, to make arrangements for the funeral. Oh, how hard it seems to speak of that while he is still living." "You need give yourself no trouble on that account. I will see to all that, if there is no more proper person to do so." "You are very good. I am anxious to go back to the Grange as quickly as possible." Gilbert left soon after this. He felt that his presence was of no use in the sick room, and that he had no right to intrude upon Marian at such a time. Chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 21. Father and Daughter. Almost immediately after Gilbert's departure, another visitor appeared in the dimly lighted shop, where Luke Tulliver was poring over a newspaper at one end of the counter under a solitary gas burner. The newcomer was Percival Nowell, who had not been into the house since his daughter's arrival. "Well," said this gentleman, in his usual offhand manner, "how's the governor?" "Very ill, going fast, the doctor says." "Eh, as bad as that? Then there's been a change since I was here last." "Yes. Mr. Nowell was taken much worse yesterday morning. He had a kind of fit, I fancy, and couldn't get his speech for some time afterwards. But he got over that, and has talked well enough since then," Mr. Tulliver concluded ruefully, remembering his master's candid remarks that morning. "I'll step upstairs and have a look at the old gentleman," said Percival. "There's a young lady with him," Mr. Tulliver remarked in a somewhat mysterious tone. "A young lady!" the other cried. "What young lady?" "His granddaughter." "Indeed!" "Yes. She came up from the country yesterday evening, and she's been sitting with him ever since. He seems to have taken to her very much. You'd think she'd been about him all her life, and she's to have all of his money, he says. I wonder what his only son will say to that," added Mr. Tulliver, looking very curiously at Percival Nowell, "supposing him to be alive. Rather hard upon him, isn't it?" "Uncommonly," the other answered coolly. He saw that the shopman suspected his identity, though he had carefully avoided all reference to relationship between himself and the old man in Luke Tulliver's presence, and had begged his father to say nothing about him. "I should like to see this young lady before I go up to Mr. Nowell's room," he said presently. "Will you step upstairs and ask her to come down to me?" "I can go if you wish, but I don't suppose she'll leave the old gentleman." "Never mind what you suppose. Tell her that I wish to say a few words to her upon a particular business." Luke Tulliver departed upon his errand, while Percival Nowell went into the parlour and seated himself before the dull neglected fire in the lumbering old armchair in which his father had sat through the long lonely evenings for so many years. Now Mr. Nowell the younger was not disturbed by any sentimental reflections upon this subject. However, he was thinking of his father's will, and the wrong which was inflicted upon him thereby. "To be cheated out of every sixpence by my own flesh and blood," he muttered to himself, "that seems too much for any man to bear." The door was opened by a gentle hand presently, and Marian came into the room. Percival Nowell rose from his seat hastily and stood facing her, surprised by her beauty and undefinable likeness which she bore to her mother, a likeness which brought his dead wife's face back to his mind with a sudden pang. He had loved her after his own fashion once upon a time, and had grown weary of her and neglected her after the death of that short-lived selfish passion. But something faint, touch of the old feeling, stirred his heart as he looked at his daughter to-night. The emotion was as brief as the breath of a passing wind. In the next moment he was thinking of his father's money, and how this girl had emerged from obscurity to rob him of it. "You wish to speak to me on business, I am told," she said, in her clear low voice, wondering at the stranger's silence and deliberate scrutiny of her face. "Yes, I have to speak to you on very serious business, Marian," he answered gravely. "You are an utter stranger to me, and yet you call me by my Christian name." "I am not an utter stranger to you. Look at me, Mrs. Holbrook. Have you ever seen my face before?" "Never." "Are you quite sure of that? Look a little longer before you answer again." "Yes," she cried suddenly, after a long pause, "you are my father." There had come back upon her, in a rapid flash of memory, the picture of a room in Brussels, a room lighted dimly by 2 wax candles on the chimney-piece, where there was a tall dark man who snatched her up in his arms and kissed her before he went out. She remembered caring very little for his kisses, and having a childish consciousness of the fact that it was he who made her mamma cry so often in the quiet lonely evenings, when the mother and child were together in that desolate continental lodging. Yet at this moment she was scarcely disposed to think much about her father's ill conduct. She considered only that he was her father, and that they had found each other after long years of separation. She stretched out her arms, and would have fallen upon his breast, but something in his manner repelled her, something downcast and nervous, which had a chilling effect upon her, and gave her time to remember how little cause she had to love him. He did not seem aware of the affectionate impulse which had moved her towards him at first. He gave her his hand presently. It was deadly cold, and lay loosely in her own. "I was asking my grandfather about you this morning," she said, wondering at his strange manner, "but he would not tell me where you were." "Indeed! I am surprised to find you felt so much interest in me. I am aware that I don't deserve as much. Yet I could plead plenty of excuses for my life, if I cared to trouble you with them, but I don't. It would be a long story, and when it was told, you might not believe it. Most men are, more or less, the slave of circumstances. I have suffered that kind of bondage all my life. I have known, too, that you were in good hands, better off in every way than you could have been in my care, or should I have acted differently in relation to you." "There is no occasion to speak of the past," Marian replied gravely. "Providence was very good to me, but I know my poor mother's last days were full of sorrow. I cannot tell how far it might have been in your power to prevent that. It is not my place to blame or even question your conduct." "You are an uncommonly dutiful daughter," Mr. Nowell exclaimed with a rather bitter laugh. "I thought that you would have repudiated me altogether, perhaps, would have taken your tone from my father, who has grown pig-headed with old age, and cannot forgive me for having had the aspirations of a gentleman. It's a pity that there should not be union between my grandfather and you at such a moment as this," Marian said. "Oh, we are civil enough to each other. I bear no malice against the old man, though many sons in my position might consider themselves hardly used. and now I may as well go upstairs and pay my respects. Why is not your husband with you, by the by? He is not wanted here, and I do not even know that he is in London. He seems rather a mysterious sort of person, this husband of yours." Marian took no notice of his remark, and the father and daughter went upstairs to the sick room together. The old silversmith received his son with obvious coolness, and was evidently displeased at seeing Marian and her father together. Percival Nowell, however, on his part, appeared to be in an unusually affectionate and dutiful mood this evening. He held his place by the bedside resolutely, and insisted on sharing Marian's watch that night. So all through the long night those two sat together, while the old man passed from uneasy slumber to more uneasy wakefulness, and back to troubled sleep again, his breathing growing heavier and more laboured with every hour. They were very quiet, and could have found but little to say to each other, had there been no reason for their silence. That first brief impulsive feeling of affection past, Marian could only think of this newly found father as the man who had made her mother's life lonely and wretched while he pursued his own selfish pleasures, and who had allowed her to grow into womanhood without having been the object of one thought or care upon his part. She could not forget these things as she sat opposite to him in the awful silence of the sick room, stealing a glance at his face now and then, and wondering at the strange turn of fortune which had brought them thus together. It was not a pleasant face by any means, not a countenance to inspire love or confidence. Handsome still, but with a faded look, like a face that had grown pallid and wrinkled in the feverish atmosphere of vicious haunts, under the flaring gas and glares down upon the green cloth of a rouge et noir table, in the tumult of the crowded racecourses, the press and confusion of the betting ring. It was the face of a battered roué who had lived his life and outlived the smiles of fortune, the face of a man whom honest thoughts and hopes had long been unknown. There was a disappointed, peevish look about the drooping corners of the mouth, and angry glitter in the eyes. He did not look at his daughter very often as they sat together through that weary vigil, but kept his eyes for the greater part of the time upon the wasted face on the pillow, which looked like a parchment mask in the dim light. He seemed to be in deep thought, and several times in the night Marian heard him breathe an impatient sigh, as if his thoughts were not pleasant to him. More than once he rose from his chair and paced the room softly for a little time, as if the restlessness of his mind had made that forced quiet unendurable. The early morning light came at last, faint and wan and grey, across a forest of blackened chimney pots, and by that light the watchers could see that Jacob Nowell had changed for the worse. He lingered till late that afternoon. It was growing dusk when he died, making a very peaceful end of life at the last, with his head resting upon Marian's shoulder, and his cold hand clasped in hers. His son stood by the bed, looking down upon him in that final moment with a fixed, inscrutable face. Gilbert Fenton called that evening, and heard of the old man's death from Luke Tulliver. He heard also that Mrs. Holbrook intended to sleep in Queen Anne's Court that night, and did not therefore intrude upon her, relying upon being able to see her the next morning. He left his card with a few words of condolence written upon it in pencil. Mr. Nowell was with his daughter in the little parlour behind the shop when Luke Tulliver gave her this card. He asked who the visitor was. "Mr. Fenton, a gentleman I knew at Lidford in my dear uncle's lifetime. My grandfather liked him very much." "Mr. Fenton! Yes, my father told me all about him. You were engaged to him, and jilted him for this man you have married. Very foolishly, as it seems to me, for he could have certainly given you a better position than that which you appear to occupy now." "I choose for my own happiness," Marian answered quietly, "and I have only one subject for regret. That is, that I was compelled to act with ingratitude towards a good man. But Mr. Fenton has forgiven me, has promised to be my friend, if ever I should have need of his friendship. He has very kindly offered to take all my troubles off my hands with respect to the arrangements for the funeral." "He is remarkably obliging," said Percival Nowell with a sneer; "but as the only son of the deceased, I consider myself the proper person to perform that final duty. I do not wish to interfere with your doing so. Of course I did not know how near at hand you were when Mr. Fenton made that offer, or I should have told him." "You mean to remain until the funeral is over, I suppose?" "I think not. I want to go back to Hampshire as soon as possible, by an early train to morrow morning, if I can. I do not see that there is any reason for my remaining. I could not prove my respect or affection for my grandfather any more by staying." "Certainly not," her father answered promptly. "I think you'll be quite right in getting away from this dingy hole as quick as you can." "It's not for that, but I have promised to return directly as I was free to do so." "And you go back to Hampshire? What part of Hampshire?" Marian told him the name of the place where she was living. He wrote the address in his pocket book, and was especially careful that it should be correctly written, as to the name of the nearest town and all other particulars. "I may have to write you, or come to you, perhaps," he said. "It is as well to be prepared for the contingency." After this Mr. Knowles sent out for a railway guide, in order to give his daughter all necessary information about the trains for Malsham. There was a tolerably fast train that left Waterloo at 7 in the morning, and Marian decided upon going by that. She had to spend the evening alone with her father, while Mrs. Mitchin kept watch in the dismal chamber upstairs. Mr. Nowell asked his daughter's permission to light his cigar, and having obtained it, sat smoking moodily all evening, staring into the fire, and very rarely addressing his companion, who had taken a Bible out of her travelling bag, and was reading those solemn chapters which best harmonized with her feelings at this moment, thinking as she read of the time when her guardian and benefactor lay in his last calm rest. She had vainly tried to comfort in the same words, and had found herself staring blankly at the sacred page, with eyes that were dry and burning, and to which there came no merciful relief from tears. Her father glanced at her askance now and then from his armchair by the fire, as she sat by the round little table, looking down at her book, the light of the candle shining full upon her pensive face. He looked at her with no friendliness in his eyes, but with that angry sparkle which has grown almost habitual to them of late, since the world had gone ill with him. After one of those brief stolen looks, a strange smile crept over his face. He was thinking of a little speech of Shakespeare's Richard about his nephew, the youthful Prince of Wales. "So young, so wise, they say do ne'er live long." "How pious she is," he said to himself with a diabolical sneer. "Did the half-way captain teach her that, I wonder? Or does church-going and psalm-singing and Bible-reading come natural to all women? I know my mother was good at it, and my wife too. She used to fly to her Bible as a man flies to dram-drinking or his pipe when things go wrong." He got tired of his cigar at last, and went out into the shop, where he began to question Mr. Tulliver as to the extent and value of the stock in trade, and upon other details of the business, to all of which inquiries the shopman replied in a suspicious and grudging spirit, giving his questioner the smallest possible amount of information. "You're an uncommonly cautious young man," Mr. Nowell exclaimed at last. "You'll never stand in your own light by being too anxious to oblige other people. I dare say, though, you could speak fast enough if it was made worth your while." "I don't see what is to make it worth my while," Luke Tulliver answered coolly. "My duty is to my dead master, and those who are to come after him. I don't want strangers coming and sniffing and prying into the stock. Mr. Knowles' books were kept so that I couldn't cheat him out of a sixpence, or the value of a sixpence, and I mean to hand 'em over to the lawyer in a manner that will do me credit. My master has not been a generous master to me, considering how I served him, and I've got nothing but my character to look to, but that I've got, and I don't want it tampered with." "Who's going to tamper with it?" said Mr. Nowell. "So you'll hand over the stock books to the lawyer, will you, without a leaf missing, or an erasure, or an item marked off as sold that never was sold, or any little dodges of that kind, Mr. Tulliver?" "Of course," answered the shopman, looking defiantly at the questioner, who was leaning across the counter with folded arms, staring at Luke Tulliver with an ironical grin upon his countenance. "Then you are a very remarkable man. I should have thought such a chance as a death as old Mr. Knowles would have made the fortune of a confidential clerk like you." "I'm not a thief," answered Mr. Tulliver with an air of virtuous indignation, "and you can't know much about old Jacob Nowell if you think that anybody could cheat him, living or dead. There's not an entry in the book that isn't signed with his initials in his own hand. When a thing was sold and crossed off the book, he put his initials into the entry of the sale. He went through the books every night till a week ago, and he'd as soon have cut off his own head as omit to do it, so long as he could see the figures in the book or hold his pen." Mr. Medler, the lawyer, came in while Percival Nowell and the shopman were talking. He had been away from his office upon business that evening, and had only just received the tidings of the silversmith's death. Luke Tulliver handed him the books and keys of the cases in which the tarnished plate was exhibited. He went into all the details of the business carefully, setting his seal upon the books and papers, and doing all that he could to make matters secure without hindrance to carrying on of the trade. He was surprised to hear that Mrs. Holbrook was in the house, and proposed paying his respects to her that evening, but this Mr. Nowell prevented. She was tired and out of spirits, he told the attorney. It would be better for him to see her the next day. It was convenient to Mr. Nowell to forget Marian's intention of returning to Hampshire by an early train on the following morning at this juncture. When he went back into the parlour by and by, after Mr. Medler had finished his business in the shop, and was trudging briskly towards his own residence, Mr. Nowell told his daughter that the lawyer had been there, but did not inform her of his desire to see her. "I suppose you know all about your grandfather's will," he said by and by, when he had half finished another cigar. Marian had put away her book by this time, and was looking dreamily at the fire, thinking of her husband, who need never know those weary sordid cares about money again, now that she was to be rich. Her father's question startled her out of that agreeable daydream. "Yes," she said, "my grandfather told me that he had left all his money to me. I know that must seem unjust to you, papa, but I hope my husband will allow me to do something towards repairing that injustice in some measure." In some measure, Mr. Nowell thought savagely. That means a pittance which would serve to keep a life in a pauper, I suppose, and that is to be contingent upon her husband's permission. He made no audible reply to his daughter's speech, and seemed, indeed, so much absorbed in his own thoughts that Marian doubted if he had heard her, and so the rest of the long evening wore itself out in dismal silence, whilst stealthy footsteps sounded now and then upon the stairs. Later Mr. Nowell was summoned to a conference with some mysterious person in the shop, whom Marian supposed was the undertaker, and returning from this interview with a gloomy face, he resumed his seat by the fire. It seemed very strange to Marian that they two, father and daughter, should be together thus, so near yet so wide apart, united by the closest tie of kindred, brought together thus after years of severance, yet with no bond of sympathy between them, no evidence of remorseful tenderness on the side of him whose life had been one long neglect of a father's duty. How could I expect that he would care for me in the smallest degree, after his desertion of my mother? Marian thought to herself as she meditated upon her father's coldness, which at first had seemed so strange to her. She had fancied that whatever his sins in the past had been, his heart would have melted at the sight of his only child. She had thought of him and dreamed of him so often in her girlhood, elevating him in her romantic fantasy into something much better and brighter than he really was, a sinner at best, it is true, but a sinner of a lofty type, a noble nature gone astray. She had imagined a reunion with him in the days to come, when it should be her delight to minister to his declining years, to be the consolation of his repentant soul. And now she had found him, she knew these things could never be. There was not one feeling of sympathy possible between her and that broken down, dissipated-looking man of the world. This dismal evening came to an end at last, and Marian bade her father good night, and went upstairs to the little room where the traces of his boyhood had interested her so keenly when she first looked upon them. Mr. Nowell promised to come to Queen Anne's Court at 6:15 next morning to escort his daughter to the station, an act of parental solicitude she had not expected from him. He took his departure immediately afterwards, being let out of the shop door by Luke Tulliver, who was in a very cantankerous humour, and took no pains to disguise the state of his feelings. The lawyer, Mr. Medler, had pried into everything, the shopman told Percival Nowell, had declared himself empowered to do this as the legal adviser of the deceased, and had seemed as suspicious as if he, Luke Tulliver, meant to rob his dead master. Mr. Tulliver's sensitive nature had been outraged by such a line of conduct. "And what has he done with the books?" Mr. Nowell asked. "They're all in the desk yonder, and that fellow Medler has taken away the keys." "Sharp practice," said Mr. Nowell. "But to a man with your purity of intention it can't matter what precautions are taken to ensure the safety of the property." "Of course it don't matter," the other answered peevishly, "but I like to be treated as a gentleman." And you expect to retain your place here, I suppose, if the business is carried on?" "It's too good a business to be let drop," replied Mr. Tulliver. "But I shouldn't think that young lady upstairs would be much of a hand at trade. I wouldn't mind offering a fair price for the business. I've got a tidy little bit of money put away, though my salary has been small enough, goodness knows. But I've lived with the old gentleman, and never wasted a penny upon pleasure, none of your music halls or dancing salons, or anything of that kind for me. Or I wouldn't mind paying an annual sum out of the profits of the trade for a reasonable term. Perhaps you could put it to her, and get her to look at things in that light," Mr. Tulliver added, becoming quite obsequious as it dawned upon him that this interloping stranger might be able to do him a service. "I'll do my best for you, Mr. Tulliver," Mr. Nowell replied in a patronising tone. "I daresay the young lady will be quite willing to entertain any reasonable proposition you make." Faithful to his promise, Mr. Nowell appeared at 6:15 the next morning, at which hour he found his daughter quite ready for her journey. She was very glad to get away from that dreary house, made 100-fold more dismal by the sense of what lay in the closed chamber, where the candles were still burning and the yellow fog of the November morning, and to which Marian had gone with hushed footsteps to kneel for the last time beside the old man who was so near her by the ties of relationship, and whom she had known for so brief a space. She was glad to leave that dingy quarter of the town, which to one who had never lived in an English city seemed unspeakably close and wretched. Still more glad to think that she was going back to the quiet home, where her husband would most likely join her very soon. She might find him there when she arrived, perhaps, for he knew nothing of this journey to London, or could only hear of it at the Grange, where she had left a letter for him, enclosing that brief note of Gilbert Fenton's which had informed her of her grandfather's fatal illness. There were special reasons why she could not ask him to meet her in Queen Anne's Court, however long she might have been compelled to stay there. Mr. Nowell was much more affectionate in his manner to his daughter this morning, as they sat in the cab driving to the station, and walked side by side upon the platform in the quarter of an hour's interval before the departure of the train. He questioned her closely upon her life in the present, and her plans for the future, expressing himself in a remarkably generous manner upon the subject of her grandfather's will, and declaring himself very well pleased that his own involuntary neglect was to be so amply atoned for by the old man's liberality. He found his daughter completely ignorant of the world, as gentle and confiding as he had found her mother in the past. He sounded the depths of her innocent mind during that brief promenade, and when the train bore her away at last, and the platform was clear, he remained for some time, walking up and down in profound meditation, scarcely knowing where he was. He looked round him in an absent way by and then hurriedly left the station, and drove straight to Mr. Medler's office, which was upon the ground floor of a gloomy old house in one of the dingier streets in the Soho district, and in the upper chambers whereof the attorney's wife and numerous offspring had their abode. He came down to his client from his unpretending breakfast table in a faded dressing gown, with smears of egg and greasy traces of buttered toast about the region of his mouth, and seemed not particularly pleased to see Mr. Nowell. But the conference that followed was a long one, and it is to be presumed that it involved some chance of future profit, since the lawyer forgot to return to his unfinished breakfast, much to the vexation of Mrs. Medler, a faded lady with everything about her in the extremest stage of limpness, who washed the breakfast things with her own fair hands, in consideration of the multitudinous duties to be performed by that hapless solitary damsel, who in such modest households is usually denominated the girl. End of chapter 21. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Chapter 22 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 22. At Lidford Again. Gilbert Fenton called in Queen Anne's Court within a few hours of Marian's departure, and was not a little disappointed when he was told that she had gone back to Hampshire. He had relied upon seeing her again, not once only, but several times before her return. He had promised Jacob Nowell that he would watch over and protect her interests, and it was a sincere, unqualified wish to do this that influenced him now. More than a dear friend, the sweetest and dearest of all womankind, she could never be to him. He accepted the position with resignation. The first sharp bitterness of her loss was over. That he should ever cease to love her was impossible, but it seemed to him that a chivalrous friendship for her, a disinterested brotherly affection, was in no manner incompatible with that hapless silent love. No word of his, in all their intercourse to come, should ever remind her of that hidden devotion. No shadow of the past should ever cloud the calm brightness of the present. It was a romantic fancy, perhaps, for a man of business, whose days were spent in the very press and tumult of commercial life, but it had lifted Gilbert Fenton out of that slough of despond into which he had fallen when Marian seemed utterly lost to him, vanished altogether out of his existence. He had a sense of bitter disappointment, therefore, when he found that she was gone, leaving neither letter nor message for him. How little his friendship must needs possess for her, when she could abandon him thus without a word. He had felt sure that she would consult him upon her affairs, but no, she had her husband to whom to appeal, and had no need of any other counsellor. "I was a fool to think that I could ever be anything to her, even a friend," he said to himself bitterly. "Women are incapable of friendship. It is all or nothing with them, a blind self-abnegation or the coldest indifference. Devotion cannot touch them, unless the man who gives it happen to be that one man out of 1,000 who has the power to bewitch their senses. Truth and affection of themselves have no value with them. How many people spoke to me of this Holbrook as an unattractive man, yet he won my love away from me, and holds her with an influence so complete that my friendship seems worthless to her. She cannot give me a word or a thought." Mr. Fenton made some inquiries about the funeral arrangements, and found that these had been duly attended to by the lawyer, and a gentleman who had been with Jacob Nowell a good deal of late, who seemed to be some relation to the old man, Mr. Tulliver said, and took a great deal upon himself. This being done, there was, of course, no occasion for Gilbert to interfere, and he was glad to be released from all responsibility. Having ascertained this, he asked for the address of the late Mr. Nowell's lawyer, and being told it, went at once to Mr. Medler's office. He did not consider himself absolved from the promise he had made to the old man by Marian's indifference, and was none the less anxious to watch over her interests because she seemed to set so little value on his friendship. He told Mr. Medler who he was, and the promise he had given to Jacob Nowell, abstaining, of course, from any reference to the position he had once occupied towards Marian. He described himself as her friend only, a friend of long standing, who had been intimate with her adopted guardian. "I know how ignorant Mrs. Holbrook is of the world and all business manners," he went on to say, "and I am naturally curious that her interests should be protected." "I should think there was very little doubt that her husband will see after those," the lawyer answered, with something of a sneer. "Husbands are generally supposed to do that, especially where there is money at stake." "I do not know Mr. Holbrook, and he has kept himself in the background so persistently up to this point, and has been altogether so underhanded in his proceedings, that I have by no means a good opinion of him. Mr. Nowell told me that he intended to leave his money to his granddaughter in such a manner that it would be hers and hers only, free from the control of any husband. He has done so, I presume?" "Yes," Mr. Medler replied, with the air of a man who would fain have withheld the information. "He has left it for her own separate use and maintenance." "And it is a property of some importance, I conclude?" "Of some importance, yes," the lawyer answered in the same tone. "Ought not Mrs. Holbrook have remained to hear the reading of the will?" "Well, yes, decidedly. It would have been more in the usual way of things, but her absence can have no ill effect upon her interests. Of course it will be my duty to make her acquainted with the contents of the will." Gilbert Fenton was not prepossessed by Mr. Medler's countenance, which was not an open candid index to a spotless soul, nor by his surroundings, which were of the shabbiest. But the business being in this man's hands, it might be rather difficult to withdraw it, dangerous even. The man held the will, and in holding that had a certain amount of power. "There is no one except Mrs. Holbrook interested in Mr. Nowell's will, I suppose," Gilbert said presently. "No one directly and immediately, except an old charwoman who has a legacy of £25. But there is some one else interested in an indirect manner, I infer from your words." "Yes, Mrs. Holbrook takes the whole of the personalty, but she has only a life interest in the real estate. If she should have children, it will go to them upon her death. If she should die childless, it will go to her father, supposing him to survive her." "To her father? That is rather strange, isn't it?" "I don't know that. It was the old man's wish that the will should be so to that effect. I understood from him that he did not know whether his son was alive or dead." "Indeed, I believe he had news of his son very lately." "Curious that he should not have told me, knowing as he did my interest in everything relating to Mrs. Holbrook." "Old people are apt to be close, and Jacob Nowell was about one of the closest customers I ever met with," answered the lawyer. Gilbert left him soon after this, and chartered a hansom in the next street, which carried him back to the city. He was very uncertain as to what he ought to do for Marian, doubtful of Mr. Medler's integrity, and yet anxious to abstain from any act that might seem uncalled for or officious. She had her husband to look after her interests, as the lawyer had reminded him, and it was scarcely probable that Mr. Holbrook would neglect any steps necessary to secure his wife's succession to whatever property Jacob Nowell had left. It seemed to Gilbert that he could do nothing at present, except to write to Marian, telling her of his interview with the lawyer, and advising her to lose no time in placing the conduct of her affairs in more respectable hands than those of Mr. Medler. He mentioned his own solicitors, a city firm of high standing, as a gentleman whom she might wisely trust at this crisis of her life. This done, he could only wait the issue of events, and tried to occupy himself as much as possible with his business at St. Helens, that business which he seriously intended getting rid of as soon as he could meet with a favourable opportunity for so doing. He worked with that object in view. In spite of his losses in Australia, he was in a position to retire from commerce with a very fair income. He had lost all motive for sustained exertion, all desire to become rich. A man who has no taste for expensive bachelor pleasures and no home has very little opportunity for getting rid of large sums of money. Mr. Fenton had taken life pleasantly enough, and yet had never spent £500 a year. He could retire with an income of £800, and having abandoned all idea of ever marrying, this seemed to him more than sufficient. The Listers had come back to England, and Mrs. Lister had written to her brother more than once, begging him to run down to Lidford. Of course she had expressed herself freely upon the subject of Marian's conduct in these letters, reprobating the girl's treachery and ingratitude, and congratulating Gilbert upon his escape from so ineligible a connection. Mr. Fenton had put his sister off with excuses hitherto, and had subjected himself thereby to sundry feminine reproaches upon his coldness and want of affection for Mrs. Lister and her children. "It was very different when Marian Nowell was here," she wrote. "You thought it no trouble to come to us then." No answer came to his letter to Mrs. Holbrook, which scarcely called for a reply, unless it had been a few lines of thanks in acknowledgment for his interest in her behalf. He had looked for such a letter, and was a little disappointed by its non-appearance. The omission, slight as it was, served to strengthen his bitter feeling that his friendship in this quarter was unneeded and unvalued. Business in the city happened to be rather slack at this time, and it struck Mr. Fenton all at once that he could scarcely have a better opportunity for wasting 2 or 3 days in a visit of duty to the Listers, and putting an end to his sister's reproachful letters. He had a second motive for going to Lidford, a motive which had far greater weight with him than his brotherly affection just at this time. He wanted to see Sir David Forster, to call that gentleman to some account for the deliberate falsehood he had uttered at their last meeting. He had no bloodthirsty or ferocious feelings upon the subject. He could even understand that the baronet might have been bound by his own ideas of honour to tell a lie in the service of his friend, but he wanted to extort some explanation of the line of conduct Sir David had taken, and he wanted to ascertain from him the character of Marian's husband. He had made inquiries about Sir David at the club, and had been told that he was still at Heatherly. He went down to Lidford by an afternoon train, without having troubled himself to give Mrs. Lister any notice of his coming. The November evening had closed in upon the quiet rural landscape when he drove from the station to Lidford. A cold white mist enfolded all things here, instead of the stifling yellow fog that had filled the London streets when he walked westwards from the city at the same hour on the previous evening. Above his head the sky was clear and bright, the mist wreaths melting away as they mounted toward the stars. The lighted windows in the village street had a pleasant homely look. The snug villas, lying back from the road in the middle distance of a dark lawn and glistening shrubbery, shone brightly upon the traveller as he drove by, the curtains not yet drawn before some of the windows, the rooms ruddy with firelight. In one of them he caught a brief glimpse of a young matron seated by the fire with her children clustered at her knee, and the transient picture struck him with a sudden pang. He had dreamed so fondly of a home like this, pleasant rooms shining in the sacred light of the hearth, his wife and children waiting to bid him welcome when the day's work was done. All other objects which men live and toil for seemed to him poor and worthless in the absence of this one dear incentive to exertion, this one sweet recompense for every care. Even Lidford House, which had never before seemed to him the perfection of a home, had a new aspect for him to-night, and reminded him sharply of his own loss. He envied Martin Lister the quiet jog-trot happiness of his domestic life, his love for and pride in his children, the calm haven of that comfortable hearth by which he sat to-night, with his slippered feet stretched luxuriously upon a fender stool of his wife's manufacture, and his daughter sitting on a hassock close to his easy-chair, reading in a book of fairy tales. Of course they were all delighted to see him, at once pleased and surprised by the unexpected visit. He had brought a great parcel of toys for the two children, and Selwyn Lister, a fine boisterous boy in a Highland costume, was summoned downstairs to assist at the unpacking of these treasures. It was 7:30, and the Listers had dined at 6. But in an incredibly short space of time the Sutherland table had been drawn out into a cosy position near the fire, and spread with a substantial repast, while Mrs. Lister took her place behind the ponderous old silver urn, which had been an heirloom in her husband's family for the last 2 centuries. The Listers were full of talk about their own travels, a long-delayed continental tour which had been talked of ever since their return from the honeymoon trip to Geneva and Chamonix, and were also very eager to hear Gilbert's adventures in Australia, of which he had given them only very brief accounts in his letters. There was nothing said that night about Marian, and Gilbert was grateful for his sister's forbearance. End of chapter 22. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. VoiceOversByKirk.com. Chapter 23 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 23. Called to Account. Gilbert walked over to Heatherly after luncheon the next day, taking of preference the way which led past him Captain Sedgwick's cottage, and through the leafless wood where he and Marian had walked together when the foliage was in its summer glory. The leaves lay thick upon the mossy ground now, and the gaunt bare branches of the trees had a weird awful look in the utter silence of the place. His footsteps trampling upon the fallen leaves had an echo, and he turned to look behind him more than once, fancying he was followed. The old house, with its long lines of windows, had a prison-like aspect under the dull November day. Gilbert wondered how such a man as Sir David Forster could endure his existence there, embittered as it was by the memory of that calamity which had taken all the sunlight out of his life, and left him a weary and purposeless hunter after pleasure. But Sir David had been prostrate under the heavy hand of his hereditary foe, the gout, for a long time past, and was fain to content himself with such company as came to him at Heatherly, and such amusement was to be found in the society of men who were boon companions rather than friends. Gilbert Fenton heard the familiar clash of the billiard balls as he went into the hall, where a couple of liver-coloured settlers were dozing before a great fire that roared half-way up the wide chimney. There was no other life in the hall. and Mr. Fenton was conducted to the other end of the house, and ushered into that tobacco-tainted snuggery in which he had last seen the Baronet. His suspicions were on the alert this time, and he fancied he could detect a look of something more than surprise in Sir David's face when the servant announced him, an uneasy look, as of a man taken at a disadvantage. The Baronet was very gracious, however, and gave him a hearty welcome. "I am uncommonly glad to see you, my dear Fenton," he said. "Indeed, I have been pleased to see worse fellows than you lately, since this infernal gout has laid me up in this dreary old place. The house is pretty full now, I am happy to say. I have friends who will come to shoot my partridges, though they won't remember my solicitude in a charitable spirit before the 1st of September. You'll stop and dine, I hope, or perhaps you can put up here altogether for a week or so. My housekeeper shall find you a good room, and I can promise you a pleasant company. Say yes now, like a good fellow, and I'll send a man to Lidford for your traps." "Thanks, no, you are very kind, but I am staying at my sister's house for a few days, and must return to town before the end of the week. The fact of the matter is, Sir David, I have come here to-day to ask you for some explanation of your conduct at our last interview. I don't want to say anything rude or disagreeable, for I am quite willing to believe that you felt kindly towards me, even at the time when you deceived me. I suppose there are some positions in which a man can hardly expect fair play, and that mine was such a position. But you certainly did deceive me, Sir David, and grossly." "That last is a rather unpleasant word, Mr. Fenton. In what respect did I deceive you?" "I came here on purpose to ask you if Mr. Holbrook, the man who robbed me of my promised wife, were a friend of yours, and you denied all knowledge of him." "Granted. And what then, my dear sir?" "When I came to ask you that question, I had no special reason for supposing this Mr. Holbrook was known to you. It only struck me that, being a stranger in the village, as a result of my inquiries had proved to me, he might be one of your many visitors. I knew at that time that Mr. Holbrook had taken his wife to a farmhouse in Hampshire immediately after their marriage, a house lent to him by a friend, but I did not know that you had any estate in that county. I have been to Hampshire since then, and have found Mrs. Holbrook at the Grange, near Crosber, in your house." "You have found her? Well, Mr. Fenton, the circumstantial evidence is too strong for me, so I must plead guilty. Yes, I did deceive you when I told you that Holbrook was unknown to me, but I pledged my word to keep his secret, to give you no clue, should you ever happen to question me, that could lead to your discovery of your lost love's whereabouts. It was considered, I conclude, that any meeting between you two must needs result unpleasantly. At any rate, there was a strong desire to avoid you, and in common duty to my friend I was compelled to respect that desire." "Not a very manly wish on the part of my successful rival," Gilbert said. "It may have been the lady's wish rather than Mr. Holbrook's." "I have reason to know that it was otherwise. I have heard from Marian's own lips that she would have written a candid confession of the truth had she been free to do so. It was her husband who prevented her giving me notice of my desertion." "I cannot pretend to explain this conduct," Sir David answered gravely. "I only know that I pledged to keep his secret, and felt bound to do so, even at the cost of a lie. And this man is your friend. You must know whether he is worthy to be Marian Nowell's husband. The circumstances of her life do not seem to me favourable to happiness, so far as I have been able to discover them, nor did I think her looking happy when we met. But I should be glad to know that she has not fallen into bad hands. And I suppose by this time your feelings have cooled down a little. You have abandoned those revengeful intentions you appeared to entertain when you were last in this house?" "In a great measure, yes. I have promised Marian that, should I and her husband meet, as we must do, I believe, sooner or later, she need apprehend no violence on my part. He has won the prize. Any open resentment would seem mere schoolboy folly, but you cannot suppose that I feel very kindly towards him, or ever shall." "Upon my soul, I think men are hardly responsible for their action where a woman is concerned," Sir David exclaimed after a pause. "We are the veriest slaves of destiny in these matters. A man sees the only woman in the world he can love too late to win her with honour. If he is strong enough to act nobly, he turns his back upon the scene of his temptation. All the more easily should the lady happen to be staunch in her affianced or her husband, as the case may be. But if she waver, if he sees that his love is returned, heaven help him! Honour, generosity, friendship, all go by the board, And for the light in those fatal eyes, for the dangerous music of that one dear voice, he sacrifices all that he has held highest in life until that luckless time. I know that Holbrook held it no light thing to do you this wrong. I know that he fought manfully against temptation. But you see, fate was the stronger. He had to give way at the last. I cannot agree with that way of looking at things, Sir David. The world is made up of people who take their own pleasure at any cost to others, and then throw the onus of their misdoings upon Providence. I have long ago forgiven the girl who jilted me, and have sworn to be her faithful and watchful friend in all the days to come. I want to be sure that her future is a bright one, much brighter than it seemed when I saw her in your lonely old house near Crosber. She has had money left her since then, so poverty can no longer be a reason for her being hidden from the world." "I am very glad to hear that. My friend is not a rich man." "So Marian told me, but I want to learn something more than that about him. Up to this moment he has been the most intangible being I have ever heard of. Will you tell me who and what he is, his position in the world, and so on?" Muttered David meditatively. "I don't know that I can tell you much about him. His position is like that of a good many others of my acquaintances, rather vague and intangible, to use the word you just employed now. He is not well off. He is a gentleman by birth, with some small means of his own, and he lives, sir, lives. That's about all I can say of him from a worldly point of view. With regard to his affection for Miss Nowell, I know that he loved her passionately, devotedly, desperately, the strongest expression you can supply to describe a man's folly. I never saw any fellow so far gone. Heaven knows I did my best to argue him out of his fancy, urged your claim, the girl's poverty, every reason against the marriage, but friendly argumentation of that kind goes very little way in such a case. He took his own course. It was only when I found the business was decided upon that I offered him my house in Hampshire, a place to which I never go myself, but which brings me a decent income in the hands of a clever bailiff. I knew that Holbrook had no home ready for his wife, and I thought it would give them a pleasant retreat enough for a few months, while the honey and rose leaves still sweetened the wine cup of their wedded life. They have stayed there ever since, as you seem to know, so I conclude that they have found the place agreeable. Confoundedly dreary, I should fancy it myself, but then I'm not a newly married man." The baronet gave a brief sigh, and his thoughts went back for a moment to the time when he too was in Arcadia, when a fair young wife was by his side, and when no hour of his existence seemed ever dull or weary to him. It was all changed now. He had billiards and whist, and horses and hounds, and a vast collection of gunnery, and great stores of wine in the gloomy arched vaults beneath the house, where 100 prisoners had been kept under lock and key when Heatherly had fallen into the hands of the Cromwellian soldiery, and the faithful retainers of the household were fain to lay down their arms. He had all things that make up the common pleasures and delights of a man's existence, but he had lost the love which had given these things new charm, and without which all life seemed to him flat, stale, and unprofitable. He could sympathize with Gilbert Fenton much more keenly than that gentleman would have supposed possible, for a man suffering from this kind of affliction is apt to imagine that he has a copyright in that species of grief, and that no other man ever did, or ever can experience a like calamity. The manner of trouble may come to others, of course, but not with a similar intensity. Others will suffer and recover, and find a balm elsewhere. He alone is constant until death. "And you can tell me nothing more about Mr. Holbrook?" he asked after a pause. "Upon my honour, nothing. I think you will do wisely to leave these two people to take their own way in the future without any interference on your part. You speak of a watchful friendship, and all that kind of thing, and I can quite appreciate your disinterested desire to befriend the woman whom you once hoped to make your wife. But believe me, my dear Fenton, no manner of good can possibly come of your intervention. Those two have chosen their road in life, and must travel along it side by side, through good or evil fortune. Holbrook would naturally be jealous of any friendship between his wife and you, while such a friendship could not fail to keep alive bitter thoughts in your mind, could not fail to sharpen the regret which you fancy just now is to be lifelong. I have no doubt I seem to speak in a hard worldly spirit." "You speak like a man of the world, Sir David," the other answered quietly, and I cannot deny that there is a certain amount of wisdom in your advice. No, my friendship is not wanted by either of those two, supposing even that I were generous enough to be able to give it to both. I have learnt that lesson already from Marian herself. But you must remember that I promised her poor old grandfather, the man who died a few days ago, that I would watch over her interests with patient fidelity, and I would be her friend and protector, if ever the hour should come in which she would need friendship and protection. I am not going to forget this promise, or neglect its performance, and in order to be true to my word, I am bound to make myself acquainted with the circumstances of her married life, and the character of her husband. Cannot you be satisfied with knowing that she is happy? I have seen her, Sir David, and am by no means assured of her happiness. And yet it was a love match on both sides. Holbrook, as I have told you, loved her passionately. That passionate kind of love is apt to wear itself out very quickly with some men. Your bailiff's daughter complained bitterly of Mr. Holbrook's frequent absence from the Grange, of the dullness and loneliness of my poor girl's life. Women are apt to be exacting, Sir David answered with a deprecating shrug of the shoulders. My friend Holbrook has the battle of life to fight, and could not spend all his days playing the lover. If his wife has had money left her, that will make some difference in their position. A man is never at his best when he is worried by debts and financial difficulties. And Mr. Holbrook was in debt when he married, I suppose? He was. I must confess that I find that complaint a very common one among my acquaintance, the Baronet added with a laugh. Will you tell me what this Holbrook is like in person, Sir David? I have questioned several people about him, and have never obtained anything beyond the vaguest kind of description. Sir David Forster laughed aloud at this request. What, you want to know whether your rival is handsome, I suppose? Like a woman who always commences her inquiries about another woman by asking whether she is pretty. My dear Fenton, all personal descriptions are vague. It is almost impossible to furnish a correct catalogue of any man's features. Holbrook is just one of those men whom it is most difficult to describe, not particularly good-looking, nor especially ill-looking, very clever, and with plenty of expression and character in his face, older than you by some years, and looking older than he really is. Thanks, but there is not one precise statement in your description. Is the man dark or fair, short or tall? Rather dark than fair, rather tall than short. That will do, Sir David, Gilbert said, starting suddenly to his feet, and looking the Baronet in the face intently. The man who robbed me of my promised wife is the man whom I introduced her to, the man who has come between me and all my hopes, who hides himself from my just anger, and skulks in the background under a feigned name. He is the one friend whom I have loved above all other men, John Saltram. Sir David faced him without flinching. If it was acted surprise which appeared upon his countenance at the sound of John Saltram's name, the acting was perfect. Gilbert could discover nothing from that broad stare of blank amazement. "In heaven's name, what can have put such a preposterous notion into your head?" Sir David asked coolly. "I cannot tell you. The conviction has grown upon me against my own will. Yes, I have hated myself for being able to suspect my friend. You do not know how I have loved that man, or how our friendship began at Oxford long ago with something like hero worship on my side. I thought that he was born to be great and noble, and heaven knows I felt the disappointments and shortcomings of his career more keenly than he has felt them himself. No, Sir David, I don't think it is possible for any man to comprehend how I have loved John Saltram." "And yet, without a shred of evidence, you believe him guilty of betraying you. Will you give me your word of honour that Marian's husband and John Saltram are not one and the same person?" "No," answered Sir David impatiently. "I am tired of the whole business. You have questioned and cross-questioned me quite long enough, Mr. Fenton, and I have answered you to the best of my ability, and have given you rational advice, which you will, of course, decline to take. If you think your friend has wronged you, go to him and tax him with that wrong. I wash my hands of the affair altogether from this moment. But, without wishing to be offensive, I cannot help telling you that to my mind you are acting very foolishly in this business. I dare say it may seem so to you. You would think better of me if I could play the stoic and say, 'She has jilted me, and is dead to me henceforward.' But I cannot do that. I have the memory of her peaceful girlhood, the happy days in which I knew her first, the generous protector who sheltered her life. I am pledged to the dead, Sir David." He left Heatherly soon after this, though the baronet pressed him to stay to dinner. End of chapter 23. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Chapter 24 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 24. Tormented by Doubt. The long homeward walk gave Gilbert ample leisure for reflection upon his interview with Sir David, a very unsatisfactory interview at the best. Yes, the conviction that the man had wronged him was no other than his own familiar friend, had flashed upon him with a new force as the baronet answered his questions about John Holbrook. The suspicion which had entered his mind after he had left the lonely farmhouse near Crosber, and which he had done his uttermost to banish, as if it had been a suggestion of the evil one, came back to him to-day with a form and reality which it had lacked before. It seemed no longer a vague fancy, a dark, unwelcome thought that bordered on folly. It had taken a new shape altogether, and appeared to him almost a certainty. Sir David's refusal to make any direct denial of the fact seemed to confirm his suspicion. Yet it was, on the other hand, just possible that Sir David, finding him on a false scent, should have been willing to let him follow it, and that the real offender should be screened by this suspicion of John Saltram. But then arose in his mind a doubt that had perplexed him more sorely for a long time. If his successful rival had been indeed a stranger to him, what reason could there be for so much mystery in the circumstances of the marriage? And why should Marian have so carefully avoided telling him anything about her husband? That this friend, having betrayed him, should shrink from the revelation of this falsehood, should adopt any underhand course to avoid discovery, seemed natural enough. Yet to believe this was to think meanly of the man whom he had loved so well, whom he had confided in so implicitly until the arising of this cruel doubt. He had long ago, when the first freshness of his boyish delusions faded away before the penetrating clear daylight of reality, he had known long ago that his friend was not faultless, that except in that one faithful alliance with himself, John Saltram had been fickle, wayward, vacillating, unstable, and inconstant, true to no dream of his youth, no ambition of his early manhood, content to drop one purpose after another, until his life was left without any exalted aim. But Gilbert had fancied his friend's nature was still a noble one in spite of the comparative failure of his life. It was very difficult for him to imagine it possible that his friend could act falsely and ungenerously, could steal his betrothed from him, and keep the secret of his guilt, pretending to sympathize with the jilted lover all the while. But though Mr. Fenton told himself at one moment that this was impossible, his thoughts travelled back to the same point immediately afterwards, and the image of John Saltram arose before him as that of his hidden foe. He remembered the long autumn days which he and his friend had spent with Marian, those unclouded, utterly happy days, which he looked back upon now with a kind of wonder. They had been so much together, Marian so bright and fascinating in her innocent enjoyment of the present, brighter and happier just then than she had ever seemed to him before. Gilbert remembered with a bitter pang. He had been completely unsuspicious at the time, untroubled by one doubtful thought, but it appeared to him now that there had been a change in Marian from the time of his friend's coming, a new joyousness and vivacity, a keener delight in the simple pleasures of their daily life, and withal a fitfulness, a tendency to change from gaiety to thoughtful silence, that he had not remarked in her before. Was it strange if John Saltram had fallen in love with her? Was it possible to see her daily in all the glory of her girlish loveliness, made doubly bewitching by the sweetness of her nature, the indescribable charm of her manner? Was it possible to be with her often as John Saltram had been, and not love her? Gilbert Fenton had thought of his friend as utterly impregnable to any such danger, as a man who had spent all his stock of tender emotion long ago, and who looked upon matrimony as a transaction by which he might mend his broken fortunes. That this man should fall a victim to the same subtle charm which had subjugated himself was a possibility that never occurred to Gilbert's mind in this happy period of his existence. He wanted his friend's approval of his choice. He wished to see his passion justified in the eyes of the man whom it was his habit to regard in some wise as a superior creature, and it had been a real delight to him to hear Mr. Saltram's warm praises of Marian. Looking back at the past today from a new point of view, he wondered at his own folly. What was more natural than that John Saltram should have found his doom, as he found it, unthought of, undreamed of, swift or fatal? No, it was difficult for him to believe that Marian, who had perhaps never really loved him, who had been induced to accept him by his own pertinacity and her uncle's eager desire for the match, should find a charm and a power in John Saltram that had been wanting in himself. He had seen too many instances of his friend's influence over men and women to doubt his ability to win this innocent, inexperienced girl, had he set himself to win her. He recalled with a bitter smile how his informants had all described his rival in a disparaging tone, as unworthy of so fair a bride, and he knew that it was precisely those qualities which these people were unable to appreciate that constituted the subtle charm by which John Saltram influenced others. The rugged power and grandeur of that dark face, which vulgar critics denounced as plain and unattractive, a rare fascination of a manner that varied from an extreme reserve to a wild reckless vivacity, the magic of the deep full voice, with its capacity for the expression of every shade of emotion, these were attributes to be passed over and ignored by the vulgar, yet to exercise a potent influence upon sensitive, sympathetic natures. How that poor little Anglo-Indian widow loves him, without any effort to win or hold her affection on his side, Gilbert said to himself as he walked back to Lidford in the darkening November afternoon, brooding always on the one subject which occupied all his thoughts. And can I doubt his power to supersede me if he cared to do so, if he really loved Marian as he has never loved Mrs. Branston? What shall I do? Go to him at once and tell him my suspicion, tax him broadly with treachery, and force him to a direct confession or denial? Shall I do this? Or shall I bide my time and wait and watch with dull, dogged patience, till I can collect some evidence of his guilt? Yes, let it be so. If he has been base enough to do me this great wrong, mean enough to steal my betrothed under a false name, and to keep the secret of his wrong-doing at any cost of lies and deceit, let him go on to the end, let him act out the play to the last, and when I bring his falsehood home to him, as I must surely do sooner or later, yes, if he is capable of deceiving me, he shall continue the lie to the last, he shall endure all the infamy of his false position. And then, after a pause, he said to himself, at the end, if my suspicions are confirmed, I shall have lost all I have ever valued in life since my mother died, my plighted wife, and the one chosen friend whose companionship could make existence pleasant to me. God grant that this fancy of mine is as baseless as Sir David Forster declared it to be. God grant that I may never find a secret enemy in John Saltram. Tossed about thus on a sea of doubts, Mr. Fenton returned to Lidford House, where he was expected to be bright and cheerful, and entertain his host and hostess with the freshest gossip of the London world. He did make a great effort to keep up the show of cheerfulness at the dinner-table, but he felt that his sister's eyes were watching him with a pitiless scrutiny, and he knew that the attempt was an ignominious failure. When honest Martin was snoring in his easy-chair before the drawing-room fire, with the red light shining upon his round, healthy countenance, Mrs. Lister beckoned her brother over to her side of the hearth, where she had an embroidery frame, whereupon was stretched some grand design in Berlin wool-work, to which she devoted herself every now and then with a great show of industry. She had been absorbed in a profound calculation of the stitches upon the canvas and on the coloured pattern before her until this moment, but she laid aside her work with a solemn air when Gilbert went over to her, and he knew at once what was coming. "Sit down, Gilbert," she said, and her brother dropped into a chair by her side with a faint sigh of resignation. "I want to talk to you seriously, as a sister ought to talk to a brother, without any fear of offending. I am very sorry to see that you have not yet forgotten that wicked, ungrateful Marian Nowell." "Who told you I have not forgotten her?" "Your own face, Gilbert. It's no use for you to put on a pretence of being cheerful and light-hearted with me. I know you too well to be deceived by that kind of thing. I could see how absent-minded you were all dinner-time, in spite of your talk. You can't hoodwink an affectionate sister." "I don't wish to hoodwink you, my dear," Mr. Fenton answered quietly, "or to affect a happiness which I do not feel, any more than I wish to make a parade of my grief. It is natural for an Englishman to be reticent on such matters, but I do not mind owning to you that Marian Nowell is unforgotten by me, and that the loss of her will have an enduring influence upon my life. And having said as much as that, Belle, I must request that you will not expatiate any more upon this poor girl's breach of faith. I have forgiven her long ago, and I shall always regard her as the purest and dearest of women." "What! You can hold her up as a paragon of perfection after she has thrown you over in the most heartless manner? Upon my word, Gilbert, I have no common patience with such folly. Your weakness in this affair from first to last has been positively deplorable." "I am sorry you disapprove of my conduct, Belle, but it is not a very pleasant subject. Don't you think we may as well avoid it now and henceforward?" "Oh, very well, Gilbert," the lady exclaimed, with an offended air. "Of course, if you choose to exclude me from your confidence, I must submit. But I do think it rather hard that your only sister should not be allowed to speak of a business that concerns you so nearly." "What good can arise out of any discussion of this subject, Belle? You think me weak and foolish. Granted that I am both, you cannot cure me of my weakness or my folly. And am I never to hope that you will find someone else, better worthy of your regard than Marian Nowell?" "Fear not, Belle. For me there is no one else." Mrs. Lister breathed a profound sigh, and resumed the counting of her stitches. Yet perhaps, after all, it was better that her brother should cherish the memory of this unlucky attachment. It would preserve him from the hazard of any imprudent alliance in the future, and leave his fortune free, to descend by and by to the juvenile Listers. Isabella was not a particularly mercenary person, but she was a woman of the world, and had an eye to the future of her aggrandizement of her children. She was very kind and considerate to Gilbert after this, carefully avoiding any further allusions to his lost love, and taking all possible pains to make his visit pleasant to him. She was so affectionate and cordial, and seemed so really anxious for him to stay, that he could not in common decency hurry back to town quite so soon as he intended. He prolonged his visit to the end of that week, and then to the beginning of the next, and when he did at last find himself free to return to London, the second week was nearly ended. End of chapter 24. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Chapter 25 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 25. Missing Again. Gilbert Fenton was very glad to have made his escape from Lidford at last, for his mind was full of anxiety about Marian. Again and again he had argued with himself upon the folly and uselessness of this anxiety. She, for whose interests he was so troubled, was safe enough, no doubt, protected by a husband who was most likely a man of the world, and quite as able to protect her as Gilbert himself could be. He told himself this, but still the restless, uneasy sense that he was neglecting his duty, that he was false to the promise made to old Jacob Nowell, tormented and perplexed him. He felt that he ought to be doing something, that he had no right to remain in ignorance of the progress of Marian's affairs, that he should be at hand to frustrate any attempt at knavery on the part of the lawyer, to be sure that the old man's wealth suffered no diminution before it reached the hands of his heiress. Gilbert Fenton felt that his promise to the dead bound him to these things, and felt at the same time the weakness of his own position with relation to Marian. By what right could he interfere with the conduct of her affairs? What claim could he assert to defend her interests? Who would listen to any romantic notion about a promise made to the dead? He went to Queen Anne's Court upon the night of his return to London. The silversmith's shop looked exactly the same as when he had first seen it, the gas burning dimly, the tarnished old salvers and tankards gleaming duskily in the faint light, with all manner of purple and greenish hues. Mr. Tulliver was in his little den at the back of the shop, and emerged with his usual rapidity at the ringing of the door-bell. "Oh, it's you, is it, sir?" he asked in an indifferent, half insolent tone. "What can I do for you this evening?" "Is your late master's granddaughter, Mrs. Holbrook, here?" Gilbert asked. "No. Mrs. Holbrook went away on the morning after my master's death. I told you that when you were here last." "I am quite aware of that, but I thought it likely Mrs. Holbrook might return here with her husband to take possession of the property, which I suppose you know now belongs to her." "Yes, I know all about that. But she hasn't come yet to take possession. She doesn't seem in such a desperate hurry about it. I dare say she knows that things are safe enough. Medler, the lawyer, is not the kind of party to be cheated out of sixpence. He has taken an inventory of every article in the place, and the weight and value of every article. Your friend Mrs. Holbrook needn't be afraid. I suppose she's some relation of yours, by the by, sir, judging from the interest you seem to take in her affairs." "Yes," Gilbert said, not caring to answer this question directly, "I do take a warm interest in Mrs. Holbrook's affairs, and I am very anxious to see her placed in undisputed possession of her late grandfather's property." "I should think her husband would see after that," Mr. Tulliver remarked with a sneer. Gilbert left the court after having asked a few questions about Jacob Nowell's funeral. The old man had been buried at Kensal Green, followed to the grave only by the devoted Tulliver, Mr. Medler, and the local surgeon who had attended him in his last illness. He had lived a lonely, friendless life, holding himself aloof from his fellow creatures, and there were neither neighbours nor friends to lament his ending. The vagabond boys of the neighbourhood had clustered round the door to witness the last dismal ceremony of Mr. Nowell's existence, and had hung about the shop front for some time after the funeral cortege had departed, peering down curiously into the darksome area, and speculating upon the hoards of wealth which the old miser had hidden away in coal cellars and dust bins, under the stone flags of the scullery, or in the crannies of the dilapidated walls. There were no bounds to the imagination of these street Arabs, who had been in the habit of yelping and whooping at the old man's heels when he took his infrequent walks abroad, assailing him with derisive epithets alluding to his miserly propensities. Amongst the elders of the court there was a little talk about the dead man, and probable disposal of his property, with a good deal of argument and laying down of the law on the part of the graver and wiser members of that community, some people affecting to know to a sixpence the amount of Jacob Nowell's savings, others accrediting him with the possession of fabulous riches, and all being unanimous in the idea that the old man's heir or heirs, as the case might be, would speedily scatter his long hoarded treasures. Many of these people could remember the silversmith's prodigal son, but none among them were aware of that gentleman's return. They wondered a good deal as to whether he was still living, and whether the money had been left to him or to that pretty young woman who had appeared in the last days of the old man's life, no one knowing whence she had come. There was nothing to be gained from questioning Luke Tulliver, the court knew of old experience. The most mysterious dungeons of the Spanish Inquisition, the secret chambers under the leads of Venice, were not closer or deeper than the mind of that young man. The court had been inclined to think that Luke Tulliver would come into all his master's money, and opinion inclined that way even yet, seeing that Mr. Tulliver still held his ground in the shop, and that no strangers had been seen to enter the place since the funeral. From Queen Anne's Court, Gilbert Fenton went on to the gloomy street where Mr. Medler had his office and abode. It was not an hour for a professional visit, but Gilbert found the lawyer still hard at work at his desk, under the lurid light of a dirty-looking battered old oil lamp, which left the corners of the dingy wainscoted room in profound obscurity. He looked up from his papers with some show of surprise on hearing Mr. Fenton's name announced by the slipshod maid of all work who had admitted the late visitor, Mr. Medler's solitary clerk having departed to his own dwelling some hours before. "I must ask you to excuse this untimely call, Mr. Medler," Gilbert said politely, "but the fact of the matter is, I'm a little anxious about my friend Mrs. Holbrook and her affairs, and I thought you the most likely person to give me some information about them. I should have called in business hours, but I have only just returned from the country, and did not care to delay my inquiries until to-morrow. I have just come from Queen Anne's Court, and am rather surprised to find that neither Mrs. Holbrook nor her husband has been there. You have heard or seen from them since the funeral, I suppose?" "No, Mr. Fenton, I have neither seen nor heard from them. I wrote a formal letter to Mrs. Holbrook, setting out the contents of the will, but there has been no answer as yet." "Strange, is it not?" Gilbert exclaimed with an anxious look. "Well, yes. It is certainly not the usual course of proceeding. However, there is time enough yet. The funeral has not been over much by more than a week. The property is perfectly safe, you know." "Of course. But is it not the less extraordinary that Mr. Holbrook should hang back in this manner? I shall go down to Hampshire the first thing to-morrow and see Mrs. Holbrook." Muttered the lawyer. "I can't say that I see any necessity for that, but of course you know best." Fenton did not start for Hampshire early the next morning by the same train in which Marian had travelled after her grandfather's death. It was still quite early in the day when he found himself at Malsham, that quiet, comfortable little market town where he had first discovered a clue to the abode of his lost love. He went to the hotel and hired a fly to take him to Crosber, where he left the vehicle at the old inn, preferring to walk on to the Grange. It was a bright November day, with pale yellow sunlight shining on the level fields, and distant hills that rose beyond them crowned with a scanty fringe of firs, that stood out black and sharp against the clear autumn sky. It was a cheerful day, and a solitary bird was singing here and there, as if beguiled by that pleasant warmth and sunshine into the fond belief that winter was still far off, and the glory of fields and woods not yet departed. Gilbert's spirits rose in some degree under the influence of that late brightness and sweet rustic calm. If he might be Marian's friend and brother, her devoted counsellor, her untiring servant, it seemed to him that he could be content, that he could live on from year to year moderately happy in the occasional delight of her society, rewarded for his devotion by a few kind words now and then, a letter, a friendly smile, rewarded still more richly by her perfect trust in him. These thoughts were in his mind to-day, as he went along the lonely country lane leading to the Grange, thoughts which seemed inspired by the tranquil landscape and peaceful autumn day, thoughts which were full of the purest love and charity. Yes, even for his unknown rival, even if that rival should prove to be the one man in all this world from whom a deep wrong would seem most bitter. "What am I, that I should measure the force of his temptation?" he said to himself, "or the strength of his resistance? Let me be sure that he loves my darling as truly as I love her, that the chief object of his life has been and will be her happiness, and then let me put away all selfish vindictive thoughts, and fall quietly into the background of my dear one's life, content to be her brother and her friend." The Grange looked unchanged in its sombre, lonely aspect. The chrysanthemums were all withered by this time, and there were no flowers in the old-fashioned garden. The bell was answered by the same woman who had admitted him before, and who made no parley about letting him in this time. "My young missus said I was to be sure and let her know if you came, sir," she said. "She's very anxious to see you." "Your young mistress? Do you mean Miss Holbrook?" "No, sir, Miss Carley, master's daughter." "Indeed, I remember the young lady. I shall be very happy to see her if she has anything to say to me. But it is Mrs. Holbrook I have come to see. Is she at home, I suppose?" "Oh dear, no, sir. Mrs. Holbrook has left, without a word of notice. Gone nobody knows where. That's what has made our young missus fret about it so." "Mrs. Holbrook has left!" exclaimed Gilbert, in blank amazement. "When?" "It's been more than a week ago now, sir." "And do none of you know why she went away, or where she is gone?" "No more than the dead, sir. But you'd better see Miss Carley. She'll be able to tell you all about it." The woman led him into the house, and to the room in which he had seen Marian. There was no fire here to-day, and the room had a desolate, unoccupied look, though the sun was shining cheerfully on the old-fashioned, many-paned windows. There were a few books, which Gilbert remembered as Marian's literary treasures, neatly arranged on a rickety old chiffonier by the fireplace, and the desk and work-basket which he had seen on his previous visit. He was half bewildered by what the woman had told him, and his heart beat tumultuously as he stood by the empty hearth, waiting for Ellen Carley's coming. It seemed to him as if the girl never would come. The ticking of an old 8-day clock in the hall had a ghastly sound in the dead silence of the house, and an industrious mouse made itself distinctly heard behind the wainscot. At last a light, rapid footstep came tripping across the hall, and Ellen Carley entered the room. She was looking rather paler than when Gilbert had seen her last, and that the bright face was very grave. "For heaven's sake, tell me what this means, Miss Carley," Gilbert began eagerly. "Your servant tells me that Mrs. Holbrook has left you, in some mysterious way, I imagine, from what the woman said." "Oh, sir, I am so glad you have come here. I should have written to you if I had known where to address the letter. Yes, sir, she has gone, that sweet dear young creature, and I fear some harm has come to her." The girl burst into tears, and for some minutes could say no more. "Pray be calm," Gilbert said gently, "and tell me all you can about this business. How did Mrs. Holbrook leave this place, and why do you suspect that any harm has befallen her?" "There is every reason to think so, sir. Is it like her to leave us without a word of notice, knowing, as she must have known, the unhappiness she would cause to me, who love her so well, by such a step? She knew how I loved her. I think she had scarcely a secret from me." "If you will only tell me the manner of her departure," Gilbert said rather impatiently. Yes, sir, I'm coming to that directly. She seemed happier after she had come back from London, poor dear, and she had told me that her grandfather had left her money, and that she was likely to become quite a rich woman. The thought of this gave her so much pleasure, not for her own sake, but for her husband's, whose cares and difficulties would all come to an end now, she told me. She had been back only a few days when I left home for a day and a night to see my aunt, an old woman and a constant invalid, who lives at Malsham. I had to put off going to her for a long time, for I didn't care about leaving Mrs. Holbrook, but I had to go at last, my aunt thinking it hard that I couldn't spare time to spend a day with her, and tidy up her house a bit, and see to the girl that waits upon her, poor helpless thing. So I started off before noon one day, after telling Mrs. Holbrook where I was going, and when I hoped to be back. She was in very good spirits that morning, for she expected her husband next day. "I have told him nothing about the good fortune that has come to me, Nelly," she said. "I have only written to him, begging him to return as quickly as possible, and he will be here to-morrow by the afternoon express. Mr. Holbrook is a great walker, and generally walks from Malsham here by a shorter way than the high road, across some fields and by the river bank. His wife always used to go part of the way to meet him, when she knew he was coming. I know she meant to go and meet him this time. The way is very lonely, and I have often felt fidgety about her going alone, but she hadn't a bit of fear, and I didn't like to offer to go with her, feeling sure that Mr. Holbrook would be vexed by seeing me at such a time. Well, sir, I had arranged very comfortably so that she should miss nothing by my being away, and I bade her good-bye, and started off to walk to Malsham. I can't tell you how hard it seemed to me to leave her, for it was the first time we had been parted for so much as a day since she came to the Grange. I thought of her all the while I was at my aunt's, who has very fidgety ways, poor old lady, and isn't a pleasant person to be with. I felt quite a fever of impatience to get home again, and was very glad when a neighbour's spring cart dropped me at the end of the lane, and I saw the grey old chimneys above the tops of the trees. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon when I got home. Father was at tea in the oak parlour where we take our meals, and the house was as quiet as a grave. I came straight to this room, but it was empty, and when I called Martha, she told me Mrs. Holbrook had gone out at 1 o'clock in the day, and had not been home since, though she was expected back to dinner at 3. She had been away 3 hours then, and at a time when I knew she could not expect Mr. Holbrook, unless she had received a fresh letter from him to say that he was coming by an earlier train than usual. I asked Martha if there had been any letters for Mrs. Holbrook that day, and she told me yes, there had been one by the morning post. It was no use asking Martha what kind of letter it looked, and whether it was from Mr. Holbrook, for the poor ignorant creature can neither read nor write, and one handwriting is the same as another for her. Mrs. Holbrook had told her nothing as to where she was going, only saying that she would be back in an hour or two. Martha let her out at the gate, and watched her take her way towards the river bank, and seeing this, made sure she was going to meet her husband. Well, sir, 5 o'clock struck, and Mrs. Holbrook had not come home. I began to feel seriously uneasy about her. I told my father so, but he took the matter lightly enough at first, saying it was no business of ours, and that Mrs. Holbrook was just as well able to take care of herself as any one else. But after 5 o'clock I couldn't rest a minute longer, so I put on my bonnet and shawl and went down by the river bank, after sending one of the farm labourers to look for my poor dear in the opposite direction. It's a very lonely walk at the best of times, though a few of the country folks do go down that way between Malsham and Crosber on market days. There's scarcely a house to be seen for miles, except Wincombe farmhouse, Stephen Whitelaw's place, which lies a little way back from the river bank, about a mile from here. Besides that, a solitary cottage here and there, you won't see a sign of human life for 4 or 5 miles. Anybody might be pushed into the river and made away with in broad daylight, and no one need be the wiser. The loneliness of the place struck me with an awful fear that afternoon, and from that moment I began to think I should never see Mrs. Holbrook again." "What of her husband? He was expected on this particular afternoon, you say?" "He was, sir, but he didn't come till the next day. It was almost dark when I went to the river bank. I walked for about 3.5 miles, to a gate that opened into the fields by which Mr. Holbrook came across from Malsham. I knew his wife never went farther than this gate, but used to wait for him here, if she happened to be the first to reach it. I hurried along, half running all the way, and calling aloud to Mrs. Holbrook every now and then with all my might, but there was no answer. Some men in a boat loaded with hay stopped to ask me what was the matter, but they could tell me nothing. They were coming from Malsham, and had seen no one along the bank. I called at Mr. Whitelaw's as I came back, not with much hope that I should hear anything, but what could I do but make inquiries anywhere and everywhere? I was almost wild with fright by this time. They could tell me nothing at Wyncombe Farm. Stephen Whitelaw was alone in the kitchen, smoking his pipe by a great fire. He hadn't been out all day, he told me, and none of his people had seen or heard anything out of the common. As to any harm having come to Mrs. Holbrook by the river bank, he said he didn't think that was possible, for his men had been at work in the fields near the river all afternoon, and must have seen or heard if there had been anything wrong. There was some kind of comfort in this, and I left the farm with my mind a little higher than it had been when I went there. I knew that Stephen Whitelaw was no friend to Mrs. Holbrook, that he had a kind of grudge against her, because she had been on someone else's side in something. Ellen Carley blushed as she came to this part of her story, and then it went on rather hurriedly to hide her confusion. "He didn't like her, sir, you see. I knew this, but I didn't think it possible he could deceive me in a matter of life and death. So I came home, hoping to find Mrs. Holbrook there before me. But there were no signs of her, nor her husband either, though I had fully expected to see him. Even father owned that some things looked bad now, and he let me send every man about the place, some one way and some another, to hunt for my poor darling. I went to Crosber myself, though it was getting late by this time, and made inquiries of every creature I knew in the village, but it was all no good. No one had seen anything of the lady I was looking for." "And the husband?" Gilbert asked again. "What of him?" "He came the next day at the usual hour, after we had been astir all night, and the farm labourers had been far and wide looking for Mrs. Holbrook. I never saw any one seem so shocked and horrified as he did when we told him how his wife had been missing for more than 24 hours. He is not a gentleman to show his feeling much at ordinary times, and he was quiet enough in the midst of his alarm, but he turned as white as death, and I never saw the natural colour come back to his face all the time he was down here." "How long did he stay?" "He only left yesterday. He was travelling about the country all the time, coming back here of a night to sleep, and with the hope that we might have heard something in his absence. The river was dragged for 3 days, but thank God nothing came of that. Mr. Holbrook set the Malsham police to work, not that they were much good, I think, but he wouldn't leave a stone unturned, and now I believe he has gone to London to get help from the police there. But, oh, sir, I can't make it out, and I've lain awake night after night thinking of it, and puzzling my head about it, until all sorts of dreadful fancies come into my mind." "What fancies?" "Oh, sir, I scarcely dare tell you, but I loved that sweet young lady so well that I have been as watchful and jealous in all things that concerned her as if she had been my own sister. I have thought sometimes that her husband had grown tired of her, that, however dearly he may have loved her at first, as I suppose he did, his love had worn out little by little, and he felt her a burden to him. What other reason could there be for him to keep her hidden away in this dull place, month after month, when he must have seen that her youth and beauty and gaiety of heart were slowly vanishing away, if he had eyes to see anything?" "But, good heavens!" Gilbert exclaimed, startled by the sudden horror of the idea which Ellen Carley's words suggested. "You surely do not imagine that Mary Ann's husband had any part in her disappearance, that he would be capable of—" "I don't know what to think, sir," the girl answered, interrupting him. "I know that I have never liked Mr. Holbrook, never liked or trusted him from the first, though he has been civil enough and kind enough in his own distant way to me. That dear young lady could not disappear off the face of the earth, as it seems she has done, without the evil work of some one. As to her leaving this place of her own free will, without a word of warning to her husband or to me, that I am sure that she would never dream of doing. No, sir, there has been foul play of some kind, and I'm afraid I shall never see that dear face again." The girl said this with an air of conviction that sent a deadly chill to Gilbert Fenton's heart. It seemed to him in this moment of supreme anguish as if all his trouble of the past, all his vague fears and anxieties about the woman he loved, had been the foreshadowing of this evil to come. He had a blank, helpless feeling, a dismal sense of his own weakness, which for the moment mastered him. Against any ordinary calamity he would have held himself bravely enough, with the natural strength of an ardent, hopeful character. But against this mysterious catastrophe courage and manhood could avail nothing. She was gone, the fragile, helpless creature he had pledged himself to protect, gone from all who knew her, leaving not the faintest clue of her fate. Could he doubt that this energetic, warm-hearted girl was right, and that some foul deed had been done, of which Marian Holbrook was the victim? "If she lives, I will find her," he said at last, after a long pause, in which he sat in a gloomy silence, with his eyes fixed upon the ground, meditating the circumstances of Marian's disappearance. "Living or dead, I will find her. It shall be the business of my life from this hour. All my serious thoughts have been of her from the moment in which I first knew her. They will be doubly hers henceforward." "How good and true you are!" Ellen Carley exclaimed admiringly. "And how you must have loved her! I guessed when you were here last that it was you to whom she was engaged before her marriage, and told her as much. But she would not acknowledge that I was right. Oh, how I wish she had kept faith with you! How much happier she might have been as your wife!" "People have different notions of happiness, you see, Miss Carley," Gilbert answered with a bitter smile. "Yes, you were right. It was I who was to have been Marian Nowell's husband, whose every hope of the future was bound up in her. But all that is past. Whatever bitterness I felt against her at first, I do not think I was ever very bitter, has passed away. I am nothing now but her friend, her steadfast and constant friend." "Thank heaven that she has such a friend," Ellen said earnestly. "And you will make it your business to look for her, sir?" "The chief object of my life from this hour." "And you will try to discover whether her husband is really true, or whether the search he has made for her has been a blind to hide his own guilt?" "What grounds have you for supposing his guilt possible?" asked Gilbert. "There are crimes too detestable for credibility, and this would be such a one. You may imagine that I have no friendly feelings towards this man, yet I cannot for an instant conceive him capable of harming a hair of his wife's head." "Because you have not brooded upon this business as I have, sir, for hours and hours together, until the smallest things seem to have an awful meaning. I have thought of every word and every look of Mr. Holbrook's in the past, and all my thoughts have pointed one way. I believed that he was tired of his sweet young wife, that his marriage was a burden and a trouble to him somehow, that it had arisen out of an impulse that had passed away. All this might be, and yet the man be innocent. He might be, yes, sir. It's a hard thing, perhaps, to even think him guilty for a moment. But it is so difficult to account in any common way for Mrs. Holbrook's disappearance. If there had been a murder done," the girl stuttered as she said the words, "a common murder, such as one hears of in lonely country places, surely it must have come to light before this, after the search that has been made all round about. But it would have been easy enough for Mr. Holbrook to decoy his wife away to London or anywhere else. She could have gone anywhere with him at a moment's notice. She obeyed him implicitly in everything." "But why should he have taken her away from this place in a secret manner?" asked Gilbert. "He was free to remove her openly, and when you describe him as taking an amount of trouble in his search for her, which might have been so easily avoided, had he acted with ordinary prudence and caution. Say that he wanted to keep the secret of his marriage from the world in which he lives, and to place his wife in even a more secluded spot than this, which scarcely seems possible. What could have been easier for him than to take her away when and where he pleased? No one here would have any right to question his actions." Ellen Carley shook her head doubtfully. "I don't know, sir," she answered slowly. "I dare say my fancies are very foolish. They may have come, perhaps, out of thinking about this so much, till my brain has got addled, as one may say. But it flashed upon me all of a sudden one night, as Mr. Holbrook was standing in our parlour talking about his wife. It flashed upon me that he was in the secret of her disappearance, and that he was only acting with us in his pretence of anxiety and all that. I fancied there was a guilty look in his face, somehow." "Did you tell him about his wife's good fortune, the money left by her grandfather?" "I did, sir. I thought it right to tell him everything I could about my poor dear young lady's journey to London. She had told him of that in her letters, it seemed, but not about the money. She had been keeping that back for the pleasure of telling him with her own lips, and seeing his face light up, she said to me, when he heard the good news. I asked him about the letter which had come in the morning of the day she disappeared, and whether it was from him; but he said no, he had not written, counting upon being with his wife that evening. It was only at the last moment he was prevented coming." "You have looked for that letter, I suppose?" "Oh yes, sir. I searched, and Mr. Holbrook too, in every direction, but the letter wasn't to be found. He seemed very vexed about it, and very anxious to find it. We could not but think that Mrs. Holbrook had gone to meet some one that day, and that the letter had something to do with her going out. I am sure she would not have gone beyond the garden and the meadow for pleasure alone. She had never been outside the gate without me, except when she went to meet her husband." "Strange," muttered Gilbert. He was wondering about that letter. What could have been the lure which had beguiled Marian away from the house that day? What except a letter from her husband? It seemed hardly probable that she would have gone to meet any one but him, or that any one else would have appointed a meeting on the river bank. The fact that she had gone out at an earlier hour than the time at which she had been in the habit of meeting her husband when he came from the Malsham station went some way to prove that the letter had influenced her movements. Gilbert thought of the fortune which had been left to Marian, and which gave her existence a new value, perhaps exposed her to new dangers. Her husband's interests were involved in her life. Her death, should she die childless, must needs deprive him of all advantage from Jacob Nowell's death. The only person to profit from such an event would be Percival Nowell, but he was far away, Gilbert believed, and completely ignorant of his reversionary interest in his father's property. There was Medler the attorney, a man whom Gilbert had distrusted from the first. It was just possible that the letter had been from him, yet most improbable that he should have asked Mrs. Holbrook to meet him out of doors, instead of coming to her at the Grange, or that she should have acceded to such a request, had he made it. The whole affair was encompassed with mystery, and Gilbert Fenton's heart sank as he contemplated the task that lay before him. "I shall spend a day or two in this neighbourhood before I return to town," he said to Ellen Carley presently. "There are inquiries that I should like to make with my own lips. I shall be only going over old ground, I daresay, but it will be some satisfaction to me to do it for myself. Can you give me house room here for a night or two, or shall I put up at Crosber?" "I'm sure father would be very happy to accommodate you here, sir. We have plenty of room now, too much for my taste. The house seems like a wilderness now that Mrs. Holbrook is gone." "Thanks, I shall be very glad to sleep here. There is just the chance that you may have some news for me, or I for you." "Ah, sir, it is only a very poor chance, I'm afraid," the girl answered hopelessly. She went with Gilbert to the gate, and watched him as he walked away towards the river. His first impulse was to follow the path which Marian had taken that day, and to see for himself what manner of place it was from which she had so mysteriously vanished. End of chapter 25. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Chapter 26 of Fenton's Request. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 26. In Bondage. Adela Branston found life very dreary in the splendid gloom of her townhouse. She would have infinitely preferred the villa near Maidenhead for the place of her occupation, had it not been for the fact that in London she was nearer John Saltram, and that any moment of any day might bring him to her side. The days passed, however, empty, useless days, frittered away in frivolous occupations, or wasted in melancholy idleness, and John Saltram did not come. or came so rarely that the only effect of his visits was to keep up the fever and restlessness of the widow's mind. She had fancied that life would be so bright for her when the day of her freedom came, that she would reap so rich a harvest of happiness as a reward for the sacrifice which she had made in marrying old Michael Branston, and enduring his peevishness and ill health with tolerable good humour during the half-dozen years of their wedded life. She had fancied this, and now her release had come to her, and it was worthless in her sight, because the one man she cared for had proved himself cold and indifferent. In spite of his coldness, however, she told herself that he loved her from the earliest period of their acquaintance. She was a poor weak little woman, the veriest spoilt child of fortune, and she clung to this belief with a fond foolish persistence, a blind devoted obstinacy, against which the arguments of Mrs. Pallinson were utterly vain, although that lady devoted a great deal of time and energy to the agreeable duty which she called opening dear Adela's eyes about that dissipated good-for-nothing Mr. Saltram. To a correct view of this subject, Adela Branston's eyes were not to be opened in any wise. She was wilfully, resolutely blind, clinging to the hope that this cruel neglect on John Saltram's part arose only from his delicacy of feeling, and tender care for her reputation. "But oh, how I wish that he would come to me," she said to herself again and again, as those slow, dreary days went by, burdened and weighed down by the oppressive society of Mrs. Pallinson, as well as her own sad thoughts. "My husband has been dead ever so long now, and what need have we to study the opinion of the world so much? Of course I wouldn't marry him till a year or more after poor Michael's death. But I should like to see him often, to be sure that he still cares for me as he used to care. Yes, I am sure he used, in the dear old days at Maidenhead. Why doesn't he come to me? He knows that I love him. He must know that I have no brighter hope than to make him master of my fortune. And yet he goes on in those dismal Temple chambers, toiling at his literary work as if he had not a thought in the world beyond earning so many pounds a week." This was the perpetual drift of Mrs. Branston's meditations, and in the absence of any sign or token of regard from John Saltram, all Mrs. Pallinson's attempts to amuse her, all the fascinations and accomplishments of the elegant Theobald, were thrown away upon unreceptive soil. There were not many amusements open to a London public at that dull season of the year, except the theatres, and for those places of entertainment Mrs. Pallinson cherished with a shuddering aversion. But there were occasional morning and evening recitals or concerts, where the music for the most part was of a classical and recondite character, feasts of melody, at which long buried and forgotten sonatas of Gluck or Bach or Cembini were introduced to a discriminating public for the first time, and to these Mrs. Pallinson and Theobald conducted poor Adela Branston, whose musical proclivities had never yet soared into higher regions than those occupied by the sparkling joyous genius of Rossini, and to whom the revived sonatas, or the familiar old established gems of classical art, were as unintelligible as so much Hebrew or Syriac. Perhaps they were not much more delightful to Mrs. Pallinson, but that worthy matron had a profound veneration for the conventionalities of life, and these classical matinees and recitals seemed to her exactly the correct sort of thing for the amusement of a young widow whose husband had not very long ago been consigned to the tomb. So poor Adela was dragged hither and thither to gloomy concert rooms, where the winter's cold light made the performers look pale and wan, or to aristocratic drawing rooms graciously lent to some favoured pianist by their distinguished owners, and so, harassed and weary, but lacking spirit to oppose her own feeble inclinations to the overpowering force of Mrs. Pallinson's will, the helpless little widow went submissively wherever they chose to take her, tormented all the while by the thought of John Saltram's coldness, and wondering when this cruel time of probation would be at an end, and he would show himself her devoted slave once more. It was very weak and foolish to think of him like this, no doubt, undignified and unwomanly, perhaps. But Adela Branston was little more than a child in knowledge of the world, and John Saltram was the only man who had ever touched her heart. She stood quite alone in the world too, lonely with all her wealth, and there was no one to share her affection with this man, who acquired so complete an influence over her. She endured the dreary course of her days patiently enough for a considerable time, not knowing any means whereby she might release herself from the society of her kinswoman, or put an end to the indefatigable attentions of the popular Maida Hill doctor. She would have gladly offered Mrs. Pallinson a liberal allowance out of her fortune to buy that lady off, and be her own mistress once more, free to act and think for herself, had she dared to make such a degrading proposition to a person of Mrs. Pallinson's dignity. But she could not venture to do this, and she felt that no one but John Saltram, in the character of her future husband, could release her from the state of bondage into which she had weakly suffered herself to fall. In the meantime she defended the man she loved with unflinching spirit, resolutely refusing to have her eyes opened to the worthlessness of his character, and boldly declaring her disbelief of those sad accounts which Theobald affected to have heard from well-informed acquaintances of his own, respecting the follies and dissipations of Mr. Saltram's career, his debts, his love of gambling, his dealings with money-lenders, and other foibles common to the rake's progress. It was rather a hard battle for the lonely woman to fight, but she had fortune on her side, and at the worst her kinsfolk treated her with a certain deference, even while they were doing their utmost to worry her into an untimely grave. If little flatteries and perpetual indulgence in small matters, such as a foolish nurse might give to a spoilt child, could have made Adela happy, she had certainly no reason to complain, for in this matter Mrs. Pallinson was the most devoted and affectionate of companions. If her darling Adela looked a little paler than usual, or confessed to suffering from a headache, or owned to being nervous or out of spirits, Mrs. Pallinson's anxiety knew no bounds, and Theobald was summoned from Maida Hill without a minute's delay, much to poor Adela's annoyance. Indeed, she grew in time to deny the headaches and the low spirits or the nervousness resolutely, rather than bring upon herself a visitation from Mr. Theobald Pallinson. And in spite all of this care and indulgence, she felt herself prisoner in her own house somehow, more dependent than the humblest servant in that spacious mansion, and she looked out helplessly and hopelessly for some friend through whose courageous help she might recover her freedom. Perhaps she only thought of one companion as at all likely to come to her rescue. Indeed, her mind had scarcely room for more than one image, which occupied her thoughts at all times. Her captivity had lasted for a period which seemed a very long time, though it was short enough when computed by the ordinary standard of weeks and months, when a circumstance occurred which gave her a brief interval of liberty. Mr. Pallinson fell a victim to some slight attack of low fever, and his mother, who was really most devoted to this paragon of a son, retired from the citadel in Cavendish Square for a few days in order to nurse him. It was not that the surgeon's illness was in any way dangerous, but the mother could not trust her darling to the care of strangers and hirelings. Adela Branston seemed to breathe more freely in that brief holiday. Relieved from Mrs. Pallinson's dismal presence, a life appeared brighter and pleasanter all at once. A faint colour came back to the pale cheeks, and the widow was even beguiled into laughter by some uncomplimentary observations which her confidential maid ventured upon with reference to the absent lady. "I'm sure the house itself seems lighter and more cheerful without her, ma'am," said this young person, who was of a vivacious temperament, and upon whom the dowager's habitual dreariness had been a heavy affliction. "And you're looking all the better already for not being worried by her." "Berners, you must really not say such things," Mrs. Branston exclaimed reproachfully. "You ought to know that my cousin is most kind and thoughtful, and does everything for the best." "Oh, of course, ma'am; but some people's best is not quite as bad as other people's worst," the maid answered sharply. "And as to kindness and thoughtfulness, Mrs. Pallinson is a great deal too kind and thoughtful, I think, for her kindness and thoughtfulness won't allow you a moment's rest. And then, as if somebody couldn't see through her schemes of that precious son of hers, with his finicking affected ways." And at this point the vivacious Berners gave a little imitation of Theobald Pallinson, with which liberty Adela pretended to be very much offended, laughing at the performance nevertheless. Mrs. Branston passed the first day of her freedom in luxurious idleness. It was such an inexpressible relief not to hear the perpetual click of Mrs. Pallinson's needle travelling in and out of the canvas, as that irreproachable matron sat at her embroidery frame, on which a group of spaniels, after Sir Edwin Landseer, were slowly growing into the fluffy life of Berlin wool. A still greater relief not to be called upon to respond appropriately to the dull platitudes which formed the lady's usual conversation, when she was not abusing John Saltram, or sounding the praises of her beloved son. The day was a long one for Adela, in spite of the pleasant sense of freedom, for she had begun the morning with the thought of what a delightful thing it would be if some happy accident should bring Mr. Saltram to Cavendish Square on this particular day. And having once started with this idea, she found herself counting the hours and half-hours with impatient watchfulness until the orthodox time for visiting was quite over, and she could no longer beguile herself with the hope that he would come. She wanted so much to see him alone. Since her husband's death they had only met in the presence of Mrs. Pallinson, beneath the all-pervading eye, and within perpetual earshot of that oppressive matron. Adela fancied that if they could only meet for a brief 1 hour face to face, without the restraint of that foreign presence, all misunderstanding would be at an end between them, and John Saltram's affection for her, which she believed with a fond credulity, would reveal itself in all its truth and fulness. "I daresay it's my cousin Pallinson who has kept him away from me all this time," Adela said to herself with a very patient feeling about her cousin Pallinson. "I know how intolerant he is of any one he dislikes, and no doubt he has taken a dislike to her. She has done everything to provoke it, indeed by her coldness and rudeness to him." That day went by, and the second and third day of the dowager's absence, but there was no sign of John Saltram. Adela thought of writing to ask him to come to her, but that seemed such a desperate step. She could not think how she could word the letter, or how she could give it to one of the servants to post. No, she would contrive to post it herself, if she did bring herself to write. And then she thought of a still more desperate step. What if she were to call upon Mr. Saltram at his Temple chambers? It would be a most unwarrantable thing for her to do, of course, an act which would cause Mrs. Pallinson's hair to stand on end in virtuous horror, could it by any means come to her knowledge. But Adela did not intend that should ever be known to Mrs. Pallinson, and about the opinion of the world in the abstract, Mrs. Branson told herself that she cared very little. What was the use of being a rich widow if she was to be hedged in by the restrictions which encompass the steps of an unwedded damsel just in the beginning of life? Emboldened by the absence of her dowager kinswoman, Mrs. Branson felt herself independent, free to do a foolish thing, and ready to abide the hazard of her folly. So upon the fourth day of her freedom, despairing any visit from John Saltram, Adela Branston ordered the solemn-looking butler to send for a cab, much to the surprise of that portly individual. "Josephs has been round asking about the carriage, mum," he said, in a kind of suggestive way, "whether you'd please to want the brooch or the broom, and whether you'd drive before or after luncheon." "I shall not want the carriage this morning. Send for a cab, if you please, Parker. I'm going into the city, and I don't care about taking the horses there." His mistress was a kind little woman enough, but such extreme consideration for the equine comfort is hardly a feminine attribute, and Mr. Parker was puzzled. He told Josephs the coachman as much when he had dispatched an underling to fetch the cleanest four-wheeler procurable at an adjacent stand. "She's a-going to her banker's, I suppose," he said meditatively. "Going to make some new investments, perhaps. Women are always a-fidgeting and chopping and changing with their money." Mrs. Branson kept the cab waiting for half an hour, according to the fairest reckoning. She was very particular about her toilette that morning, and inclined to be discontented with the sombre plainness of her widow's garb, and to fancy that the delicate border of white crape around her girlish face made her look pale, not to say sallow. She came downstairs at last, however, looking very graceful and pretty in her trailing morning robes and fashionable crape bonnet, in which the profoundest depth of woe was made to express itself with a due regard to elegance. She came down to the homely hackney vehicle attended by the obsequious Berners, whose curiosity was naturally excited by this solitary expedition. "Where shall I tell the man to drive to, mum?" the butler asked with the cab door in his hand. Mrs. Branston felt herself blushing, and hesitated a little before she replied. "The Union Bank, Chancery Lane. Tell him to go by the Strand and Temple Bar." "I can't think what's come to my mistress," Miss Berners remarked as the cab drove off. "Catch me driving in one of those nasty vulgar four-wheel cabs. If I had a couple of carriages and a couple of pairs of horses at my disposal, there's some style about a hansom. But I never could abide those creepy crawly four-wheelers." "I admire your taste, Miss Berners, and a dashing young woman like you is a credit to a hansom," replied Mr. Parker gallantly. "But there's no accounting for the vagaries of the female sex, and I fancy somehow Mrs. B. didn't want any of us to know where she was going. She coloured up so when I asked her for the direction. You may depend there's something up, Jane Berners. She's going to see some poor relation, perhaps, Mile End or Kentish Town way, and was ashamed to give the address." "I don't believe she has any relations except old Mother Pallinson and her son," Miss Berners answered; and thereupon the handmaiden withdrew to her own regions with a discontented air, as one who had been that day cheated out of her legitimate rights. Chapter 26. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Chapter 27 of Fenton's Request. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 27. Only a Woman. The cabman did not hurry his tall raw-boned steed, and the drive to Temple Bar seemed a very long one to Adela Branston, whose mind was disturbed by the consciousness that she was doing a foolish thing. Many times during the journey she was on the point of stopping the man and telling him to drive back to Cavendish Square, but in spite of these moments of doubt and vacillation she suffered the vehicle to proceed, and only stopped the man when they were close to Temple Bar. Here she told him where she wanted to go, upon which he plunged down an obscure side street and stopped at one of the entrances to the temple. Here Mrs. Branston alighted, and had to inquire her way to Mr. Saltram's chambers. She was so unaccustomed to be out alone that this expedition seemed something almost awful to her when she found herself helpless and solitary in that strange locality. She had fancied that the cab would drive straight to Mr. Saltram's door. The busy lawyers flitting across those grave courts and passages turned to glance curiously at the pretty little widow. She had the air of a person not used to being on foot and unattended, a kind of aerial butterfly air, as of one who belonged to the useless and ornamental class of society, utterly different from the appearance of such humble female pedestrians as were wont to make the courts and alleys of the Temple a short cut in their toilsome journeys to and fro. Happily a porter appeared, who was able to direct her to Mr. Saltram's chambers, and civilly offered to escort her there, for which service she rewarded him a half a crown, instead of the sixpence which he expected as his maximum recompense. She was so glad to have reached the shelter of the dark staircase in safety. The men whom she had met had frightened her by their bold admiring stares, and yet she was pleased to think that she was looking pretty. The porter did not leave her until she had been admitted by Mr. Saltram's boy, and then retired, promising to be in the way to see her back to her carriage. How the poor little thing trembled when she found herself on the threshold of that unfamiliar door! What a horrible dingy lobby it was! And how she pitied John Saltram for having to live in such a place! He was at home and alone, the boy told her. Would she please to send her card? No. Mrs. Branston declined to send in her card. The boy could say that a lady wished to see Mr. Saltram. The truth was, she wanted to surprise this man, to see how her unlooked-for presence would affect him. She fancied herself loved by him, poor soul, and that she would be able to read some evidence of his joy at seeing her in this unexpected manner. The boy went in to his master and announced the advent of a lady, the first he had ever seen in those dismal premises. John Saltram started up from his desk and came with a hurried step to the door, very pale and almost breathless. "A lady! he gasped, then fell back a pace or two on seeing Adela, with a look which was very much like disappointment. "You're here, Mrs. Branston!" he exclaimed. "You are the last person in the world I should have expected to see." Perhaps he felt there was a kind of rudeness in his speech, for he added hastily, and with a faint smile, "Of course I'm not the less honoured by your visit." He moved a chair forward, the least dilapidated of the 3 or 4 which formed his scanty stock, and placed it near the neglected fire, which he tried to revive a little by a judicious use of the poker. "You expected to see some one else, I think," Adela said, quite unable to hide her wounded feelings. She had seen the eagerness in his pale face when he came to the door, and the disappointed look with which he had recognised her. "Scarcely, but I expected to receive news of some one else." "Some one you are very anxious to hear about, I should imagine, from your manner just now," said Adela, who could not forbear pressing the question a little. "Yes, Mrs. Branston, some one about whom I am anxious, a relation, in short." She looked at him with a puzzled air. She had never heard him talk of his relations, and indeed supposed that he stood almost alone in the world. But there was no reason that it should be so, except his silence on the subject. She watched him for some moments in silence, as he stood leaning against the opposite angle of the chimney-piece, waiting for her to speak. He was looking very ill, much changed since she had seen him last, haggard and worn, with the air of a man who had not slept properly for many nights. There was an absent, far-away look in his eyes, and Adela Branston felt all at once that her presence was nothing to him, that this desperate step which she had taken had no more effect upon him than the modest event of everyday life. In a word, that he did not love her. A cold, death-like feeling came over her as she thought of this. She had set her heart upon this man's love, and had indeed some justification for supposing that it was hers. It seemed to her that life was useless, worse than useless, odious and unendurable, without it. But even while she was thinking this, with a cold blank misery in her heart, she had to invent some excuse for this unseemly visit. "I have waited so anxiously for you to call," she said at last, in a nervous, hesitating way, "and I began to fear that you must be ill, and I wished to consult you about the management of my affairs. My lawyers worry me so with questions which I don't know how to answer, and I have so few friends in the world whom I can trust except you. So at last I screwed up my courage to call upon you." "I am deeply honoured by your confidence, Mrs. Branston," John Saltram answered, looking at her gravely with those weary, haggard eyes, with the air of a man who brings his thoughts back to common life from some far-away region with an effort. "If my advice or assistance can be of any use to you, they are completely at your service. What is this business about which your solicitor bothers you?" "I'll explain that to you directly," Adela answered, taking some letters from her pocket-book. "How good you are! I knew that you would help me. But tell me first why you have never been to Cavendish Square in all this long time. I fear I was right. You have been ill, have you not?" "Not exactly ill, but very much worried and overworked." A light dawned on Adela Branston's troubled mind. She began to think that Mr. Saltram's strange absent manner, his apparent indifference to her presence, might arise from preoccupation, caused by those pecuniary difficulties from which the Pallinsons declared him so constant a sufferer. Yes, she told herself, it was trouble of this kind that oppressed him, that had banished him from her all this time. He was too generous to repair his shattered fortunes by means of her money. He was too proud to confess his fallen state. A tender pity took possession of her. All that was most sentimental in her nature was awakened by the idea of John Saltram's generosity. What was the use of her fortune, if she could not employ it for the relief of the man she loved? "You are so kind to me, Mr. Saltram," she faltered, after a troubled pause, "so ready to help me in my perplexities. I only wish you would allow me to be of some use to you in yours. If you have any perplexities, and I suppose everybody has, of some kind or another, I should be so proud if you would give me your confidence, so proud and happy." Her voice trembled a little as she said this, looking up at him all the while with soft confiding blue eyes. the fair delicate face looking its prettiest in the coquettish widow's headgear. A man must have been harder of heart than John Saltram who could remain unmoved by a tenderness so evident. This man was touched, and deeply. The pale, careworn face grew more troubled. The firmly moulded lips quivered ever so little, as he looked down at the widow's pleading countenance, and then he turned his head aside with a sudden half-impatient movement. "My dear Mrs. Branston, you are too good to me. I am unworthy, I am in every way unworthy of your kindness." "You are not unworthy, and that is no answer to my question, only an excuse to put me off. We are such old friends, Mr. Saltram, you might trust me. You own that you have been worried, overworked, worried about money matters, perhaps. I know that gentlemen are generally subject to that kind of annoyance, and you know how rich I am, how little employment I have for my money, though you can never imagine how worthless and useless it seems to me. Why won't you trust me? Why won't you let me be your banker?" She blushed crimson as she made this offer, dreading that the man she loved would turn upon her fiercely in a passion of offended pride. She sat before him trembling, dreading the might of his indignation. But there was no sign of anger in John Saltram's face when he looked round at her, only grief and an expression that was like pity. "The offer is like you," he said with suppressed feeling. "But the worries of which I spoke just now are not money troubles. I do not pretend to deny that my affairs are embarrassed, and have been for so long that entanglement has become their normal state. But if they were ever so much more desperate, I could not afford to trade upon your generosity. No, Mrs. Branston, that is just the very last thing in this world that I could consent to do." "It is very cruel of you to say that," Adela answered, with tears gathering in her clear blue eyes, and with a little childish look of vexation, which would have seemed infinitely charming in the eyes of a man who loved her. "There can be no reason for your saying this, except that you do not think me worthy of your confidence, that you despise me too much to treat me like a friend. If I were that Mr. Fenton now, whom you care for so much, you would not treat me like this. I never borrowed a sixpence from Gilbert Fenton in my life, though I know that his purse is always open to me. But friendship is apt to end when money transactions begin. Believe me, I feel your goodness, Mrs. Branston, your womanly generosity, but it is my own unworthiness that comes between me and your kindness. I can accept nothing from you but the sympathy which it is your nature to give to all who need it. I do indeed sympathize with you, but it seems so hard that you will not consent to make some use of all that money which is lying idle. It would make me so happy if I could think it were useful to you, but I dare not say any more. I have said too much already, perhaps. Only I hope you will not think very badly of me for having acted on impulse in this way." "Think badly of you, my dear kind soul! What can I think, except that you are one of the most generous of women?" "And what about these other troubles, Mr. Saltram, which have no relation to money matters? You will not give me your confidence?" "There is nothing that I can confide in you, Mrs. Branston. There are others involved in the matter of which I spoke. I am not free to talk about it." Poor Adela felt herself repulsed at every point. It seemed very hard. Had she been mistaken about this man all the time? Mistaken and deluded in those happy days during her husband's lifetime, when he had been so constant a visitor at the riverside villa, and had seemed exactly what a man might seem who cherished a tenderness which he dared not reveal in the present, but which in a brighter future might blossom into the full-blown flower of love. "And now about your own affairs, my dear Mrs. Branston," John Saltram said, with a forced cheerfulness, drawing up his chair to the table and assuming a businesslike manner. "These tiresome letters of your lawyer's, let me see what use I can be in the matter." Adela Branston produced the letters with a rather absent air. They were letters about very insignificant affairs, the renewal of a lease or two, the reinvestment of a sum of money that had been lent on a mortgage and had fallen in lately, transactions that scarcely called for the employment of Mr. Saltram's intellectual powers. But he gave them very serious attention nevertheless, well aware all the time that this business consultation was only the widow's excuse for her visit. And while she seemed to be listening to his advice, her eyes were wandering around the room all the time, noting the dust and confusion, the soda-water bottles huddled in one corner, the pile of books heaped in a careless manner in another, the half-empty brandy bottle between a couple of stone ink jars on the mantelpiece. She was thinking what a dreary place it was, and that there was a stamp of decay and ruin somehow upon the man who occupied it. And she loved him so well, and would have given all the world to have redeemed his life. It is doubtful whether Adela Branston heard one syllable of that counsel which Mr. Saltram administered so gravely. Her mind was full of the failure of this desperate step which she had taken. He seemed farther from her now than before they had met, obstinately averse to profit by her friendship, cold and cruel. "You will come and dine with us very soon, I hope," she said, as she rose to go. "My cousin, Mrs. Pallinson, will be home in a day or two. She has been nursing her son for the last few days, but he is much better, and I expect her back immediately. We shall be so pleased to see you. You will name an early day, won't you? Monday, shall we say, or Sunday? You can't plead business on Sunday." "My dear Mrs. Branston, I really am not well enough for visiting." "But dining with us does not come under the head of visiting. We will be quite alone, if you wish it. I shall be hurt if you refuse to come." "If you put it that way, I cannot refuse. But I fear you will find me wretched company." "I am not afraid of that. And now I must ask you to forgive me for having wasted so much of your time, before I say good morning." "There has been no time of mine wasted. I have learned to know your generous heart even better than I knew it before, and I think I always knew that it was a noble one. Believe me, I am not ungrateful or indifferent to so much goodness." He accompanied her downstairs and through the courts and passages to the place where she had left the cab, in spite of the ticket porter, who was hanging about, ready to act as escort. He saw her safely seated in the hackney vehicle, and then walked slowly back to his chambers, thinking over the interview which had just concluded. "Poor little soul," he said to himself softly, "dear little soul. There are men who would go to the end of the world for a woman like that. Yes, if she had not a sixpence. And to think that I, who thought myself so strong in the wisdom of the world, should have let such a prize slip through my fingers. For what? For a fancy, for a caprice that has brought confusion and shame upon me, disappointment and regret." He breathed a profound sigh. From first to last life had been more or less disappointment to this man. He had lived alone, lived for himself, despising the ambitious aims and lofty hopes of other men, thinking the best prizes this world can give scarcely worth that long struggle which is so apt to end in failure. Perfect success is so rare a result, it seemed to him. He made a rough calculation of his chances in any given line when he was still fresh from college, and finding the figures against him, he gave up all thoughts of doing great things. By and by, when his creditors grew pressing and it was necessary for him to earn money in some way, he found that it was no trouble to him to write. So he wrote with a spasmodic kind of industry, but of 40 horsepower when he chose to exercise it. For a long time he had no thought of winning name or fame in literature. It was only of late it had dawned upon him that he had wasted labour and talent, out of which a wiser man would have created for himself a reputation, and that reputation is worth something, if only as a means of making money. This conviction once arrived at, he had worked hard at a book which he thought must needs make some impression upon the world, whenever he could afford time to complete it. In the meanwhile his current work occupied so much of his life that he was fain to lay the magnum opus aside every now and then, and still needed a month or two of quiet labour. End of chapter 27. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. VoiceOversByKirk.com. Chapter 28 of Fenton's Request. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 28. At Fault. Gilbert Fenton took up his abode at the dilapidated old inn at Crosber, thinking that he might be freer there than at the Grange. A dismal place of sojourn under the brightest circumstances, but unspeakably dreary for him who had only the saddest thoughts for his companions. He wanted to be on the spot, to be close at hand to hear tidings of the missing girl, and he also wanted to be here in the event of John Holbrook's return, to come face to face with this man, if possible, and to solve that question which had sorely perplexed him of late, the mystery that hung about the man who had wronged him. He consulted Ellen Carley as to the probability of Mr. Holbrook's return. The girl seemed to think it very unlikely that Marian's husband would ever again appear at the Grange. His last departure had appeared like a final one. He had paid every sixpence he owed in the neighbourhood, and had been liberal in his donations to the servants and hangers-on of the place. Marian's belongings he had left to Ellen Carley's care, telling her to pack them and keep them in readiness for being forwarded to any address he might send. But his own books and papers he had carefully removed. "Had he many books here?" Gilbert asked. "Not many," the girl answered. "But he was a very studious gentleman. He spent almost all of his time shut up in his own room reading and writing." "Indeed." In this respect the habits of the unknown corresponded exactly with those of John Saltram. Gilbert Fenton's heart beat a little quicker at the thought that he was coming nearer by a step to the solution of that question which was always uppermost in his mind now. "Do you know if he wrote books, if he was what is called a literary man, living by his pen?" he asked presently. "I don't know. I never heard his wife say so. But Mrs. Holbrook was always reserved about him and his history. I think he had forbidden her to talk about his affairs. I know I used to fancy it was a dull life for her, poor soul, sitting in his room hour after hour, working while he wrote. He used not to allow her to be with him at all at first, but little by little she persuaded him to let her sit with him, promising not to disturb him by so much as a word, and she never did. She seemed quite happy when she was with him, contented, and proud to think that her presence was no hindrance to him." "And you think he loved her, don't you?" "At first, yes; but I think a kind of weariness came over him afterwards, and that she saw it, and almost broke her heart about it. She was so simple and innocent, poor darling, it wasn't easy for her to hide anything she felt." Gilbert asked the bailiff's daughter to describe Mr. Holbrook to him, as she had done more than once before. But this time he questioned her closely, and contrived that her description of this man's outward semblance should be especially minute and careful. Yes, the picture which arose before him as Ellen Carley spoke was the picture of John Saltram. The description seemed in every way particular to apply to the face and figure of his chosen friend. But then all such verbal pictures are at best vague and shadowy, and Gilbert knew that he carried that one image in his mind, and would be apt unconsciously to twist the girl's words into that one shape. He asked if any picture or photograph of Mr. Holbrook had been left at the Grange, and Ellen Carley told him no. She had never seen a portrait of Marian's husband. He was therefore fain to be content with the description which seemed so exactly to fit the friend he loved, the friend to whom he had clung with a deeper, stronger feeling since this miserable suspicion had taken root in his mind. "I think I could have forgiven him if he had come between us in a bold and open way," he said to himself, brooding over this harassing doubt of his friend. "Yes, I think I could have forgiven him, in spite of the bitterness of losing her. But to steal her from me with cowardly, treacherous secrecy, to hide my treasure in an obscure corner, and then grow weary of her, and blight her fair young life with his coldness. Can I forgive him these things? Can all the memory of the past plead with me for him when I think of these things? O God, grant me that I am mistaken, that it is some other man who has done this, and not John Saltram, not the man I have loved and honoured for 15 years of my life." But his suspicions were not to be put away, not to be driven out of his mind, let him argue against them as he might. He resolved, therefore, that as soon as he should have made every effort, and taken every possible means towards the recovery of the missing girl, he would make it his business next to bring this thing home to John Saltram, or quit him for ever. It is needless to dwell upon that weary work, which seemed destined to result in nothing but disappointment. The local constabulary and the London police alike exerted all their powers to obtain some trace of Marian Holbrook's lost footsteps, but no clue to the painful mystery was to be found. From the moment when she vanished from the eyes of the servant woman watching her departure from the Grange gate, she seemed to have disappeared altogether from the sight of mankind. If by some witchcraft she had melted into the dim autumnal mist that hung about the river bank, she could not have left less trace, or vanished more mysteriously than she had done. The local constabulary gave in very soon, in spite of Gilbert Fenton's handsome payment in the present, and noble promises of reward in the future. The local constabulary were honest and uninventive. They shook their heads gloomily and said, "Drowned." "But the river has been dragged," Gilbert cried eagerly, "and there has been nothing found." He shuddered at the thought of that which might have been hauled to shore in the foul weedy net. The face he loved, changed, disfigured, awful, the damp clinging hair. "Holes," replied the chief of the local constabulary sententiously. "There's holes in that there river where you might hide half a dozen drowned men, and never hope to find 'em, no more than if they was at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. Lord bless your heart, sir, you Londoners don't know what a river is, in a manner of speaking," added the man, who was most likely unacquainted with the existence of the Thames, compared with which noble stream his sluggish Hampshire river was the veriest ditch. "I've known a many poor creature drowned in that river, and never one of 'em to come to light. Not that the river was dragged for them. Their friends weren't of the dragging class, they weren't." The London police were more hopeful and more delusive. They were always hearing of some young lady newly arrived at some neighbouring town or village, who seemed to answer exactly to the description of Mrs. Holbrook. And behold, when Gilbert Fenton hurried off post haste to the village or town, and presented himself before the lady in question, he found for the most part that she was 10 years older than Marian, and was as utterly unlike her as it was possible for one Englishwoman to be unlike another. He possessed a portrait of the missing girl, a carefully finished photograph, which had been given to him in the brief happy time when she was his promised wife, and he caused this image to be multiplied and distributed wherever the search of Marian was being made. He neglected no possible means by which he might hope to obtain tidings, advertising continually, in town and country, and varying his advertisements in such a manner as to ensure attention either from the object of his inquiries or any one acquainted with her. But all his trouble was in vain. No reply, or what was worse, worthless and delusive replies, came to his advertisements. The London police, who had pretended to be so hopeful at first, began to despair in a visible manner, having put all their machinery into play, and failed to obtain even the most insignificant result. They were fain to confess at last that they could only come to a pretty much the same conclusion as arrived at by their inferiors, the rustic officials, and agreed that in all probability the river hid the secret of Marian Holbrook's fate. She had been the victim of either crime or accident. Who could say which? The former seemed more likely, as she had vanished in broad daylight, when it was scarcely possible that her footsteps could go astray, while in that lonely neighbourhood a crime was never impossible. "She had a watch and chain, I suppose?" the officer inquired. "Ladies will wear 'em." Gilbert ascertained from Ellen Carley that Marian had always worn her watch and chain, had worn them when she left the Grange for the last time. She had a few other trinkets too, which she wore habitually, quaint old-fashioned things of some value. How well Gilbert remembered those little family treasures, which she had exhibited to him at Captain Sedgewick's bidding. "Ah," muttered the officer when he heard this, "quite enough to cost her her life, if she met one of your ugly customers. I've known a murder committed for the sake of a 3 and 6pence in my time, and pushing a young woman into a river don't count for murder among that sort of people. You see, someone may come by and fish her out again, so it can't well be more than manslaughter." A dull horror came over Gilbert Fenton as he heard these professional speculations. But at the worst he could not bring himself to believe that these men were right, and that the woman he loved had been the victim of some obscure wretch's greed, slain in broad daylight for the sake of a few pounds' worth of jewellery. When everything had been done that was possible to be done in that part of the country, Mr. Fenton went back to London, but not before he had become very familiar with the household of the Grange. From the first he had liked and trusted Ellen Carley, deeply touched by her fidelity to Marian. He made a point of dropping in at the Grange every evening, when not away from Crosber, following up some delusive track started by his metropolitan counsellors. He always went there with a faint hope that Ellen Carley might have something to tell him, and with a vague notion that John Holbrook might return unexpectedly, and that they two might meet in the old farmhouse. But Mr. Holbrook did not reappear, nor had Ellen any tidings of her evening visitor, though she thought of little else than Marian, and never let a day pass without making some small effort to obtain a clue to that mystery which now seemed so hopeless. Gilbert grew to be quite at home in the little wainscoted parlour at the Grange, smoking his cigar there nightly in a tranquil contemplative mood, while Mr. Carley puffed vigorously at his long clay pipe. There was a special charm for him in the place that had so long been Marian's home. He felt nearer to her somehow under that roof, and as if he must needs be on the right road to some discovery. The bailiff, although prone to silence, seemed to derive considerable gratification from Mr. Fenton's visits, and talked to that gentleman with greater freedom than he was wont to display in his intercourse with mankind. Ellen was not always present during the whole of the evening, and in her presence the bailiff would unbosom himself to Gilbert on the subject of his daughter's undutiful conduct, telling him what a preposterous marriage the girl might make if she had only common sense enough to see her own interests in the right light, and wasn't the most obstinate, self-willed hussy that ever set her own foolish whims and fancies against a father's wishes. "But a woman's fancies sometimes mean a very deep feeling, Mr. Carley," pleaded Gilbert, "and that worldly wise people call a good home is not always a happy one. It's a hard thing for a young woman to marry against her inclination." "Humph," muttered the bailiff in a surly tone. "It's a harder thing for her to marry a pauper, I should think, and to bring a regiment of children into the world, always wanting shoes and stockings. But you're a bachelor, you see, Mr. Fenton, and can't be expected to know what shoes and stockings are. Now there happens to be a friend of mine, a steady, respectable, middle-aged man, who worships the ground my girl walks on, and could make her mistress of as good a house as any within 20 miles of this, and give a home to her father in his old age, into the bargain. For I'm only a servant here, and it can't be expected that I am to go on toiling and slaving about this place for ever. I don't say but what I've saved a few pounds, but I haven't saved enough to keep me out of the workhouse." This seemed to Gilbert a rather selfish manner of looking at a daughter's matrimonial prospects, and he ventured to hint as much in a polite way, but the bailiff was immovable. "What a young woman wants is a good home," he said decisively, "whether she has the sense to know it herself, or whether she hasn't. That's what she's got to look for in life." Gilbert had not spent many evenings at the Grange before he had the honour of being introduced to the estimable middle-aged suitor, whose claims Mr. Carley was always putting forth to his daughter. He saw Stephen Whitelaw, and that individual's colourless, expressionless countenance, redeemed from total blankness by only the cunning visible in the small grey eyes, impressed him with instant distrust and dislike. God forbid that frank warm-hearted girl should ever be sacrificed to such a fellow as this, he said to himself as he sat on the opposite side of the hearth, smoking his cigar and meditatively contemplating Mr. Whitelaw conversing in his slow, solemn fashion with the man who was so eager to be his father-in-law. In the course of that first evening of their acquaintance, Gilbert was surprised to see how often Stephen Whitelaw looked at him, with a strange, attentive expression, that had something furtive in it, some hidden meaning, as it seemed to him. Whenever Gilbert spoke, the farmer looked up at him, always with the same sharp, inquisitive glance, the same cunning twinkle in his small eyes. And every time he happened to look at Mr. Whitelaw during that evening, he found the watchful eyes turned towards him in the same unpleasant manner. The sensation caused by this kind of surveillance on the part of the farmer was so obnoxious to him, that at parting he took occasion to speak of it in a friendly way. "I fancy you and I must have met before to-night, Mr. Whitelaw," he said, "or that you must have some notion to that effect. You've looked at me with an amount of interest my personal merits could scarcely call for." "No, no, sir," the farmer answered in his usual slow, deliberate way. "It isn't that. I never set eyes on you before I came into this room to-night. But you see, Ellen, she's interested in you, and I take an interest in any one she takes to. And we've all of us thought so much about your searching for that poor young lady that's missing, and taking such pains, and being so patient-like where another would have given in at the first set-off. So altogether you're a general object of interest, you see." Gilbert did not appear particularly flattered by this compliment. He received it at first with rather an angry look, and then, after a pause, was vexed with himself for having been annoyed by the man's clumsy expression of sympathy, for it was sympathy, no doubt, which Mr. Whitelaw wished to express. "It has been sad work so far," he said. "I suppose you can give me no hint, no kind of advice as to any step to be taken in the future." "Lord bless you, no, sir. Everything that could be done was done before you came here. Mr. Holbrook didn't leave a stone unturned. He did his duty as a man and a husband, sir. The poor young lady was drowned. There's no doubt about that." "I don't believe it," Gilbert said, with a quiet, resolute air, which seemed quite to startle Mr. Whitelaw. "You don't believe she was drowned? You mean to say you think she's alive, then?" he asked, with unusual sharpness and quickness of speech. "I have a firm conviction that she still lives, that, with God's blessing, I shall see her again." "Well, sir," Mr. Whitelaw replied, relapsing into his accustomed slowness, and rubbing his clumsy chin with his still clumsier hand, in a thoughtful manner, "of course it ain't my place to go against any gentleman's convictions, far from it. But if you see Mrs. Holbrook before the dead rise out of their graves, my name isn't Stephen Whitelaw. You may waste your time and your trouble, and you may spend your money as it was so much water, but set eyes upon that missing lady you never will. Take my word for it, or don't take my word for it, as you please." Gilbert wondered at the man's earnestness. Did he really feel some kind of benevolent interest in the fate of a helpless woman, or was it only a vulgar love of the marvellous and horrible that moved him? Gilbert leaned to the latter opinion, and was by no means inclined to give Stephen Whitelaw credit for any surplus of benevolence. He saw a good deal more of Ellen Carley's suitor in the course of his evening visits to the Grange, and had ample opportunity for observing Mr. Whitelaw's mode of courtship, which was by no means of the demonstrative order, consisting in a polite silence towards the object of his affections, broken only by one or two clumsy but florid compliments delivered in a deliberate but semi-jocose manner. The owner of Wycombe Farm had no idea of making hard work of his courtship. He had been angled for by so many damsels, and courted by so many fathers and mothers, that he fancied he had but say a word when the time came, and the thing would be done. Any evidence of avoidance, indifference, or even dislike upon Ellen Carley's part troubled him in the smallest degree. He had heard people talk of young Randall's fancy for her, and of her liking for him, but he knew that her father meant to set his heel upon any nonsense of this kind, and he did not for a moment imagine it possible that any girl would resolutely oppose her father's will, and throw away such good fortune as he could offer her, to ride in her own chaise cart, and to wear a silk gown always on Sundays, to say nothing of a gold watch and chain. And Mr. Whitelaw meant to endow his bride with the ponderous old-fashioned timepiece and heavy brassy-looking cable which had belonged to his mother. End of chapter 28. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Chapter 29 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 29. Baffled, Not Beaten. The time came when Gilbert Fenton was fain to own to himself that there was no more to be done down in Hampshire. Professional science and his own efforts had been alike futile. If she whom he sought still lived, and he had never for a moment suffered himself to doubt this, it was more than likely she was far away from Gosper Grange, that there had been some motive for her sudden flight, unaccountable as that flight might seem in the absence of any clue to the mystery. Every means of inquiry being exhausted in Hampshire, there was nothing left to Gilbert but to return to London, that marvellous city, where there always seems the most hope of finding the lost, wide as the wilderness is. In London I shall have clever detectives always at my service, Gilbert thought. In London I may be able to solve the question of John Holbrook's identity. So, apart from the fact that his own affairs necessitated his prompt return to the great city, Gilbert had another motive for leaving the dull rural neighbourhood where he had wasted so many anxious hours, so much thought and care. For the rest, he knew that Ellen Carey would be faithful, always on the watch for any clue to the mystery of Marian Holbrook's fate, always ready to receive the wanderer with open arms, should any happy chance bring her back to the Grange. Assured of this, he felt less compunction in turning his back upon the spot where his lost love had vanished from the eyes of men. Before leaving, he gave Ellen a letter for Marian's husband, in the improbable event of that gentleman's reappearance at the Grange. A few simple earnest lines, entreating Mr. Holbrook to believe in the writer's faithful and brotherly affection for his wife, and to meet him in London on an early occasion, in order they might together concert fresh means for bringing about her restoration to her husband and home. He reminded Mr. Holbrook of his friendship for Captain Sedgewick, and that good man's confidence in him, and declared himself bound by his respect for the dead to be faithful to the living, faithful in all forgiveness of any wrong done him in the past. He went back to London cruelly depressed by the failure of his efforts, and with a blank dreary feeling that there was little more for him to do except to wait the working of Providence, with the faint hope that one of those happy accidents which sometimes bring about a desired result when all human endeavour seems to have been in vain, might throw a sudden light on Marian Holbrook's fate. During the whole of that homeward journey he brooded on those dark suspicions of Mr. Holbrook which Ellen Carey had let fall in their early interviews. He had checked the girl on these occasions, and had prevented the full utterance of her thoughts, generously indignant that any suspicion of foul play should attach to Marian's husband, and utterly incredulous of such a deep guilt as that at which the girl's hints pointed. But now that he was leaving Hampshire, he felt vexed with himself for not having urged her to speak freely, not having considered her suspicions, however preposterous those suspicions might have appeared to him. Marian's disappearance had taken a darker colour in his mind since that time. Granted that she had left the Grange of her own accord, having some special reason for leaving secretly, at whose bidding would she have so acted except her husband's, she who stood so utterly alone, without a friend in the world? But what possible motive could Mr. Holbrook have had for such an underhand course, for making a conspiracy and a mystery out of so simple a fact as the removal of his wife from a place whence he was free to remove her at any moment? Fair and honest motive for such a course there could be none. Was it possible, looking at the business from a darker point of view, to imagine any guilty reason for carrying out such a plot? If this man had wanted to bring about a lifelong severance between himself and his wife, to put her away somewhere, to keep her hidden from the eyes of the world, in plainer words, to get rid of her, might not his pretence of losing her, this affectation of distress at her loss, be a safe way of accomplishing his purpose? Who else was interested in doing her wrong? Who else could have had sufficient power over her to beguile her away from her home? Pondering on these questions throughout all that weary journey across the wintry landscape of bare brown fields and leafless trees, Gilbert Fenton travelled Londonwards to the city which was so little of a home for him, but in which his life had seemed pleasant enough in its own commonplace fashion until that fatal summer evening when he first saw Marian Nowell's radiant face in the quiet church at Lidford. He scarcely stopped to eat or drink at the end of his journey, regaling himself only with a bottle of soda water, imperceptibly favoured with cognac by the hands of a ministering angel at the refreshment counter at the Waterloo station, and then hurrying on at once in a hansom to that dingy street in Soho, where Mr. Medler sat in his parlour, like the proverbial spider waiting for the advent of some too confiding fly. The lawyer was at home, and seemed in no way surprised to see Mr. Fenton. "I have come to see you about a bad business, Mr. Medler," Gilbert began, seating himself opposite the shabby-looking office table, with its covering of dusty faded baize, upon which there seemed to be always precisely the same array of papers in little bundles tied with red tape. "But first let me ask you a question. Have you heard from Mrs. Holbrook?" "Not a line." "And have you taken no further steps, no other means of communicating with her?" Gilbert asked. "Not yet. I think of sending my clerk down to Hampshire, or of going down myself, perhaps, in a day or two, if my business engagements will permit me." "Do you not consider the case rather an urgent one, Mr. Medler? I should have supposed that your curiosity would have been aroused by the absence of any reply to your letters, that you would have looked at the business in a more serious light than you appear to have done, that you would have taken alarm, in short." "Why should I do so?" the lawyer demanded carelessly. It is Mrs. Holbrook's business to look after her affairs. The property is safe enough. She can administer to the will as soon as she pleases. I certainly wonder that the husband has not been a little sharper and more active in the business." "You have heard nothing from him, then, I presume?" "Nothing." Gilbert remembered what Ellen Carley had told him about Marian's keeping the secret of her newly acquired fortune from her husband until she should be able to tell it to him with her own lips, waiting for that happy moment with innocent girlish delight in the thought that he was to owe prosperity to her. It seemed evident, therefore, that Mr. Holbrook could know nothing of his wife's inheritance, nor of Mr. Medler's existence, supposing the lawyer's letter to have reached the Grange before Marian's disappearance, and to have been destroyed or carried away by her. He inquired the date of this letter, whereupon Mr. Medler referred to a letter book in which there was a facsimile of the document. It had been posted 3 days before Marian left the Grange. Gilbert now proceeded to inform Mr. Medler of his client's mysterious disappearance, and all of the useless effort that had been made to solve the mystery. The lawyer listened with an appearance of profound interest and astonishment, but made no remark till the story was quite finished. "You are right, Mr. Fenton," he said at last. "It is a bad business, very bad business. May I ask you what is the common opinion among the people in that part of the world, in the immediate neighbourhood of the event, as to this poor lady's fate?" "An opinion with which I cannot bring myself to agree, an opinion which I pray God may prove as unfounded as I believe it to be. It is generally thought that Mrs. Holbrook has fallen a victim to some common crime, that she was robbed and then thrown into the river." "The river has been dragged, I suppose?" "It has, but the people there seem to consider that no conclusive test." "Had Mrs. Holbrook anything valuable about her at the time of her disappearance?" "Her watch and chain and a few other trinkets." "There are scoundrels about the country who will commit the darkest crime for the smallest inducement. I confess the business has a rather black look, Mr. Fenton, and that I am inclined to concur with the country people." "An easy way of settling the question for those not vitally interested in the lady's fate," Gilbert answered bitterly. "The lady is my client, sir, and I am bound to feel a warm interest in her affairs," the lawyer said, with the lofty tone of a man whose finer feelings have been outraged. "The lady was once my promised wife, Mr. Medler," returned Gilbert, "and now stands to me in the place of a beloved and only sister. For me the mystery of her fate is an all-absorbing question, an enigma to the solution for which I mean to devote the rest of my life, if need be." "A wasted life, Mr. Fenton, and in the meantime that river down yonder may hide the only secret." "O God!" cried Gilbert passionately, "how eager every one is to make the end of this business! Even the men whom I paid and bribed to help me grew tired of their work, and abandoned all hope after the feeblest and most miserable attempts to earn their reward." "What can be done in such a case, Mr. Fenton?" demanded the lawyer, shrugging his shoulders with a deprecating air. "What can the police do more than you or I? They have only a little more experience, that's all. They have no recondite means of solving these social mysteries. You have advertised, of course?" "Yes, in many channels, with a certain amount of caution, but in such a manner as to ensure Mrs. Holbrook's identification, if she had fallen into the hands of any one willing to communicate with me, and to ensure her own attention were she free to act for herself." "It seems to me that everything has been done that can be done." "Not yet. The men whom I employed in Hampshire, they were recommended to me by the Scotland Yard authorities, certainly may not have been up to the mark. In any case, I shall try someone else. Do you know anything of the detective force?" Mr. Medler assumed an air of consideration, and then said, "No, he did not know the name of a single detective. His business did not bring him in contact with that class of people." He said this with the tone of a man whose practice was one of the loftiest and choicest kind, conveyancing, perhaps, and the management of estates for the landed gentry, marriage settlements involving the disposition of large fortunes, and so on. Whereas Mr. Medler's business, lying chiefly among the criminal population, his path in life might have been supposed not to be very remote from the footsteps of eminent police officers. "I can get the information elsewhere," Gilbert said carelessly. "Believe me, I do not mean to let this matter drop." "My dear sir, if I might venture upon a word of friendly advice, not in a professional spirit, but as between man and man. I should warn you against wasting your time and fortune upon a useless pursuit. If Mrs. Holbrook has vanished from the world of her own free will, a thing that often happens, eccentric as it may be, she will reappear in good time of her own free will. If she has been the victim of a crime, that crime will no doubt come to light in due course, without any efforts of yours." "That is the common kind of advice, Mr. Medler," answered Gilbert. "Prudent counsel, no doubt, if a man could be content to take it, and well meant. But you see, I have loved this lady, love her still, and shall continue to love her till the end of my life. It is not possible for me to rest in ignorance of her fate." "Although she jilted you in favour of Mr. Holbrook?" suggested the lawyer with something of a sneer. "That wrong has been forgiven. Fate did not permit me to meet her husband. But I can be her friend and brother. She has need of some one to stand in that position, poor girl, for her lot is very lonely. And now I want you to explain the conditions of her grandfather's will. It is her father who would profit, I think, gathered from our last conversation, in the event of Marian's death." "In the event of her dying childless, yes, the father would take all." "Then he is really the only person who could profit by her death?" "Well, yes," replied the lawyer, with some slight hesitation. "Under her grandfather's will, yes, her father would take all. Of course, in the event of her father having died previously, the husband would come in as her heir at law. You see, it was not easy to exclude the husband altogether." "And do you believe that Mr. Nowell is still living claim to his inheritance?" "I believe so. I fancy the old man had some tidings of his son before the will was executed, that he in short heard of his having been met with not long ago over in America." "No doubt he will speedily put in an appearance now," said Gilbert bitterly, "now that there is a fortune to be gained by the assertion of his identity." Muttered the lawyer. "It would not be very easy for him to put his hand on sixpence of Jacob Nowell's money, in the absence of any proof of Mrs. Holbrook's death. There would be no end of appeals in the Court of Chancery, and after all manner of formulas he might obtain a decree that would lock up the property for 24 years. I doubt if the executor chose to stick to technicals, and the business got into Chancery, whether Percival Nowell would live long enough to profit by his father's will." "I am glad of that," said Gilbert. "I know the man to be a scoundrel, and I am very glad that he is unlikely to be a gainer in any misfortune that has befallen his daughter. Had it been otherwise, I should have been inclined to think that he had had some hand in this disappearance." The lawyer looked at Mr. Fenton with a sharp inquisitive glance. "You would imply that Percival Nowell may have made away with his daughter. You must have a very bad opinion of human nature, Mr. Fenton, to conceive anything so horrible." "My suspicions do not go quite so far as that," said Gilbert. "God forbid that it should be so. I have a firm belief that Marian Holbrook lives, but it is possible to get a person out of the way without the last worst crime of which mankind is capable." "It would seem more natural to suspect the husband than the father, I should imagine," Mr. Medler answered, after a thoughtful pause. "I cannot see that. The husband had nothing to gain by his wife's disappearance, and everything to lose. He might have supposed the father to be dead, and that he would step into the fortune. He might not know enough of the law properly to be aware of the difficulties attending a succession of that kind. There is a most extraordinary ignorance of the law of the land prevailing among well-educated Englishmen. Or he may have been tired of his wife, and have seen his way to a more advantageous alliance. Men are not always satisfied with one wife these days, and a man who married in such a strange underhanded manner would be likely to have some hidden motive for secrecy." The suggestion was not without force for Gilbert Fenton. His face grew darker, and he was some time before he replied to Mr. Medler's remarks. That suspicion of late had been perpetually floating dimly in his brain. That vague distrust of his chosen friend, John Saltram, flashed upon him in this moment with a new distinctness. If this man, whom he had so loved and trusted, had betrayed him, had so utterly falsified his friend's estimate of his character, was it not easy enough to believe him capable of still deeper baseness, capable of growing weary of his stolen wife, and casting her off by some foul secret means in order to marry a richer woman? The marriage between John Holbrook and Marian Nowell had taken place several months before Michael Branston's death, at a time when perhaps Adela Branston's admirer had begun to despair of her release, and then fate had gone against him, and Mrs. Branston's fortune lay at his feet when it was too late. Thus, and thus only, could Gilbert Fenton account in any easy manner for John Saltram's avoidance of the Anglo-Indian's widow. A little more than a year ago it had seemed as if the whole plan of his life was built upon a marriage with this woman, and now that she was free, and obviously willing to make him the master of her fortune, he recoiled from the position, unreasonably and unaccountably blind or indifferent to its advantages. "There shall be an end of these shapeless unspoken doubts," Gilbert said to himself. "I will see John Saltram to-day, and there shall be an explanation between us. I will be his dupe and fool no longer. I will get at the truth somehow." Gilbert Fenton said very little more to the lawyer, who seemed by no means sorry to get rid of him, but at the door of the office he paused. "You did not tell me the names of the executors to Jacob Nowell's will," he said. "You didn't ask me the question," answered Mr. Medler curtly. "There is only one executor, myself." "Indeed! Mr. Nowell must have had a very high opinion of you to leave you so much power." "I don't know about power. Jacob Nowell knew me, and he didn't know many people. I don't say that he put any special confidence in me, for it was his habit to trust no one, his boast that he had trusted no one. But he was obliged to name someone for his executor, and he named me." "Shall you consider it your duty to seek out or advertise for Percival Nowell?" asked Gilbert. "I shall be in no hurry to do that, in the absence of any proof of his daughter's death. My first duty would be to look for her." "God grant you may be more fortunate than I have been. Here's my card, Mr. Medler. You will be so good as to let me have a line immediately at that address if you obtain any tidings of Miss Holbrook." "I will do so." End of chapter 29. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. VoiceOversByKirk.com. Chapter 30 of Fenton's Request. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Request by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 30. Stricken Down. A hansom carried Gilbert Fenton to the Temple without loss of time. There was a fierce hurry in his breast, a beat of fever which he had scarcely felt since the beginning of his troubles, for his lurking suspicion of his friend had gathered shape and strength all at once, and possessed his mind now to the exclusion of every other thought. He ran quickly up the stairs. The outer and inner doors of John Saltram's chambers were both ajar. Gilbert pushed them open and went in. The familiar sitting room looked just a little more dreary than usual. The litter of books and papers, inkstand and portfolio, was transferred to one of the side tables, and in its place, on the table where his friend had been accustomed to write, Gilbert saw a cluster of medicine bottles, a jug of toast and water, and a tray with a basin of lukewarm, greasy-looking beef tea. The door between the two rooms stood half open, and from the bedchamber within Gilbert heard a heavy, painful breathing of a sleeper. He went to the door and looked into the room. John Saltram was lying asleep, in an uneasy attitude, with both arms thrown over his head. His face had a haggard look that was made all the more ghastly by two vivid crimson spots upon his sunken cheeks. There were dark purple rings around his eyes, and his beard was more than a week's growth. "Ill," Gilbert muttered, looking aghast at this dreary picture, with strangely conflicting feelings of pity and anger in his breast. "Struck down at the very moment when I had determined to know the truth." The sick man tossed himself restlessly from side to side in his feverish sleep, changed his position 2 or 3 times with evident weariness and pain, and then opened his eyes and stared with a blank unseeing gaze at his friend. That look, without one ray of recognition, went to Gilbert's heart somehow. "O God, how fond I was of him!" he said to himself. "And if he has been a traitor, if he were to die like this before I have wrung the truth from him, to die, and I dare not cherish his memory, to be obliged to live out my life with this doubt of him, this doubt. He had much reason to doubt 2 minutes afterwards, when John Saltram raised himself on his gaunt arm and looked piteously around the room. "Marian!" he called. "Marian!" "Yes," muttered Gilbert. "It is all true. He is calling his wife." The revelation scarcely seemed a surprise to him. Little by little that suspicion, so vague and dim at first, had gathered strength, and now that all his doubts received confirmation from those unconscious lips, it seemed to him as if he had known his friend's falsehood for a long time. "Marian, come here. Come, child, come," the sick man cried in feeble, imploring tones. "What are you afraid of me? Is this death? Am I dead and parted from her? Would anything else keep her from me when I call for her? The poor child that loved me so well? And I have wished myself free of her, God forgive me, wished myself free." The words were muttered in broken gasping fragments of sentences, but Gilbert heard them and understood them very easily. And then, after looking about the room, and looking full at Gilbert without seeing him, John Saltram fell back upon his tumbled pillows and closed his eyes. Gilbert heard a slipshod step in the outer room, and turning round, found himself face to face with the laundress, that mature and somewhat depressing matron whom he had sought out a little time before when he wanted to discover Mr. Saltram's whereabouts. This woman, upon seeing him, burst forth immediately into jubilation. "Oh, sir, what a providence it is that you have come!" she cried. "Poor dear gentleman, he has been that ill, and me not knowing what to do more than a baby, except in the way of sending for a doctor when I see how bad he was, and waiting on him myself day and night, which I have done faithful, and I am that worn out in consequence, that I shake like a haspen, and can't touch a bit of victuals. I had but just slipped round to the court, while he was asleep, poor dear, to give my children their dinner, for it is a hard trial, sir, having a helpless young family depending upon one, and it would be but fair that all I have gone through should be considered. For though I says as it shouldn't, there isn't one of you hired nurses would do more, and I'm willing to continue of it, provisoed as I have some help at nights, and my trouble considered in my wages." "You need have no apprehension. You shall be paid for your trouble. Has he been long ill?" "Well, sir, he took the cold as were beginning of his illness a fortnight ago come next Thursday. You may remember, perhaps, as it came on awful wet in the afternoon, last Thursday week, and Mr. Saltram was out in the rain, and walked home in it, not being able to get a cab, I suppose, or perhaps not caring enough to get one, for he was always a careless gentleman in such respects, and came in wet through to the skin, and instead of changing his clothes as a Christian would have done, just gives himself a shake like, as he might have been a new fondling dog that had been swimming, and sits down before the fire, which of course drawed out the steam from his things and made it worse, and writes away for dear life till 12 o'clock that night, having something particular to finish for them magazines, he says. And so when I come to tidy up a bit the last thing that night, I found him sitting at the table writing, and didn't take no more notice of me than a dog, which was his way, though never meant unkindly, quite the reverse." The laundress paused to draw breath, and to pour a dose of medicine from one of the bottles on the table. "Well, sir, the next day he had a violent cold, as you may suppose, and was low and languid like, but went on with his writing, and it weren't no good, asking him not. 'I want money, Mrs. Pratt,' he said. 'You can't tell how bad I want money, and these people pay me for my stuff as fast as I send it in.' The day after that he was a deal worse, and had a wandering way like, as if he didn't know what he was doing, and sat turning over his papers with one hand and leaning his head upon the other, and groaned so that it went through one like a knife to hear him. 'It's no use,' he said at last, 'it's no use,' and then went and threw himself down upon that bed, and has never got up since, poor dear gentleman. I went round to fetch a doctor out of Essex Street, finding as he was no better in the evening, and awful hot, and still more wandering like. Mr. Mew, by name, a very nice gentleman, which said it was rheumatic fever, and has been here twice a day ever since." "Has Mr. Saltram ever been in his right senses since that day?" Gilbert asked. "Oh, yes, sir. Off and on for the first week he was quite hisself at times, but for the last 3 days he hasn't known any one, and has talked and jabbered a deal, and has been dreadful restless." "Does the doctor call it a dangerous case?" "Well, sir, not to deceive you, he asked me if Mr. Saltram had any friends as I could send for, and I says no, not to my knowledge. For, says Mr. Mew, if he have any relations or friends near at hand, they ought to be told that he is in a bad way. And only this morning he said as how he should like to call in a physician, for the case was a bad one." "I see there is danger evidently," Gilbert said gravely. "I will wait and hear what the doctor says. He will come again to day, I suppose?" "Yes, sir, he is sure to come this evening." "Good. I will stay till the evening. I should like you to go round immediately to this Mr. Mew's house, and ask for the address of some skilled nurse, and then go on, in a cab if necessary, and fetch her." "I could do that, sir, of course. Not but I feel myself capable of nursing the poor dear gentleman." "You can't nurse him night and day, my good woman. Do what I tell you, and bring back a professional nurse as soon as you can. If Mr. Mew should be out, his people are likely to know the address of such a person." He gave the woman some silver and dispatched her, and then being alone sat down quietly in the sick room to think out the situation. Yes, there was no longer any doubt. That piteous appeal to Marian had settled the question. John Saltram, the friend whom he loved, was the traitor. John Saltram had stolen his promised wife, had come between him and his fair happy future, and had kept the secret of his guilt in a dastardly spirit that made the act 50 times blacker than it would have seemed otherwise. Sitting in the dreary silence of that sick chamber, a silence broken only by the painful sound of the sleeper's difficult breathing, many things came back to his mind, circumstances trivial enough in themselves, but invested with a grave significance when contemplated in the light of to-day's revelation. He remembered those happy autumn afternoons at Lidford, those long, drowsy, idle days in which John Saltram had given himself up so entirely to the pleasure of the moment, with surely something more than mere sympathy with his friend's happiness. He remembered that long evening at the cottage, when this man had been at his best, full of life and gaiety, and then that sudden departure, which had puzzled him so much at the time, and yet had seemed no surprise to Marian. It had been the result of some suddenly formed resolution, perhaps, Gilbert thought. "Poor wretch! He may have tried to be true to me," he said to himself, with a sharp bitter pain at his heart. He had loved this man so well that even now, knowing himself to have been betrayed, there was a strange mingling of pity and anger in his mind, and mixed with these a touch of contempt. He had believed in John Saltram, had fancied him nobler and grander than himself somehow, a man who, under a careless half scornful pretence of being worse than his fellows, concealed a nature that was far above the common herd. And yet this man had proved the merest caitiff, a weak, cowardly villain. To take my hand in friendship, knowing what he had done, and how my life was broken, to pretend sympathy, to play out the miserable farce to the very last. Great heaven, that the man I have honoured could be capable of so much baseness! The sleeper moved restlessly. The eyes were opened once more and turned upon Gilbert, not with the same utter blankness as before, but without the faintest recognition. The sick man saw someone watching him, and the figure was associated with an unreal presence, the phantom of his brain, which had been with him often in the day and night. "The man again," he muttered. "When will she come?" And then, raising himself upon his elbow, he cried imploringly, "Mother, you fetch her." He was speaking to his mother, whom he had loved very dearly, his mother who had been dead 15 years. Gilbert's mind went back to that far-away time in Egypt, when he had lain like this, helpless and unconscious, and this man had nursed and watched him with unwearying tenderness. "I will see him safely through this," he said to himself, and then the account between them must be squared somehow. Gilbert Fenton had no thought of any direful vengeance. He belonged to an age in which injuries were taken very quietly, unless they are wrongs which the law can redress, wounds which can be healed by a golden plaster in the way of damages. He could not kill his friend. The age of duelling was past, and he was not romantic enough to be guilty of such an anachronism as mortal combat. Yet nothing less than a duel to the death would avenge such a wrong. So friendship was at an end between those two, and that was all. It was only the utter severance of a tie that had lasted for years, nothing more. Yet to Gilbert it seemed a great deal. His little world had crumbled to ashes, love had perished, and now friendship had died this sudden bitter death, from which there was no possible resurrection. In the midst of such thoughts as these he remembered the sick man's medicine. Mrs. Pratt had given him a few hurried directions before departing on her errand. He looked at his watch, and then went over to the table and prepared the draught and administered it with a firm and gentle hand. "Who's that?" John Saltram muttered faintly. "It seems like the touch of a friend." He dropped back upon the pillow without waiting for any reply, and fell into a string of low, incoherent talk, with closed eyes. The laundress was gone a long time, and Gilbert sat alone in the dismal little bedroom, where there had never been the smallest attempt at comfort since John Saltram had occupied it. He sat alone, or with that awful companionship of one whose mind was far away, which was so much more dreary than actual loneliness, sat brooding over the history of his friend's treachery. What had he done with Marian? Was her disappearance any work of his after all? Had he hidden her away for some secret reason of his own, and then acted out the play by pretending to search for her? Knowing him for the traitor that he was, could Gilbert Fenton draw any positive line of demarcation between the amount of guilt which was possible and that which was not possible to him? What had he done with Marian? How soon would he be able to answer that question? Or would he ever be able to answer it? The thought of this delay was torture to Gilbert Fenton. He had come here to-day thinking to make an end to all his doubts, to force an avowal of truth from those false lips, and behold, a stronger hand than his held him back. His interrogation must await the answer to that awful question, life or death. The woman came in presently, bustling and out of breath. She had found a very trustworthy person, recommended by Mr. Mew's assistant, a person who would come that evening without fail. "It was all the way up at Islington, sir, and I paid the cabman 3 and 6 altogether, which he said it were his fare." "And how has the poor dear been while I was away?" asked Mrs. Pratt, with her head on one side and an air of extreme solicitude. "Very much as you see him now. He has mentioned a name once or twice, the name of Marian. Have you ever heard of that?" "I should say I have, sir, times and often since he's been ill. Marian, why don't you come to me? So pitiful, and then lost, in such an awful wild way. I think it must have been some favourite sister, sir, or a young lady as he has kept company with." "Marian!" cried the voice from the bed, as if their cautious talk had penetrated to that dim brain. "Marian! Oh, no, no, she's gone. I have lost her. Well, I wished it. I wanted my freedom." Gilbert started and stood transfixed, looking intently at the unconscious speaker. Yes, here was the clue to the mystery. John Saltram had grown tired of his stolen bride, and sighed for his freedom. Who should say that he had not taken some iniquitous means to rid himself of the tie that had grown troublesome to him? Gilbert Fenton remembered Ellen Carley's suspicions. He was no longer inclined to despise them. It was dreary work to sit by the bedside watching that familiar face, to which fever and delirium had given a strange weird look; dismal work to count the moments, and wonder when that voice, now so thick of utterance as it went on muttering incoherent sentences and meaningless phrases, would be able to reply to those questions which Gilbert Fenton was burning to ask. Was it a guilty conscience, the dull slow agony of remorse, which had stricken this man down, this strong, powerfully built man, who was a stranger to illness and all physical suffering? Was the body only crushed by the burden of the mind? Gilbert could not find any answers to these questions. He only knew that his sometime friend lay there helpless, unconscious, removed beyond his reach as completely as if he had been lying in his coffin. "O God, it is hard to bear," he said half aloud. "It is a bitter trial to bear. If this illness should end in death, I may never know Marian's fate." He sat in the sick man's room all through that long dismal afternoon, waiting to see the doctor, and with the same hopeless thoughts repeating themselves perpetually in his mind. It was nearly 8 o'clock when Mr. Mew at last made his evening visit. He was a grave, grey-haired little man, with a shrewd face and a pleasant manner, a man who inspired Gilbert with confidence, and whose presence was cheering in a sick room. But he did not speak very hopefully of John Saltram. "It is a bad case, sir, a very bad case," he said gravely, after he had made his careful examination of the patient's condition. "There has been a violent cold caught, you see. Through our poor friend's recklessness in neglecting to change his damp clothes, the rheumatic fever has set in. But it appears to me that there are other causes at work, mental disturbance, and so on. Our friend has been taxing his brain a little too severely, I gather from Mrs. Pratt's account of him, and these things will tell, sir. Sooner or later they have their effect." "Then you apprehend danger?" "Well, yes. I dare not tell you that there is an absence of danger. Mr. Saltram has a fine constitution, a noble frame, but the strain is a severe one, especially upon the mind." "You just spoke now of overwork as a cause for his mental disturbance. Might it not rather proceed from some secret trouble of mind, some hidden care?" Gilbert asked anxiously. "That, sir, is an open question. The mind is unhinged, there is no doubt of that. There is something more here than the ordinary delirium we look for in fever cases." "You have talked of a physician, Mr. Mew. Would it not be well to call in one immediately?" "I should feel more comfortable if my opinion were supported, sir. Not that I believe there is anything more can be done for our patient than I have been doing, but the case is a critical one, and I should be glad to feel myself supported." "If you will give me the name and the address of the gentleman you would like to call in, I will go for him immediately." "To night? Nay, my dear sir, there is no occasion for such haste. To morrow morning will do very well." "To morrow morning, then; but I will make the appointment to night, if I can." Mr. Mew named a physician in high reputation as a specialist in such cases as John Saltram's, and Gilbert dashed off at once in a hansom to obtain the promise of an early visit from this gentleman on the following morning. He succeeded in his errand, and on returning to the Temple found the professional nurse installed, and the sick room brightened and freshened a little by her handiwork. The patient was asleep, and his slumber was more quiet than usual. Gilbert had eaten nothing since breakfast, and it was now nearly 9 o'clock in the evening; but before going out to some neighbouring tavern to snatch a hasty dinner, he stopped to tell Mrs. Pratt that he should sleep in his friend's chamber that night. "Why, you don't mean that, sir, sure to goodness," cried the laundress, alarmed. "But not so much as a sofy bedstead, nor nothing anyways comfortable?" "I could sleep upon 3 or 4 chairs, if it were necessary, but there is an old sofa in the bedroom. You might bring that into this room for me, and the nurse can have it in the daytime. She won't want to be lying down to night, I daresay. I don't suppose I shall sleep much myself, but I am a little knocked up, and shall be glad of some sort of rest. I want to be on the spot, come what may." "But, sir, with a new nurse and me, there surely can't be no necessity, and you might be round first thing in the morning like to see how the poor dear gentleman has slept." "I know that, but I would rather be on the spot. I have my own special reasons. You can go home to your children." "Thank you kindly, sir. I shall be very glad to take care of 'em, poor things. And I hope, sir, as you won't forget that I've gone through a deal for Mr. Saltram, if so be as he shouldn't get better himself, which the Lord forbid, to take my trouble into consideration, being as he were always a free-handed gentleman, though not rich." "Your services will not be forgotten, Mrs. Pratt, depend upon it. Perhaps I'd better give you a couple of sovereigns on account. That will make matters straight for the present." "Yes, sir, and many thanks for your generosity," replied the laundress, agreeably surprised by this prompt donation, and dropping grateful curtseys before her benefactor. "And Mr. Saltram shall want nothing as my care can provide for him, you may depend upon it." "That is well, and now I am going out to get some dinner. I shall be back in half an hour." The press and bustle of the day's work was over at the tavern to which Gilbert bent his steps. Dinners and diners seemed to be done with for one more day, and there were only a couple of drowsy-looking waiters folding tablecloths and putting away cruet stands and other paraphernalia in long low closets cut in the papered walls and invisible by day. One of these functionaries grew brisk again, with a wan factitious briskness, at the sight of Gilbert, made haste to redecorate one of the tables, and in a bland, insinuating tones suggested a dinner of 6 courses or so, as likely to be agreeable to a lonely and belated diner. Well aware, in the depths of his inner consciousness, that the 6 courses would be all more or less warmings up of viands that had figured in the day's bill of fare. "Bring me a chop or a steak, and a pint of dry sherry," Gilbert said wearily. "Have a slice of turbot and lobster sauce, sir. The turbot are uncommon fine to day, and a brilled fowl and mushrooms. It will be ready in 5 minutes. You may bring me the fowl if you like. I won't wait for fish. I'm in a hurry." The attendant gave a faint sigh and communicated the order for the fowl and mushrooms through a speaking tube. It was the business of his life to beguile his master's customers into overeating themselves, and to set his face against chops and steaks; but he felt that this particular customer was proof against his blandishments. He took Gilbert an evening paper, and then subsided into a pensive silence until the fowl appeared in an agreeable frizzling state, fresh from the gridiron, but a bird of some experience notwithstanding, and wingless. It was a very hasty meal. Gilbert was eager to return to those chambers in the Temple, eager to be listening once more to some chance words of meaning that might be dropped from John Saltram's pale parched lips in the midst of incoherent ravings. Sick bed, with a closer vigil than hired nurse ever kept, to be ready to surprise the briefest interval of consciousness that might come all of a sudden to that hapless fever-stricken sinner. Who should say that such an interval would not come, or who could tell what such an interval might reveal? Gilbert Fenton paid for his dinner, left half his wine undrunk, and hurried away, leaving the waiter with a rather contemptuous idea of him, though that individual condescended to profit by his sobriety, and finished the dry sherry at a draught. It was nearly 10 when Gilbert returned to the chambers, and all was still quiet. That heavy slumber continuing, an artificial sleep at the best, produced by one of Mr. Mew's sedatives. The sofa had been wheeled from the bedroom to the sitting room, and placed in a comfortable corner by the fire. There were preparations, too, for a cup of tea, to be made and consumed at any hour agreeable to the watcher, a small tea kettle simmering on the hob, a tray with a cup and saucer, and queer little blackened earthenware teapot on the table, a tea caddy and other appliances close at hand, all testifying to the grateful attention of the vanished Pratt. Gilbert shared the nurse's watch till past midnight. Long before that John Saltram woke from his heavy sleep, and there was more of that incoherent talk so painful to hear. Talk of people that were dead, of scenes that were far away, even those careless happy wanderings in which those 2 college friends had been together, and then mere nonsense talk, shreds and patches of random thought, that scorned to be drawn from some rubbish chamber, some waste paper basket of the brain. It was weary work. He woke towards 11, and a little after 12 dropped asleep again; but this time, the effect of the sedative having worn off, the sleep was restless and uneasy. Then came a brief interval of quiet, and in this Gilbert left him, and flung himself down upon the sofa, to sink into a slumber that was scarcely more peaceful than that of the sick man. He was thoroughly worn out, however, and slept for some hours, to be awakened suddenly at last by a shrill cry in the next room. He sprang up from the sofa and rushed in. John Saltram was sitting up in bed, propped by the pillows on which his 2 elbows were planted, looking about him with a fierce, haggard face, and calling for Marian. The nurse had fallen asleep in her armchair by the fire, and was slumbering placidly. "Marian," he cried, "Marian, why have you left me? God knows I loved you. Yes, even when I seemed cold and neglectful. Everything was against me, but I loved you, my dear, I loved you. Did I ever say that you came between me and fortune? I was mean enough, base enough, ever to say that? It was a lie, my love. You were my fortune. Were poverty and obscurity hard things to bear for you? No, my darling, no. I will face them to-morrow if you come back to me. Oh, no, no, she is gone, my life has gone. I broke her heart with my hard bitter words. I drove my angel away from me." He had not spoken so coherently since Gilbert had been with him that day. Surely this must be an interval of consciousness or semi-consciousness. Gilbert went to the bedside, and seating himself there quietly looked intently at the altered face, which stared at him without a gleam of recognition. "Speak to me, John Saltram," he said. "You know me, don't you? The man who was once your friend, Gilbert Fenton?" The other burst into a wild, bitter laugh. "Gilbert Fenton, my friend, the man who trusts me still. Poor old Gilbert! I fancied that I loved him, that I would have freely sacrificed my own happiness for his." "And yet you betrayed him," Gilbert said in a low, distinct voice. "But that may be forgiven, if you have been guilty of no deeper wrong than that. John Saltram, as you have a soul to be saved, what have you done with Marian, with your wife?" It cost him something, even in that moment of excitement, to pronounce those two words. "Kill her," the sick man answered in the same mad laugh. "She was too good for me, you see, and I grew weary of her calm beauty, and sickened of her tranquil goodness. First I sacrificed honour, friendship, everything to win her, and then I got tired of my prize. It is my nature, I suppose, but I loved her all the time. She had twined herself about my heart somehow, and I knew it when she was lost." "What have you done with her?" repeated Gilbert in a low, stern voice, his grasp upon John Saltram's arm. "What have I done with her? I forget. She is gone. I wanted my freedom. I felt myself fettered, a ruined man. She is gone, and I am free, free to make a better marriage." "O God!" muttered Gilbert, "is this man the blackest villain that ever cumbered the earth? What am I to think? What am I to believe?" Again he repeated the same question, with a stern kind of patience, as if he would give this guilty wretch the benefit of every possible doubt, the unwilling pity which his condition demanded. Alas! he could obtain no coherent answer to his persistent questioning. Vague self-accusations, mad reiteration of that one fact of his loss. Nothing more distinct came from those fevered lips, nor did one look of recognition flash into those bloodshot eyes. The time at which this mystery was to be solved had not come yet. There was nothing to be done but to wait, and Gilbert waited with sublime patience through all the alternations of a long and wearisome sickness. "Talk of friends!" Mrs. Pratt exclaimed in a private conference with the nurse. "Never did I see such a friend as Mr. Fenton, sacrificing of himself as he do, day and night, to look after that poor creature in there, and taking no better rest than he can get on that old horsehair sofa, which brickbats or knife boards isn't harder, and never do you hear him murmur. And yet for this man, whose battle with the grim enemy Death he watched so patiently, what feeling could there be in Gilbert Fenton's heart in all the days to come but hatred or contempt? He had loved him so well, and trusted him so completely, and this was the end of it. Christmas came while John Saltram was lying at death's door, feebly fighting that awful battle, struggling unconsciously with the bony hand that was trying to drag him across that fatal threshold, just able to keep himself on this side of that dread portal beyond which there lies so deep a mystery, so profound a darkness. Christmas came, and there were bells ringing and festive gatherings here and there about the great dreary town, and Gilbert Fenton was besieged by friendly invitations from Mrs. Lister, remonstrating with him for his want of common affection in preferring to spend that season among his London friends rather than in the bosom of his family. Gilbert wrote to his sister, telling her that he had particular business which detained him in town, but had it been otherwise, had he not been bound prisoner to John Saltram's sick room, he would scarcely have cared to take part in the conventional feastings and commonplace jovialities of Lidford House. Had he not dreamed of a bright home which was to be his at this time, a home beautified by the presence of the woman he loved? Ah, what delight to have welcomed the sacred day in the holy quiet of such a home, they two alone together, with all the world shut out. End of chapter 30. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Chapter 31 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 31. Ellen Carley's Trials. Christmas came in the old farmhouse near Crosber, and Ellen Carley, who had no idea of making any troubled thoughts of her own an excuse for neglect of her household duties, made the sombre panelled rooms bright with holly and ivy, laurel and fir, and busied herself briskly in the confection of such pies and puddings as Hampshire considered necessary to the due honour of that pious festival. There were not many people to see the greenery and bright holly berries which embellished the grave old rooms, not many whom Ellen very much cared for to taste the pies and puddings. But duty must be done, and the bailiff's daughter did her work with a steady industry which knew no wavering. Her life had been a hard one of late, very lonely since Mrs. Holbrook's disappearance, and haunted with a presence which was most hateful to her. Stephen Whitelaw had taken to coming to the Grange much oftener than of old. There was seldom an evening now on which his insignificant figure was not to be seen planted by the hearth in the snug little oak parlour, smoking his pipe in that dull, silent way of his, which was calculated to aggravate a lively person like Ellen Carley into open expression of disgust or dislike. Of late, too, his attentions had been more of a pronounced character. He took to dropping sly hints of his pretensions, and it was impossible for Ellen any longer to doubt that he wanted her to be his wife. More than this, there was a tone of assurance about the man, quiet as he was, which exasperated Miss Carley beyond all measure. He had the air of being certain of success, and on more than one occasion spoke of the day when Ellen would be mistress of Wycombe Farm. On his repetition of this offensive speech one evening, the girl took him up sharply. "Not quite so fast, if you please, Mr. Whitelaw," she said. "It takes two to make a bargain of that kind, just the same as it takes two to quarrel. There's many curious changes may come in a person's life, no doubt, and folks never know what's going to happen to them, but whatever changes may come upon me, that isn't one of them. I may live to see the inside of the workhouse, perhaps, when I'm too old for service, but I shall never sleep under the roof of Wycombe Farmhouse." Mr. Whitelaw gave a spiteful little laugh. "What a spirited one she is, ain't she now?" he said with a sneer. "Oh, you won't you, my lass? You turn up that pretty little nose of yours. It do turn up a bit itself, don't it, though? At Wycombe Farm and Stephen Whitelaw, your father tells a different story, Nell." "Then my father tells a lying story," answered the girl, blushing crimson with indignation, "and it isn't for want of knowing the truth. He knows that. If it was put upon me to choose between your house and the Union, I'd go to the Union, and with a light heart, too, to be free of you. I didn't want to be rude, Mr. Whitelaw, for you've been civil spoken enough to me, and I daresay you're a good friend to my father, but I can't help speaking the truth, and you've brought it on yourself with your nonsense. She's got a devil of a tongue of her own, you see, Whitelaw," said the bailiff, with a savage glance at his daughter. "But she don't mean above a quarter what she says, and when her time comes she'll do as she's bid, or she's no child of mine." "Oh, I forgive her," replied Mr. Whitelaw, with a placid air of superiority. "I am not the man to bear malice against a pretty woman, and to my mind a pretty woman looks all the prettier when she's in a passion. I'm not in a hurry, you see, Carley. I can bide my time, but I shall never take a mistress to Wycombe unless I can take the one I like." After this particular evening, Mr. Whitelaw's presence seemed more than ever disagreeable to poor Ellen. He had the air of her fate, somehow, sitting rooted to the hearth night after night, and she grew to regard him with a half superstitious horror, as if he possessed some occult power over her, and could bend her to his wishes in spite of herself. The very quietude of the man became appalling to her. Such a man seemed capable of accomplishing anything by the mere force of persistence, by the negative power that lay in his silent nature. "I suppose he means to sit in that room night after night, smoking his pipe and staring with those pale stupid eyes of his, till I change my mind and promise to marry him," Ellen said to herself as she meditated angrily on the annoyance of Mr. Whitelaw's courtship. "He may sit there till his hair turns grey, if ever such red hair does turn to anything better than itself, and he'll find no change in me. I wish Frank were here to keep up my courage. I think if he were to ask me to run away with him, I should be tempted to say yes, at the risk of bringing ruin upon both of us. Anything to escape out of the power of that man. But come what may, I won't endure it much longer. I'll run away to service soon after Christmas, and father will only have himself to thank for the loss of me." It was Mr. Whitelaw who appeared as principal guest at the Grange on Christmas Day. Mr. Whitelaw, supported on this occasion by a widowed cousin of his who had kept house for him for some years, and who bore a strong family likeness to him both in person and manner, and Ellen Carley thought that it was impossible for the world to contain a more disagreeable pair. These were the guests who consumed great quantities of Ellen's pies and puddings, and who sat under her festal garlands of holly and laurel. She had been especially careful to hang no scrap of mistletoe, which might have afforded Mr. Whitelaw an excuse for a practical display of his gallantry, a fact which did not escape the playful observation of his cousin, Mrs. Tadman. "Young ladies don't often forget to put up a bit of mistletoe," said this matron. "When there's a chance of them, they like being by," and she glanced in a meaning way from Ellen to the master of Wyncombe Farm. "Miss Carley isn't like the generality of young ladies," Mr. Whitelaw answered with a glum look, and his kinswoman was fain to drop the subject. Alone with Ellen, sly Mrs. Tadman took occasion to launch out into enthusiastic praises of her cousin, to which the girl listened in profound silence, closely watched all the time by the woman's sharp grey eyes. And then, by degrees, her tone changed ever so little, and she owned that her kinsman was not altogether faultless. Indeed, it was curious to perceive what numerous shortcomings were coexistent with those shining merits of his. "He has been a good friend to me," continued the matron, "that I never have denied and never shall deny. But I have been a good servant to him. Ah, there isn't a hired servant as would toil and drudge and watch and pinch as I have done to please him, and never have had a payment from him more than a new gown at Christmas, or a £5 note after harvest. And of course, if ever he marries, I shall have to look for a new home, for I know too much of his ways, I dare say, for a wife to like and to have me about her, and me of an age when it seemed hard to have to go among strangers, and not having saved sixpence, where I might have put by £100 easy, if I had been working without wages for a relation. But I've not been called a servant, you see, and I suppose Stephen thinks that's payment enough for my trouble. Goodness knows I've saved him many a pound, and that he'll know that when I'm gone, for he's near, is Stephen, and it goes to his heart to part with a shilling." "But why should you ever leave him, Mrs. Tadman?" Ellen asked kindly. "I shouldn't think he could have a better housekeeper." "Perhaps not," answered the widow, shaking her head with mysterious significance. "But his wife won't think that, and when he's got a wife he'll want her to be his housekeeper, and to pinch and scrape as I've pinched and scraped for him. Lord help her," concluded Mrs. Tadman, with a faint groan which was far from complimentary to her relative's character. "But perhaps he never will marry," argued Ellen coolly. "Oh yes, he will, Miss Carley," replied Mrs. Tadman, with another significant movement of her head. "He's set his heart on that, and he's set his heart on the young woman he means to marry. He can't marry her unless she's willing to be his wife, anyhow," said Ellen, reddening a little. "Oh, he'll find a way to make her consent, Miss Carley, depend upon that. Whatever Stephen Whitelaw sets his mind upon, he'll do. But I don't envy that poor young woman, for she'll have a hard life of it at Wyncombe, and a hard master in my cousin Stephen." "She must be a very weak-minded young woman if she marries him against her will," Ellen said, laughing, and then ran off to get the tea ready, leaving Mrs. Tadman to her meditations, which were not of a lively nature at the best of times. Christmas Day came to an end at last, after a long evening in the oak parlour, enlivened by a solemn game at whist and a ponderous supper of cold sirloin and mince pies, and looking out at the wintry moonlight and the shadowy garden and flat waste of farm land from the narrow casement in her own room, Ellen Carley wondered what those she loved best in the world were doing and thinking under that moonlit sky. Where was Marian Holbrook, that new-found friend whom she had loved so well, and whose fate remained so profound a mystery? And what was Frank Randall doing, far away in London, where he had gone to fill a responsible position in a large city firm of solicitors, and whence he had promised to return faithful to his first love as soon as he found himself fairly on the road to a competence wherewith to endow her? Thus it was that poor Ellen kept the close of her Christmas Day, looking out over the cold moonlit fields, and wondering how she was to escape from the persecution of Stephen Whitelaw. That obnoxious individual had invited Mr. Carley and his daughter to spend New Year's Day at Wyncombe, a display of hospitality so foreign to his character that it was scarcely strange that Mrs. Tadman opened her eyes and stared aghast when she heard the invitation given. It had been accepted, too, much to Ellen's disgust, and her father told her more than once in the course of the ensuing week that she was to put on her best gown and smarten herself up a bit on New Year's Day. "And if you want a new gown, Nell, I don't mind giving it to you," said the bailiff, in a burst of generosity, and with the prevailing masculine idea that a new gown was a panacea for all feminine griefs. "You can walk over to Malsham and buy it this afternoon if you like." But Ellen did not care for a new gown, and told her father so, with a word or two of thanks for his offer. She did not desire fine dresses. She had indeed been looking over and furbishing up her wardrobe of late, with a view to that possible flight of hers, and it was to her cotton working gowns that she paid most attention, looking forward to begin a harder life in some stranger's service, ready to endure anything rather than to marry Stephen Whitelaw. And of late the conviction that had grown upon her that her father was very much in earnest, and that before long it would be a question whether she should obey him or be turned out of doors. She had seen his dealings with other people, and she knew him to be a passionate, determined man, hard as iron with his anger. "I won't give him the trouble to turn me out of doors," Ellen said to herself, "when I know his mind, and that there's no hope of turning him. I'll get away quietly and find some new home. He has no real power over me, and I have but to earn my own living to be independent of him. And I don't suppose Frank will think any the worse for me for having been a servant," thought the girl, with something like a sob. It seemed hard that she must needs sink lower in her lover's eyes, when she was so far beneath him already. He's a lawyer's son, a gentleman by education, and she an untaught country girl. End of chapter 31. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Chapter 32 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 32. The Padlocked Door at Wyncombe. The countenance of the new year was harsh, rugged, and gloomy, as of a stone-hearted, strong-minded New Year, that had no idea of making his wintry aspect pleasant, or brightening the gloom of his infancy with any deceptive gleams of January sunshine. A bitter north wind made a dreary howling among the leafless trees, and swept across the broad bare fields with merciless force. A bleak, cruel New Year's Day, on which to go out a-pleasuring, but it was more in harmony with Ellen Carley's thoughts than brighter weather could have been, and she went to and fro about her morning's work, up and down cold windy passages, and in and out of the frozen dairy, unmoved by the bitter wind which swept the crisp waves of dark brown hair from her low brows, and tinged the tip of her impertinent little nose with a faint wintry bloom. The bailiff was very high in spirits this first morning of the new year, almost uproarious spirits indeed, which vented themselves in snatches of boisterous song, as he bustled backwards and forwards from house to stables, dressed in his best blue coat and bright buttons and capacious buff waistcoat, and his ponderous nether limbs clothed in knee cords, and boots with vinegar tops, looking altogether the typical British farmer. Those riotous bursts of song made his daughter shudder. Somehow his gaiety was more alarming to her than his customary morose humour. It was all the more singular, too, because of the late William Carley had been especially silent and moody, with the air of a man whose mind is weighted down by some heavy burden, so gloomy indeed that his daughter had questioned him more than once, entreating to know if he were distressed by any secret trouble, anything going wrong about the farm, and so on. The girl had only brought upon herself harsh angry answers by these considerate inquiries, and had been told to mind her own business, and not to pry into matters that were in no way concerned her. "But it does concern me to see you downhearted, father," she answered gently. "Does it really, my girl? What, Your father's something more of a stranger to you, is he? I shouldn't have thought it, seeing how you've gone again me in some things lately. Howsomever, when I want your help, I shall know how to ask for it, and I hope you will give it freely. I don't want the fine words. They never pulled anybody out of the ditch that I've ever heard tell of." Whatever the bailiff's trouble had been, it seemed to be lightened to-day, Ellen thought, and yet that unusual noisy gaiety of his gave her an uncomfortable feeling. It did not seem natural or easy. Her household work was done by noon, and she dressed hurriedly, while her father called for her impatiently from below, standing at the foot of the wide bare old staircase, and bawling up to her that they should be late at Wyncombe. She looked very pretty in her neat dark blue merino dress and plain linen collar when she came tripping down the stairs at last, flushed with the hurry of her toilet, and altogether so bright a creature that it seemed a hard thing she should not be setting out upon some real pleasure trip, instead of that most obnoxious festival to which she was summoned. Her father looked at her with a grim kind of approval. "You'll do well enough, lass," he said, "but I should like you to have had something smarter than that blue stuff. I wouldn't have minded a couple of pounds or so to buy you a silk gown, but you'll be able to buy yourself as many silk gowns as you ever like by and by, if you play your cards well and don't make a fool of yourself." Ellen knew he meant well enough, but did not care to take any notice of the speech. The time would soon come, no doubt, when she must take her stand in direct opposition to him, and in the meanwhile it would be worse than foolish to waste breath in idle squabbling. They were to drive to Wyncombe in the bailiff's gig, rather an obsolete vehicle, with a yellow body, a mouldy leather apron, and high wheels picked out with red, drawn by a tall grey horse that did duty with the plough on ordinary occasions. Stephen Whitelaw's house was within an easy walk of the Grange, but the gig was a more dignified mode of approach than a walk, and the bailiff insisted on driving his daughter to her suitor's abode in that conveyance. Wyncombe was a long, low, grey stone house, of an unknown age, a spacious habitation enough, with many rooms and no less than 3 staircases, but possessing no traces of that fallen grandeur which pervaded the Grange. It had been nothing better than a farmhouse from time immemorial, and had been added to and extended and altered to suit the convenience of successive generations of farmers. It was a gloomy looking house at all times, Ellen Carley thought, but especially gloomy under the leaden winter sky, a house which it would have been almost impossible to associate with pleasant family gatherings, or the joyous voices of young children. A grim, desolate-looking house, that seemed to freeze the passing traveller with its cold blank stare, as if its gloomy portal had a voice to say to him, "However lost you may be for lack of shelter, however weary for want of rest, come not here." Idle fancies, perhaps, but they were the thoughts with which Wyncombe farmhouse always inspired Ellen Carley. "The place just suits its master's hard, miserly nature," she said. "One would think that it had been made on purpose for him, or perhaps the Whitelaws have been like that from generation to generation." There was no such useless adornment as a flower garden at Wyncombe. Stephen Whitelaw cared about as much for roses and lilies as he cared for Greek poetry or Beethoven's sonatas. At the back of the house there was a great patch of bare shadowless ground, devoted to cabbages and potatoes, with a straggling border of savoury herbs, a patch not even divided from the farmland beyond, but melting imperceptibly into a field of mangel wurzel. And there were no superfluous hedges upon Mr. Whitelaw's dominions, not a solitary tree to give shelter to the tired cattle in the long hot summer days. Noble oaks and patriarch beeches, tall sycamores and grand flowering chestnuts, had been stubbed up remorselessly by that economical agriculturist, and he was now the proud possessor of one of the ugliest and most profitable farms in Hampshire. In the front of the grey stone house the sheep browsed up to the parlour windows, and on both sides of the ill-kept carriage drive leading from the white gate that opened into the meadow to the door of Mr. Whitelaw's abode. No sweet-scented woodbine or pale monthly roses beautified the front of the house in spring or summer time. The neglected ivy had overgrown one end of the long stone building and crept almost to the ponderous old chimneys, and this decoration, which had come of itself, was the only spot of greenery about the place. 5 tall poplars grew in a row about 100 yards from the front windows. These, strange to say, Mr. Whitelaw had suffered to remain. They served to add a little extra gloom to the settled grimness of the place, and perhaps harmonized with his tastes. Within Wyncombe Farmhouse was no more attractive than without. The rooms were low and dark. The windows, made obscure by means of heavy woodwork and common glass, let in what light they did admit with a grudging air, and seemed to frown upon the inmates of the chamber they were supposed to beautify. There were all manners of gloomy passages, and unexpected flights of half a dozen stairs or so, in queer angles of the house, and there was a prevailing darkness everywhere, for the Whitelaws of departed generations, objecting to the window tax, had blocked up every casement that it was possible to block up, and the stranger exploring Wyncombe Farmhouse was always coming upon those blank plastered windows, which had an unpleasant ghostly aspect, and set him longing for a fireman's hatchet to hew them open and let in the light of day. The furniture was of the oldest, black with age, worm-eaten, ponderous, queer old four-post bedsteads, with dingy hangings of greenish brown or yellowish green, from which every vestige of the original hue had faded long ago. Clumsy bureaus, and stiff high-backed chairs with thick legs and gouty feet, heavy to move and uncomfortable to sit upon. The house was clean enough, and the bare floors of the numerous bedchambers, which were only enlivened here and there with small strips or bands of Dutch carpet, sent up a homely odour of soft soap, for Mrs. Tadman took a fierce delight in cleaning, and the solitary household drudge who toiled under her orders had a hard time of it. There was a dismal kind of neatness about everything, and a bleak empty look in the sparsely furnished rooms, which wore no pleasant sign of occupation, no look of home. The humblest cottage, with 4 tiny square rooms and a thatched roof, and just a patch of old-fashioned garden with the sweetbriar hedge, and roses growing here and there among the cabbages, would have been a pleasanter habitation than Wyncombe, Ellen Carley thought. Mr. Whitelaw exhibited an unwonted liberty upon this occasion. The dinner was a ponderous banquet, and the dessert a noble display of nuts and oranges, figs and almonds and raisins, flanked by 2 old-fashioned decanters of port and sherry, and both the bailiff and his host did ample justice to the feast. It was a long dreary afternoon of eating and drinking, and Ellen was not sorry to get away from the prim wainscoted parlour, where her father and Mr. Whitelaw were solemnly sipping their wine, to wander over the house with Mrs. Tadman. It was about 4 o'clock when she slipped quietly out of the room at the lady's invitation, and the lobbies of the long passages had a shadowy look in the declining light. There was light enough for her to see the rooms, however, for there were no rare collections of old china, no pictures or adornments of any kind, to need a minute inspection. "It's a fine old place, isn't it?" asked Mrs. Tadman. "There's not many farmers can boast of such a house as Wyncombe." "It's large enough," Ellen answered, with a tone which implied the reverse of admiration, "but it's not a place I should like to live in. I'm not one to believe in ghosts or such nonsense, but if I could have any such foolish thoughts, I should have them here. The house looks as if it was haunted somehow." Mrs. Tadman laughed a shrill hard laugh, and rubbed her skinny hands with an air of satisfaction. "You're not easy to please, Miss Carley," she said. "Most folks think a deal of Wyncombe, for, you see, it's only them that live in a house as can know how dull it is, and as to the place being haunted, I've never heard tell of anything of that kind. The Whitelaws ain't the kind of people to come back to this world, unless they come to fetch their money, and then they'd come fast enough, I warrant. I used to see a good deal of my uncle, John Whitelaw, when I was a girl, and never did a son take to his father closer than my cousin Stephen takes after him. Just the same saving prudent ways, and just the same masterful temper, always kept under in that quiet way of his." As Ellen Carley showed herself profoundly indifferent to the lights and shades of Mr. Whitelaw's character, Mrs. Tadman did not pursue the subject, but with a gentle sigh led the way to another room, and so on from room to room, till they had explored all that floor of the house. "There's the attics above, but you won't care to see them," she said. "The shepherd and 5 other men sleep up there. Stephen thinks it keeps them steadier sleeping under the same roof with their master, and he's able to ring them up of a morning, and to know when they go to their work. It's wearying me to have to get up and see their breakfasts, but I can't trust Martha Holden to do that, or she'd let them eat us out of house and home. There's no knowing what men like that can eat, and a side of bacon would go as fast as if you was to melt it down to tallow. But you must know what they are, Miss Carley, having to manage for your father." "Yes," Ellen answered, "I'm used to hard work." "Ah," murmured the matron with a sigh, "you'd have plenty of it if you came here." They were at the end of a long passage by this time, a passage leading to the extreme end of the house, and forming part of that ivy-covered wing which seemed older than the rest of the building. It was on a lower level than the other part, and they had descended for 2 or 3 steps at the entrance to this passage. The ceilings were lower too, the beams that supported them more massive, the diamond-paned windows smaller and more heavily leaded, and there was a faint musty odour, as of a place that was kept shut up and uninhabited. "There's nothing more to see here," said Mrs. Tadman quickly. "I had better go back. I don't know what brought me here. I was talking, I suppose, made me come here without thinking. There's nothing to show you this way." "But there's another room here," Ellen said, pointing to the door just before them, a heavy, clumsily made door, painted black. "That room? Well, yes, it's a kind of room, but hasn't been used for 50 years and more, I've heard say. Stephen keeps seeds in there and such like. It's always locked, and he keeps the key of it." There was nothing in this closed room to excite either curiosity or interest in Ellen's mind, and she was turning away from the door with perfect indifference, when she started and suddenly seized Mrs. Tadman's arm. "Hark!" she said in a frightened, breathless way. "Did you hear that?" "What, child? Did you say there was no one in there? No one?" "Lord bless your heart, no, Miss Carley, nor ever is. What a turn you did give me, grasping hold of my arm like that. I heard something in there, a footstep. It must be the servant." "What, Martha Holden? I should like to see her venturing into any room Stephen keeps private to himself. Besides, that door's kept locked. Try it, and satisfy yourself." The door was indeed locked, a door with a clumsy old-fashioned latch, securely fastened by a staple and padlock. Ellen tried it with her own hand. "Is there no other door to the room?" she asked. "None, and only one window that looks into the wood yard, and it's almost always blocked up with wood piled outside it. You must have heard the muslin bags of seed blowing about, if you heard anything." "I heard a footstep," said Ellen firmly, "a human footstep. I told you the house was haunted, Mrs. Tadman." "Lor, Miss Carley, I wish you wouldn't say such things. It's enough to make one's blood turn cold. Do come downstairs and have a cup of tea. It's quite dark, I declare, and you're giving me the shivers with your queer talk." "I'm sorry for that, but the noise I heard must have been either real or ghostly, and you won't believe it's real. It was the seed bags, of course. They couldn't make a noise like human footsteps. However, it's no business of mine, Mrs. Tadman, and I don't want to frighten you." They went downstairs to the parlour, where the tea tray and a pair of candles were soon brought, and where Mrs. Tadman stirred the fire into a blaze with an indifference to consumption of fuel which made her kinsman stare, even on that hospitable occasion. The blaze made the dark wainscoted room cheerful of aspect, however, which the 2 candles could not have done, as their light was almost absorbed by the gloomy panelling. After tea there was a whist again, and a considerable consumption of spirits and water on the part of the 2 gentlemen, in which Mrs. Tadman joined modestly with many protestations, and, with the air of taking only an occasional spoonful, contrived to empty her tumbler, and allowed herself to be persuaded to take another by the bailiff, whose joviality on the occasion was inexhaustible. The day's entertainment came to an end at last, to Ellen's inexpressible relief, and her father drove her home in the yellow gig at a rather alarming pace, and with some tendency towards heeling over into a ditch. They got over the brief journey safely, however, and Mr. Carley was still in high good humour. He went off to see to the putting up of his horse himself, telling his daughter to wait till he came back. He had something particular to say to her before she went to bed. End of chapter 32. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Chapter 33 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 33. What Must Be, Shall Be. Ellen Carley waited in the little parlour, dimly lighted by one candle. The fire had very nearly gone out, and she had some difficulty in brightening it a little. She waited very patiently, wondering what her father would have to say to her, and not anticipating much pleasure from the interview. He was going to talk about Stephen Whitelaw and his hateful money, perhaps. But let him say what he would, she was prepared to hold her own firmly, determined to provoke him by no open opposition, unless matters came to an extremity, and then to let him see at once and for ever that her resolution was fixed, and that it was useless to persecute her. "If I have to go out of this house to-night, I will not flinch," she said to herself. She had some time to wait. It had been past midnight when they came home, and it was 1:45 when William Carley came into the parlour. He was in an unusually communicative mood to-night, and had been superintending the grooming of his horse, and talking to the underling who had waited up to receive him. He was a little unsteady in his gait as he came into the parlour, and Ellen knew that he had drunk a good deal at Wyncombe. It was no new thing for her to see him in this condition, unhappily, and the shrinking, shuddering sensation which he inspired her to-night was painfully familiar. "It is very late, father," she said gently, as the bailiff flung himself heavily into an armchair by the fireplace. "If you don't want me for anything particular, I should be glad to go to bed." "Would you, my lass?" he asked grimly. "But you see, I do want you for something particular, something uncommon particular. There is no call for you to be in a hurry. Sit down yonder," he added, pointing to the chair opposite his own. "I've got something to say to you, something serious." "Father," said the girl, looking at him full in the face, pale to the lips but very firm, "I don't think you're in a state to talk seriously of anything." "Oh, you don't you, Miss Impudence? You think I'm drunk, perhaps. You'll find that, drunk or sober, I've only one mind about you, and that I mean to be obeyed. Sit down, I tell you. I'm not in the humour to stand any nonsense to-night. Sit down." Ellen obeyed this mandate, uttered with a fearlessness unusual even in Mr. Carley, who was never a soft-spoken man. She seated herself quietly on the opposite side of the hearth, while her father took down his pipe from the chimney-piece and slowly filled it, with hands that trembled a little over the accustomed task. When he had lighted the pipe, and smoked about half a dozen whiffs with great assumption of coolness, he addressed himself to his daughter in an altered and conciliating tone. "Well, Nelly," he said, "you've had a rare day at Wyncombe, and a regular ramble over the old house with Steph's cousin. What do you think of it?" "It's a queer, gloomy old place enough, father. I wonder if there's any one can live in it. The dark, bare-looking rooms gave me the horrors. I used to think this house was dull, and seemed as if it was haunted, but it's lively and gay as can be, compared to Wyncombe." Muttered the bailiff. "You're a fanciful young lady, Miss Nell, and don't know a fine substantial old house when you see one. Life's come a little too easy to you, perhaps. It might have been better for you if you'd seen more of the rough side. Being your own missus too soon, and missus of such a place as this, has spoiled you a bit. I tell you, Nell, there ain't a better house in Hampshire than Wyncombe, though it mayn't suit your fanciful notions. Do you know the size of Stephen Whitelaw's farm?" "No, father, I've never thought about it." "What do you say to 300 acres? Over 300, nigher to 4, perhaps." "I suppose it's a large farm, father, but I know nothing about such things." "You suppose it's large, and you know nothing about such things?" cried the bailiff, with an air of supreme irritation. I don't believe any man was ever plagued with such an aggravating daughter as mine. What do you say to being mistress of such a place, girl? Mistress of close upon 400 acres of land, not another man's servant, bound to account for every blade of grass and every ear of corn as I am, but free and independent mistress of the place, with the chance of being left a widow by and by, and having it all under your own thumb. What do you say to that?" "The only thing I've always said, father. Nothing could ever persuade me to marry Stephen Whitelaw. I'd rather starve." "And you shall starve, if you stick to that," roared William Carley, with a blasphemous oath. "But you won't be such a fool, Nell. You'll hear reason. You won't stand out against your poor old father and against your own interests. The long and short of it is, I give Whitelaw my promise that you shall be his wife between this and Easter." "What!" exclaimed Ellen, with a faint cry of horror. "You don't mean that you've promised that, father? You can't mean it." "I can, and I do mean it, lass." "Then you've made a promise that will never be kept. You might have known as much when you made it. I'm sure I've been plain spoken enough about Stephen Whitelaw." "That was a girl's silly talk. I didn't think to find you a fool when I came to the point. I let you have your say, and looked to the time to bring you to reason. Come, Nell, you're not going against your father, are you?" "I must, father, in this. I'd rather die 20 deaths than marry that man. There's nothing I wouldn't rather do." "Isn't there? You'd rather see your father in gaol, I suppose, if it came to that." "See you in gaol!" cried the girl, aghast. "For heaven's sake, what do you mean, father? What fear is there in you being sent to prison because I won't marry Stephen Whitelaw? I'm not a baby," she added, with a hysterical laugh. "You can't frighten me like that." "No, you're a very wise young woman, I daresay, but you don't know everything. You've seen me downhearted and out of sorts for this last half year, but I don't suppose you've troubled yourself much about it, except to worry me with silly questions sometimes, when I've not been in the humour to be talked to. Things have been going wrong for me ever since hay harvest, and I haven't sent Sir David sixpence for the last year's crops. I've put him off with one excuse after another from month to month. He's a careless master enough at most times, and never over sharp with my accounts. But the time has come when I can't put him off any longer. He wants money badly, he says, and I'm afraid he begins to suspect something. Anyway, he talks of coming here in a week or so to look into things for himself. If he does that, I'm ruined." "But the money, father, the money for the crops, how has it gone? You've had it, haven't you?" "Yes," the bailiff answered with a groan. "I've had it, worse luck." "And how has it gone?" "What's that to you? What's the good of my muddling my brains with figures to-night? It's gone, I tell you. You know I'm fond of seeing a race, and never miss anything in that way that comes off within a day's drive of this place. I used to be pretty lucky once upon a time, when I backed a horse or a bet against one. But this year things have gone dead against me, and my bad luck has made me savage somehow, so that I went deeper than I've ever been before, thinking to get back what I'd lost." "Oh, father, father, how could you? And with another man's money!" "Don't give me any of your preaching," the bailiff answered gloomily. "I can get enough of that at Malsham Chapel if I want it. It's in your power to pull me through this business if you choose." "How can I do that, father?" "A couple of £100 will set me square. I don't say there hasn't been more taken, first and last, but that would do it. Stephen Whitelaw would lend me the money, give it me, indeed, for it comes to that, the day he gets your consent to be his wife." "And you'd sell me to him for £200, father?" the girl asked bitterly. "I don't want to go to gaol." "And if you don't get the money from Stephen, what will happen?" "I can't tell you that to a nicety. Penal servitude for life, most likely. They'd call mine a bad case, I daresay." "But Sir David might be merciful to you, father. You've served him for a long time." "What would he care for that? I've had his money, and he's not a man that can afford to lose much. No, Nell, I look for no mercy from Sir David. Those careless, easy-going men are generally the hardest in such a business as this. It's a clear case of embezzlement, and nothing can save me unless I can raise money enough to satisfy him." "Couldn't you borrow it of some one else besides Stephen Whitelaw?" Who else is there that would lend me £200? Ask yourself that, girl. Why, I haven't £5 worth of security to offer." "And Mr. Whitelaw will only lend the money upon one condition?" "No, curse him!" cried William Carley savagely. "I've been at him all this afternoon, and when you and that woman were out of the room, trying to get it out of him as a loan, without waiting for your promise. But he's too cautious for that. The day Ellen gives her consent you shall have the money, he told me. I can't say anything fairer than that, or more liberal." "He doesn't suspect why you want it, does he, father?" Ellen asked with a painful sense of shame. "Who can tell what he may suspect? He's as deep as Satan," said the bailiff, with a temporary forgetfulness of his desire to exhibit his intended son-in-law of his in a favourable light. "He knows that I want the money very badly. I couldn't help his knowing that. And he must think it's something out of the common that makes me want £200. "I daresay he guesses the truth," Ellen said with a profound sigh. It seemed to her the bitterest trial of all, that her father's wrongdoing should be known to Stephen Whitelaw. That hideous prospect of the dock and the gaol was far off as yet. She had not even begun to realise it, but she did fully realise the fact of her father's shame, and the blow seemed to her a heavy one, heavier than she could bear. For some minutes there was silence between father and daughter. The girl sat with her face hidden in her hands. The bailiff smoked his pipe in sullen meditation. "Is there no other way?" Ellen asked at last, in a plaintive, despairing tone. "No other way, father?" "None," growled William Carley. "You needn't ask me that question again. There is no other way. You can get me out of my difficulties if you choose. I should never have been so venturesome as I was, if I hadn't made sure my daughter would soon be a rich woman. You can save me if you like, or you can hold off and let me go to prison. There's no good preaching about it or arguing about it. You've got the choice, and you must make it. Most young women in your place would think themselves uncommon lucky to have such a chance as you've got, instead of making a trouble about it, let alone being able to get their father out of a scrape. But you're your own mistress, and you must do as you please." "Let me have time to think," the girl pleaded piteously. "Let me have only a little time to think, father. And do you believe that I'm sorry for you, don't you?" she asked, kneeling beside him and clasping his unwilling hand. "Oh, father, I hope you believe that." "I shall know what to believe when I know what you're going to do," the bailiff answered moodily, and his daughter knew him too well to hope for any more gracious speech than this. She bade him good night, and went slowly up to her room to spend the weary wakeful hours in a bitter struggle, praying that she might be enlightened as to what she ought to do, praying that she might die rather than become the wife of Stephen Whitelaw. When she and her father met at breakfast in the dull grey January morning, his aspect was even darker than it had been on the previous night. But he did not ask her if she had arrived at any conclusion. He took his meal in sullen silence, and left her without a word. They met a little before noon, at which hour it was Mr. Carley's habit to consume a solid luncheon. He took his seat in the same gloomy silence that he had preserved at breakfast time, but flung open a letter across the table towards his daughter. "Am I to read this?" she asked gently. "Yes, read it, and see what I've got to look to." The letter was from Sir David Foster, an angry one, revealing strong suspicions of his agent's dishonesty, and announcing that he should be at the Grange on the 5th of the month, to make a close investigation of all matters connected with the bailiff's administration. It was a letter that gave little hope of mercy, and Ellen Carley felt it was so. She saw that there were no two sides to the question. She must save her father by the utter sacrifice of her own feelings, or suffer him to perish. She sat for some minutes in silence, with Sir David's letter in her hand, staring blankly at the lines in a kind of stupor, while her father ate cold roast beef and pickled cabbage. She wondered how he could eat at such a time, looking up at her furtively every now and then. At last she laid down the letter, and lifted her eyes to his face. A deadly whiteness and despair had come over the bright, soubrette beauty, and even William Carley's hard nature was moved a little by the altered expression of his daughter's countenance. "It must be as you wish, father," she said slowly. "There is no help for it. I cannot see you brought to disgrace. Stephen Whitelaw must have the price he asks for his money." "That's a good lass," cried the bailiff, springing up and clasping his daughter in his arms, a most unusual display of affection on his part. "That's bravely spoken, Nell, and you never need repent the choice that'll make you mistress of Wyncombe Farm, with a good home to give your father in his old age." The girl drew herself hastily from his embrace, and turned away from him with a shudder. He was her father, and there was something horrible in the idea of his disgrace, but there was very little affection for him in her mind. He was willing to sell her into bondage in order to save himself. It was in this light she regarded the transaction with Stephen Whitelaw. End of chapter 33. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. VoiceOversByKirk.com. Chapter 34 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 34. Doubtful Information. The early days of the new year brought little change to John Saltram's condition. Mr. Mew and the physician who saw him once every 3 days seemed perhaps a shade more hopeful than they had been, but would express no decided opinion when Gilbert pressed them with close questioning. The struggle was still going on, the issue still doubtful. "If we could keep the mind at rest," said the physician, "we should have every chance of doing better. But this constant restlessness, this hyperactivity of the brain, of which you and Mr. Mew tell me, must needs make a perpetual demand upon the patient's physical powers. The waste is always going on. We cannot look for recovery until we obtain more repose." Several weeks had passed since the beginning of John Saltram's illness, and there were no tidings from Mr. Medler. Every day Gilbert had experienced some communication from that practitioner, only to be disappointed. He had called twice in Soho, and on both occasions had been received by a shabby-looking clerk, who told him that Mr. Medler was out, and not likely to come home within any definite time. He was inclined to fancy, by the clerk's manner on his second visit, that there was some desire to avoid an interview on Mr. Medler's part, and this fancy made him all the more anxious to see that gentleman. He did not, therefore, allow much time to elapse between this second visit to the dingy chambers in Soho and a third. This time he was more fortunate, for he saw the lawyer let himself in at the street door with his latch-key, just as the cab that drove him approached the house. The same shabby clerk opened the door to him. "I want to see your master," he said decisively, making a move toward the office door. The clerk contrived to block his way. "I beg your pardon, sir. I don't think Mr. Medler's in, but I'll go see." "You needn't give yourself the trouble. I saw your master let himself in at this door a minute ago. I suppose you were too busy to hear him come in." The clerk coughed a doubtful kind of cough, significant of perplexity. "Upon my word, sir, I believe he's out, but I'll see." "Thanks, I'd rather see for myself, if you please," Gilbert said, passing the perturbed clerk before that functionary could make up his mind whether he ought to intercept him. He opened the office door and went in. Mr. Medler was sitting at his desk, bending over some formidable document, with the air of a man who is profoundly absorbed by his occupation, with the air also, Gilbert thought, of a man who has been what is vernacularly called on the listen. "Good morning, Mr. Medler," Gilbert said politely. "Your clerk had such a conviction of your being out, that I had some difficulty in convincing him you were at home." "I've only just come in. I suppose Lucas didn't hear me." "I suppose not. I've been here twice before in search of you. As I conclude you have been told, I have expected to hear from you daily." "Well, yes," replied the lawyer in a meditative way. "I am aware that I promised to write, under certain circumstances." "Am I to conclude, then, that you were silent because you had nothing to communicate? That you have obtained no tidings of any kind respecting Mrs. Holbrook?" Mr. Medler coughed, a cough no less expressive of embarrassment than that of his clerk. "Why, you see, Mr. Fenton," he began, crossing his legs and rubbing his hands in a very deliberate manner, "when I made that promise with reference to Mrs. Holbrook, I made it of course without prejudice to the interests or inclinations of my client. I might be free to communicate to you any information I received upon the subject, or I might find myself pledged to withhold it." Gilbert's face flushed with sudden excitement. "What?" he cried. "Do you mean to say that you have solved the mystery of Marian Holbrook's fate, that you know her to be alive, safe, well, and have kept back the knowledge from me?" "I have been compelled to submit to the wishes of my client. I will not say that I have not offered considerable opposition to her desire upon this point, but finding her resolution fixed, I was bound to respect it." "She is safe? Then all this alarm has been needless? You have seen her?" "Yes, Mr. Fenton, I have seen her." "And she forbade you to let me know of her safety? She was willing that I should suffer all the anguish of uncertainty as to her fate? I could not have believed her so unkind." "Mrs. Holbrook had special reasons for wishing to avoid all communications with former acquaintances. She explained those reasons to me, and I fully concurred in them. She might have such reasons with regard to other people. She could have none with reference to me." "Pardon me, she mentioned your name in a very particular manner." "And yet she has good cause to trust my fidelity." "She has a very great respect and esteem for you, I am aware. She said as much to me. But her reasons for keeping her affairs to herself just now are quite apart from her personal feeling for yourself." "I cannot understand this. I am not to see her then, I suppose, not to be told her address?" "No, I am strictly forbidden to disclose her address to any one." "Yet you can positively assure me that she is in safety, her own mistress, happy?" "She is in perfect safety, her own mistress, and as happy as it is possible she can be under the unfortunate circumstances of her married life. She has left her husband for ever. I will venture to tell you so much as that." "I am quite aware of that fact." "How so? I thought Mr. Holbrook was quite unknown to you." "I have learnt a great deal about him lately." "Indeed!" exclaimed the lawyer, with a genuine air of surprise. "But of course your client has been perfectly frank in her communication with you upon this subject," Gilbert said. "Yes, I know that Mrs. Holbrook has left her husband, but I did not for a moment suppose she had let him free of her own will. From my knowledge of her character and sentiments, that is just the last thing I could have imagined possible. There was no quarrel between them. Indeed, she was expecting his return with delight at the very time when she left her home in Hampshire. The thought of her sharing her fortune with him was one of perfect happiness. How can you explain her abrupt flight from him in the face of this?" "I am not free to explain matters, Mr. Fenton," answered the lawyer. "You must be satisfied with the knowledge that the lady about whom you have been so anxious is safe." "Thank God for that," Gilbert said earnestly; "but that, knowledge of itself, is not quite enough. I shall be uneasy so long as there is this secrecy and mystery surrounding her fate. There is something in the sudden abandonment of her husband which is painfully inexplicable to me." "Mrs. Holbrook may have received some sudden revelation of her husband's unworthiness. You are aware that a letter reached her a few hours before she left Hampshire? There is no doubt that that letter influenced her actions. I do not mind admitting a fact which is so obvious." "The revelation that could move her to such a step must have been a very startling one." "It was strong enough to decide her course," replied the lawyer gravely. "And you can assure me that she is in good hands?" Gilbert asked anxiously. "I have every reason to suppose she is. She is with her father." Mr. Medler announced this fact as if there were nothing extraordinary in it. Gilbert started to his feet. "What!" he exclaimed. "She is with Mr. Nowell, the father who neglected her in her youth, who of course seeks her now only for the sake of her fortune? And you call that being in good hands, Mr. Medler? For my own part, I cannot imagine a more dangerous alliance. When did Percival Nowell come to England?" "A very short time ago. I have only been aware of his return within the last 2 or 3 weeks. His first step on arriving in this country was to seek for his daughter." "Yes, when he knew that she was rich, no doubt." "I do not think that he was influenced by mercenary motives," the lawyer said, with a calm judicial air. "Of course, as a man of the world, I am not given to look at such matters from a sentimental point of view. but I really believe that Mr. Nowell was anxious to find his daughter, and to atone in some measure for his former neglect." "A very convenient repentance," exclaimed Gilbert, with a short bitter laugh. "And his first act is to steal his daughter from her home, and hide her from all her former friends. I don't like the look of this business, Mr. Medler. I tell you so frankly. Mr. Nowell is my client, you must remember, Mr. Fenton. I cannot consent to listen to any aspersion of his character, direct or indirect." "And you positively refuse to tell me where Mrs. Holbrook is to be found?" "I am compelled to respect her wishes as well as those of her father." "She has been placed in possession of her property, I suppose?" "Yes. Her grandfather's will has been proved, and the estate now stands in her name. There was no difficulty about that, no reason for delay." "Will you tell me if she is in London?" Gilbert asked impatiently. "Pardon me, my dear sir, I am pledged to say nothing about Mrs. Holbrook's whereabouts." Wilbert gave a weary sigh. "Well, I suppose it's useless to press the question, Mr. Medler," he said. "I can only repeat that I don't like the look of this business. Your client, Mr. Nowell, must have very strong reason for secrecy, and my experience of life has shown me that there is very seldom mystery without wrongdoing of some kind behind it. I thank God that Mrs. Holbrook is safe, for I suppose I must accept your assurance that she is so. But until her position is relieved from all this secrecy, I shall not cease to feel uneasy as to her welfare. I am glad, however, that the issue of events has exonerated her husband from any part in her disappearance." He was glad to know this, glad to know that however base a traitor to himself, John Saltram had not been guilty of that deeper villainy which he had at times been led to suspect. Gilbert Fenton left Mr. Medler's office a happier man than when he had entered it, and yet only half satisfied. It was a great thing to know that Marian was safe, but he would have wished her in the keeping of any one rather than of him whom the world would have called her natural protector. Nor was his opinion of Mr. Medler by any means an exalted one. No assertion of that gentleman inspired him with a heartfelt confidence, and he had not left the lawyer's office long before he began to ask himself whether there was any truth in any portion of the story he had heard, or whether he was not the dupe of a lie. Strange that Marian's father should have returned at so opportune a moment. Still more strange that Marian should suddenly desert the husband she had so devotedly loved, and cast in her lot with a father of whom she knew nothing but his unkindness. What if this man Medler had been lying to him from the very first, and was plotting to get old Jacob Nowell's fortune into his own hands? "I must find her," Gilbert said to himself. "I must be certain that she is in safe hands. I shall know no rest until I have found her." Harassed and perplexed beyond measure, he walked through the busy streets of the central district for some time without knowing where he was going, and without the faintest purpose in his steps. Then the notion suddenly flashed upon him that he might hear something of Percival Nowell at the shop in Queen Anne's Court, supposing the old business to still be carried on there under the sway of Mr. Tulliver. And it seemed yet too early for the probability of any change in that quarter. Gilbert was in the Strand when this notion occurred to him. He turned his steps immediately, and went back to Wardour Street, and thence to the dingy court where he had first discovered Marian's grandfather. There was no change. The shop looked exactly the same as it had looked in the lifetime of Jacob Nowell. There were the same old guineas in the wooden bowl, the same tarnished tankards and teapots on view behind the wire-guarded glass, the same obscure hints of untold riches within, in the general aspect of the place. Mr. Tulliver darted forward from his usual lurking-place as Gilbert went in at the door. "Oh," he exclaimed, with undisguised disappointment, "it's you, is it, sir? I thought it was a customer." "I'm sorry to disappoint your expectation of profit. I have looked in to ask you 2 or 3 questions, Mr. Tulliver, that is all." "Any information in my power I'm sure I shall be happy to afford, sir. Won't you please take a seat?" "How long has it been since you saw Mr. Nowell, your former employer's son?" Gilbert asked, dropping into the chair indicated by the shopman, and coming at once to the point. Mr. Tulliver was somewhat startled by the question. That was evident, though he was not a man who wore his heart upon his sleeve. "How long has it been since I've seen Mr. Nowell? Mr. Percival Nowell, sir?" he repeated, staring thoughtfully at his questioner. "Yes, you need not be afraid to speak freely to me. I know Mr. Nowell is in London." "Well, sir, I have not seen him often since his father's death." "Since his father's death! And according to Mr. Medler, Jacob Nowell's son had only arrived in England after the old man's death. Or stay, the lawyer had declared that he had only been aware of Percival's return within the last 2 or 3 weeks. That was a different thing, of course. Yet was it likely this man could have returned, and his father's lawyer have remained ignorant of his arrival? Gilbert did not allow the faintest expression of surprise to appear on his countenance. "Not often since your master's death. But how often before?" "Well, he used to come in pretty often before the old man died, but they were both of 'em precious close. Mr. Percival never let out that he was my master's son, but I guessed as much before he'd been here many times." "How was it that I never came across him?" "Chance, I suppose, but he's a deep one. If you'd happened to come in when he was here, I daresay he would have contrived to slip away somehow without your seeing him." "When did he come here last?" Gilbert asked. "About a fortnight ago. He came in with Mr. Medler, the lawyer, who introduced him formally as my master's son, and they took possession of the place between them for Mrs. Holbrook, making an arrangement with me to carry on the business, and making precious hard terms too." "Have you seen Mrs. Holbrook since that morning when she left London for Hampshire, immediately after her grandfather's death?" "Never set eyes on her since then, but she's in London, they told me, living with her father. She came up to claim the property. I say, the husband must be a rather curious party, mustn't he, to stand that kind of thing, and part company with her just as she came into a fortune?" "Have you any notion where Mrs. Holbrook or her father is to be found? I should be glad to make you a handsome present if you could enlighten me upon that point." "I wish I could, sir. No, I haven't the least idea where the gentleman hangs out. Oysters ain't closer than that party. I thought he'd get his paw upon his father's money somehow when I used to see him hanging about this place, but I don't believe the old man ever meant him to have a sixpence of it." There was very little satisfaction to be obtained from Mr. Tulliver, and except as to the one fact of Percival Nowell's return, Gilbert left Queen Anne's Court a little wiser than when he had entered it. Brooding upon the revelations of that day, he walked slowly westward. He began to think that Percival and Mr. Medler had been in league from the time of the prodigal son's return, and that his own exclusion from the will as executor, and the substitution of the lawyer's name, had been brought about for no honourable purpose. What would a weak, inexperienced woman be between two such men? Or what power could Marian have, once under her father's influence, to resist his will? How she had fallen under that influence so completely as to leave her husband and her quiet country home without a word of explanation was a difficult question to answer, and Gilbert Fenton meditated upon it with a troubled mind. He walked westward, indifferent to where he went in the perplexity of his thoughts, anxious to walk off a little of his excitement if he could, and return to his sick charge in the Temple in a calmer frame of mind. It was something gained, at the worst, to be able to return to John Saltram's bedside freed from that hideous suspicion which had tormented him of late. Walking thus, he found himself, towards the close of the brief winter day, at the Marble Arch. He went through the gate into the empty park, and was crossing the broad road near the entrance, when an open carriage passed close beside him, and a woman's voice called to the coachman to stop. The carriage stopped so abruptly and so near him that he paused and looked up, in a natural wonderment at the circumstance. A lady dressed in mourning was leaning forward out of the carriage, looking eagerly after him. A second glance showed him that this lady was Mrs. Branston. "How do you do, Mr. Fenton?" she cried, holding out her little black gloved hand. "What an age since I've seen you! But you haven't forgotten me, I hope?" "That's quite impossible, Mrs. Branston. If I had not been very much absorbed in thought just now, I should have recognised you sooner. It was very kind of you to stop to speak to me." "Not at all. I have something most particular to say to you. If you are not in a very great hurry, would you mind getting into the carriage, and letting me drive you round the park? I can't keep you standing in the road to talk." "I am in no especial hurry, and I shall be most happy to take a turn round the park with you." Mrs. Branston's footman opened the carriage door, and Gilbert took his seat beside the widow, who was enjoying her afternoon drive alone for once in a way, a propitious toothache having kept Mrs. Pallinson within doors. "I have been expecting to see you for ever so long, Mr. Fenton. Why do you never call upon me?" the pretty little widow began, with her usual frankness. "I have been so closely occupied lately, and even if I had not been so, I should have scarcely expected to find you in town at this unfashionable season." "I don't care the least in the world for fashion," Mrs. Branston said, with an impatient shrug of her shoulders. "That is only an excuse of yours, Mr. Fenton. You completely forgot my existence, I have no doubt. All my friends desert me nowadays, older friends than you. There's Mr. Saltram, for instance. I have not seen him for, not ever so long," concluded the widow, blushing in the dusk as she remembered that visit of hers to the Temple, that daring step which ought to have brought John Saltram so much nearer to her, but which had resulted in nothing but disappointment and regret. Bitter regret that she should have cast her womanly pride into the very dust at this man's feet to no purpose. But Adela Branston was not a proud woman, and even in the midst of her regret for having done this foolish thing, she was always ready to make excuses for the man she loved, always in danger of committing some new folly in his behalf. Gilbert Fenton felt for the poor foolish little woman, whose fair face was turned to him with such a pleading look in the wintry twilight. He knew that what he had to tell her must needs carry desolation to her heart, knew that in the background of John Saltram's life there lurked even a deeper cause for grief for this gentle impressionable little soul. "You will not wonder that Mr. Saltram has not called upon you lately when you know the truth," he said gravely. "He has been very ill." Mrs. Branston clasped her hands with a faint cry of terror. "Very ill? That means dangerously ill?" "Yes, for some time he was in great danger. I believe that is past now, but I am not quite sure of his safety even yet. I can only hope that he may recover." Hope that he might recover, yes, but to be a friend of his, Gilbert's, nevermore. It was a dreary prospect at best. John Saltram would recover, to seek and reclaim his wife, and then those two must needs pass ever out of Gilbert Fenton's life. The story would be finished, and his own part of it bald enough to be told on the fly-leaf at the end of a book. Mrs. Branston bore the shock of his ill news better than Gilbert had expected. There is good material even in the weakest of womankind, when the heart is womanly and true. She was deeply shocked, intensely sorry, and she made no attempt to mask her sorrow by any conventional speech or pretence whatsoever. She made Gilbert give her all the details of John Saltram's illness, and when he had told her all, asked him plainly if she might be permitted to see the sick man. "Do let me see him, if it is possible," she said. "It would be such a comfort to me to see him." "I do not say such a thing is not possible, my dear Mrs. Branston, but I am sure it would be very foolish." "Oh, never mind that. I am always doing foolish things. It would only be one folly more, and would hardly count in my history. Dear Mr. Fenton, do let me see him." "I don't think you quite know what you are asking, Mrs. Branston. Such a sick bed as John Saltram's would be a most painful scene for you. He has been delirious from the beginning of his illness, and is so still. He rarely has an interval of anything like consciousness, and in all the time I have been with him has never yet recognised me. Indeed, there are moments when I am inclined to fear that his brain may be permanently deranged." "God forbid!" exclaimed Adela, in a voice that was choked with tears. "Yes, such a result as that would indeed be a sore calamity. I have every wish to set your mind at ease, believe me, Mrs. Branston, but in John Saltram's present state I am sure it would be ill advised for you to see him." "Of course I cannot press the question if you say that," Adela answered despondently, "but I should have been so glad if you could have allowed me to see him. Not that I pretend to the smallest right to do so, but we were very good friends once, before my husband's death. He has changed to me strangely since that time." Gilbert felt that it was almost cruel to keep this poor little soul in utter ignorance of the truth. He did not consider himself at liberty to say much, but some vague word of warning might serve as a slight check upon the waste of feeling which was going on in the widow's heart. "There may be a reason for that change, Mrs. Branston," he said. "Mr. Saltram may have formed some tie of a kind to withdraw from him all other friendships." "Some attachment, you mean?" exclaimed the widow. "Some other attachment," she added, forgetting how much the words betrayed. "Do you think that, Mr. Fenton? Do you think that John Saltram has some secret love affair upon his mind?" "I have some reason to suspect as much, from words that he has dropped during his delirium." There was a look of unspeakable pain in Mrs. Branston's face, which had grown deadly pale when Gilbert first spoke of John Saltram's illness. The pretty childish lips quivered a little, and her companion knew that she was suffering keenly. "Have you any idea who the lady is?" she asked quietly, with more self-command than Gilbert had expected from her. "I have some idea. It is no one whom I know, I suppose?" "The lady is quite a stranger to you." "He might have trusted me," she said mournfully. "It would have been kinder in him to have trusted me." "Yes, Mrs. Branston, but Mr. Saltram has unfortunately made concealment a policy of his life. He will find it a false policy sooner or late." "It was very cruel of him not to tell me the truth. He might have known that I should look kindly upon any one he cared for. I may be a very foolish woman, Mr. Fenton, but I am not ungenerous." "I am sure of that," Gilbert said warmly, touched by her candour. "You must let me know every day how your friend is going on, Mr. Fenton," Adela said after a pause. "I shall consider it a very great favour if you will do so." "I will not fail." They had returned to Cumberland Gate by this time, and at Gilbert's request Mrs. Branston allowed him to be set down near the arch. He called a cab and drove to the Temple, while poor Adela went back to the splendid gloom of Cavendish Square, with all the fabric of her future life shattered. Until this hour she had looked upon John Saltram's fidelity to herself as a certainty. She knew now that her hope was slain all at once. What a living thing it had been, and how great a portion of her own existence had taken its colour therefrom. It was fortunate for Mrs. Branston that Mrs. Pallinson's toothache, and the preparations and medicaments supplied to her by her son, all declared to be infallible, and all ending in ignominious failure, occupied that lady's attention at this period, to the exclusion of every other thought, or Adela's pale face might have excited more curiosity than it did. As it was, the matron contented herself by making some rather snappish remarks upon the folly of going out to drive late on a January afternoon, and retired to administer poultices and cataplasms to herself in the solitude of her own apartment soon after dinner, leaving Adela Branston free to ponder upon John Saltram's cruelty. "If he had only trusted me," she said to herself more than once during those mournful meditations, "if he had only given me credit for some little good sense and generosity, I should not feel it as keenly as I do. He must have known that I loved him. Yes, I have been weak enough to let him see that, and I think that once he used to like me a little, in those old happy days when he came so often to Maidenhead. Yes, I believe he almost loved me then. And then the thought that this man was lying desperately ill, perhaps in danger of death, blotted out every other thought. It was so bitter to know him in peril, and to be powerless to go to him. Worse than useless to him were she by his side, since it was another whose image haunted his wandering brain, another whose voice he longed to hear. She spent a sleepless melancholy night, and had no rest next day, until a commissionaire brought her a brief note from Gilbert Fenton, telling her that if there were any change at all in the patient, it was on the side of improvement. End of chapter 34. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceoversbykirk.com.